What's that mean?
That's the edited software use.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Aren't we live? You can't edit it. Now you've got Vladimir Putin on the screen.
What?
Sponsored by Cup Cutters, this.
Yeah. Welcome to Sunday's night stream, sponsored by CapCut. Hey everybody, hope you're all doing well. Not even a minute in and I've already ballsed it up with CapCut and Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
But we're all here. We was going to do a stream last night, but unfortunately Nige wasn't very well. But that stream's going to be next week, so we'll hope give him a speedy recovery. But tonight we're back on a Sunday night. I haven't done a Sunday night stream in a long while, and I've got a great range of guests. I've got the lovely Amy here.
Hello, everyone.
Got the brilliant Terence here.
Oh, excellent. So happy to be back. Pete, it's been a long time, and nice to meet you, Amy. Thank you for having us. I'm looking in the wrong direction, bugger. Yeah, it's all thumbs tonight. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And we've also got Ryan here as well.
Hello, everybody. I've returned, and hopefully I'm less sleepy this week, so it's alright.
Oh, that's good. Well, I hope you're all doing well, and thank you all for joining, and thank you to everybody watching at home. Be sure to leave loads of comments and questions about all sorts of movie stuff, and we'll have a great old chat about it. And we'll also be joined by another guest later on, but he's too busy saving Gotham. But we'll be joined by Jamie Batman later on whenever he swings by.
Yeah.
Probably need to buy a new utility belt.
You might do, yeah.
Everywhere's closed. It's a Sunday.
There you go.
All the utility belt places are closed, yeah.
That's true.
All the best ones.
Yeah, like B&Q.
Yeah, that's a good one, yeah.
But, right, before we get into the comments and questions, what's going on here? We've got Terence here. We've got Terence twice.
Yeah.
What's up? Oh, no, I'm up at the top. Get in.
Oh, you're up at the top, Ryan. Sorry.
Oh,
King of
thank
the
you
castle
very
again.
much.
Nah,
That was
Terence
very
will be on
lovely,
top of
man.
Ryan.
No.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. And now I'm down at the bottom.
Yeah, God, as well. You'll have someone to beside you in a little while later, Brian.
Well, looking from it, that'll be an experience.
But I hope everyone's doing well. So before we get into the comments and all that, what are some of the films that you've watched recently? Do you want to go first, Ryan?
Well, I can easily get there. So yesterday I went to see Blink Twice and Amazing Spider-Man. Blink twice, I wanted to blink once. It was absolute cock.
Right? Oh no, I'd hopes for that as well. Is that not Zoe Kravitz that directed it?
Yeah.
Yes,
and Shannon Tatum as well.
Oh yeah, that.
It's one of like the worst acid trips I've been on. That's a bit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, my acid trips have been great.
Like, well, you've seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, like in a reason, so very psychedelic.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a very strange movie. But like, oh yeah, let's go to an island. Oh yeah, find out. Let's decide to drug every single one on the fucking island.
Oh right, I see.
Ah.
Yeah, I'd read about it in Empire, and it sounded interesting.
It did. Got a good cast in it. Christian Slater as well as Gina Davis in it. So there's quite a few good old cast members there. So you didn't walk out of it, Ryan, like you did Barbie.
Oh no, I sat down. I thought it was going to get better, but then I was like, all right, let's see how this turns out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I walked out with Barbie. It was one of the most pieces of freaking shit I've ever seen in my entire life. My eyes was burning. I wanted to cry, and I wanted to just, all right, fuck this. I want to leave.
Man, I fucking loved Barbie. I mean, I think it's a classic movie. Seriously. I mean, I do. The only major criticism I have about it is where it's trying to have its cake and eat it, where it's like, oh, boo, capitalism, boo. But at the same time, it's a fucking toy advert, right? It's like, But other than that, I thought it was fantastic.
I would say let us suck a dick, but that's what I would say.
How long did you last in the film, Ryan?
How long did I last? I lasted about like 10 minutes. I walked out.
Oh no.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, wow.
Yeah. He didn't get past the first song, did he?
No.
Pretty much they said,
Oh.
"Hi, Barbie," and that was it.
That's a Lizzo song, isn't it? The first one.
Yeah, I'd probably walked out with that song.
Yeah.
It's not a great song.
Didn't walk out.
No.
Well, I did go see Alien Romulus finally, which I went on the Monday. I really enjoyed it, but I wouldn't say it's the best one.
Yeah, definitely.
I gave it a miss, to be honest. Ever since Alien 3, they've done nothing but disappoint me. I don't think they've ever done anything really new with the alien worlds, the universe that it's set in, right? And it's just always been a disappointment. So I thought I'd save myself the disappointment. I've had the whole movie spoiled for me, and yeah, it doesn't sound good. The whole idea of bringing the whole thing about harking back to the Nostromo. Come on, move on. Come on, please. It's been 45 years, right? Get over it.
Yeah, they harken back quite a lot in that film.
Too much. Yeah.
Leave it alone. Move on. Give us a whole fresh story with that same universe. But they can't help themselves, can they? I hate all this like fan service callback garbage. End it now. End all that callback stuff that they do in films. That always makes me cringe. But for me, the most recent film I watched, and I didn't pay money to see it, right? I sailed the 7 seas, and I'm proud to say that, was The Crow, which I watched on a terrible pirate. And to be honest, if it was crystal clear 4K, it wouldn't have made a difference. The movie was pretty effing dull, to be honest.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah,
it was rather dull.
Yeah,
but
they would withhold the reviews for that until day after it come out.
Yeah, it has a really brutal fight scene in it that was cool as fuck. But other than that, it's really boring. They spend 45 minutes introducing Eric and his wife or his girlfriend, and we don't need all that. The original didn't need that. It was just like, she was lovely. Here's some flashbacks to all the good times. Let's go on with it. Let's start kicking some ass. I think the biggest problem that I have with it, rather than the pacing of the film and stuff, is it's got no modern day culture to hold on to. It plays like Joy Division songs on the soundtrack. Now, I remember when The Crow first came out in 1994, 30 years ago, and all that soundtrack was so hip, right? You had 9 Inch Nails, The Cure on the soundtrack. It felt, and when you watch it now, it's such a 90s movie. It's such a sort of testament to that time. This movie has no culture to hold on to, and that's the thing. That was my biggest trepidation when I'd heard that they were remaking it and I'd seen the trailer. I was like, yeah, they're going to have nothing unless they're going to have some sort of musical genre that they can sort of bring into it. It doesn't. And it's visually uninteresting as well. Whereas the Alex Proyas original, with its gothic style, this decides, well, we don't want to copy that movie. Let's just make it look like a cop show, right? And it's dull.
Yeah, the trailers didn't impress, and when it was announced, a lot of people weren't that bothered about it. Just seemed like just a waste of money. And apparently, it's only made $5 million in America over the weekend, less than Borderlands.
Wow,
Jesus. Yeah, and they're both Lionsgate releases, are they not? So they've just tanked big time this month.
Yeah, and they've also had that Megalocalypse, that trailer they pulled.
Mega Octopus.
They're releasing Megalopolis.
Yeah, and all the reviews were all fake, even the Roger Ebert one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every single one of them was fake.
What was he reviewing? Godfather
or Apocalypse Now, and they all used negative reviews, and they never said it. Apparently, somebody went through all of it and said, "Look, you got every single one wrong," and they said, "Yeah, we're sorry, we messed up and deleted it." But what's
the point in doing that? Because even if critics are wrong, there still haven't been many good reviews for it, so it could still be bad.
Yeah.
No one's saying it's good, so why not put some good reviews on the
It's very odd
on the trailer.
Yeah.
And he never included Peggy Sue Got Married, which is one of his most underrated movies. I love Peggy Sue Got Married. That should have been in there. But yeah, I still want to see Megalopolis. From what I've heard about it, it sounds like an interesting movie, even though it's probably a misfire. But it sounds interesting, and it's got a big budget, great cast. Yeah, sign me up.
It's probably his last film as well, and he sold his vineyard for it, so he pretty much financed the whole thing himself.
Poor guy.
Yeah,
Poor guy,
he's known for that, though, isn't he? Right, one from the heart.
Well, I have to buy all his wine from Aldi now.
Yeah.
Right. And what have we been watching? We went to the cinema last week and we saw Alien Romulus. We thought
we already said about that last week. We can say about it again.
Yeah, it was all right, weren't it? But again, like what Terence said, it relied too much on the past.
Yeah,
and
so
didn't
much.
really create an identity for itself. All it'll be remembered for is, it commented about that, and that, and brought back a certain someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'd heard they brought back that certain someone, and it's like, why leave it alone? Move on. Right?
Yep. Definitely.
It doesn't even make sense.
No, and it just feels really distasteful. It does, and it looks horrendous. It does.
Yeah, I've been told.
To be honest, kind of looks like a Thunderbird puppet with the mouth.
Especially that bloody ending, that bloody hell. The ending of Alien Romulus with that. I can't really say it, to be honest, but you know what I'm on about. That ending was terrible.
It's a good time. I can see a lot of people enjoy it, and I know a lot of people have enjoyed it, but the callbacks are too much. But we did go and see something else. We saw M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
Trap.
Trap. That was great.
We really liked it. Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
I enjoyed Trap. I thought it was a fun movie. It was kind of daft, and even though they obviously having his daughter there in a very nepotistic way was cringy, but to be fair, all power to her. I thought she could act. I thought she was actually a decent enough actor, right?
And she's a singer in real life, isn't she?
Yeah. And it did make me cringe when Shyamalan appears in it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm her uncle." It's like, fuck, man, why can't you just be your dad, right? I mean, you are her dad, so why don't you just say you're her fucking dad? No, because she's got a song. It's like, "Oh, my parents didn't love me and stuff." And this is a song about it. You're like, fuck off. But Josh Hartnett, wow, he was excellent in it.
He was brilliant.
Fantastic. Yeah. I'd like to see more of him in similar roles like that.
Yeah,
it'd be really good. Yeah. The only real problem I had with it, I had the old woman from Wild at Heart in it.
Because no one knows what you mean by that. No one watches Wild at Heart.
That's true.
Oh, you mean Hayley Mills?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I know her from Whistle Down the Wind, which is an old British movie from the 60s when she was a child, which I think is about all these kids that find Alan Bates hiding in a barn. Right? They find Alan Bates hiding in a barn, and they all just think he's Jesus that's come back. Whistle Down the Wind. I loved that film as a kid. But yeah, Hayley Mills.
Yeah, that's just like, hang on a minute. So from Wild at Heart.
She was very convincing as an FBI boss kind of thing.
No, I kind of feel like she was a bit miscast. Apart from that, really good film. Though I must admit, there was a trailer for Smile 2, and I thought, hang on a minute, the film's already started. That looked very similar, didn't it?
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
That can definitely start off. I'm sick of seeing the trailer for that now. Smile 2. The first one was shit.
I was not a fan of the original Smile. I know that a lot of people swear blind about it. I found it kind of predictable, and I don't think I even made it towards the end, to be honest. Not in the theater. I didn't go to the theater to see it. I was
it's definitely not with it.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet, but I've heard mixed things. Some people really love it, and some people really detest it.
It's a rip off to It Follows, I would say. It's got that same concept and everything.
Rip off what?
Rip off of what?
It Follows.
Oh
yes,
yeah.
I've heard about that. Yeah, and that's getting a sequel as well.
Is it?
Yeah, they follow.
Finally.
Yeah.
But
It's a good film, but I don't think it needs a sequel.
Yeah, it's what they're going to do with it.
Well, you could easily do it. It does carry on, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, does it?
Oh, does it?
It does. It's a thing that can live on, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But what about, this is a good question before we get into the comments. What are some of your favourite films of the year that you've seen, whether they've been first-time watches or new films that have been released this year? That's a good question to ask.
Well, I recently saw River Wild, which I'd slept on for a long time with Kevin Bacon and Meryl Streep. Tubi just started in the UK, so I've been watching stuff on Tubi, and River Wild was on there, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Curtis Hanson is such an underappreciated director. I know he's gone now, but he's put out some brilliant films. And 8 Mile, I saw 8 Mile with Eminem for the first time this year. That is a fantastic movie, and I did not like Eminem when he was popular, and I just dissed that movie when I saw the poster, but thought it was fantastic, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, the movies released this year. I don't know. I like that one with what was the one with the talk show with the devil? What was that?
Late Night with the Devil.
Yeah, that was a surprise. I mean, it wasn't a surprise because a lot of people were really buzzing about it on Instagram, and I thoroughly enjoyed that.
We really enjoyed it.
You've pre-ordered your...
Yeah, I pre-ordered the Second Sight 4K release of it because that just got announced on Friday. Been waiting for a physical release for that, so I look forward to that. Coming the week of Halloween as well. Perfect.
Yeah, it's got that Halloween night vibe, doesn't it? I mean, it's set in Halloween, isn't it? Yeah, cool.
Ghost Watch for the new generation.
Yeah, well done.
What about you, Ryan?
I'm looking at my diary on Letterboxd now. I think for me, I am going to say Late Night with the Devil. That's definitely surprised us. I thought it was just it's going to be a mediocre shutter movie, but David Damascene definitely really, really surprised us. With his how, because you always see him in supporting roles and everything, right? But put him in a leading role, I think he could have had a brilliant career. But I'm glad he waited to this time to have this movie. So I love the whole found footage videotape. I have that same feeling as Ghost Watch in a way. It's definitely got an inspiration from that. And I like the whole feeling. That's how I like to see found footage kind of films. It makes bit more sense. As it is. But it's a really good one. I would also say The First Omen as well.
A lot of people say that's pretty good, don't they? Oh, I have to get round to watching that.
It's brilliant, but it was overshadowed a bit because in Immaculate came out around the same time. Bit similar, bit like the similar movies. So if that was released probably I would say October, I think it would have done a bit more better. But yeah, it's a good film to check out.
Great stuff. What about you, Amy?
You'll have to remind me what I've seen this year.
Nicolas Cage. What's that?
Oh yeah, Long Legs.
Long Legs. That was good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, very creepy.
Yeah, I enjoyed Long Legs.
Yeah.
Anything else?
It was basically Nicolas Cage channeling Johnny Depp's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory performance.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that was quite terrifying. What else did I see this year? Definitely Late Night.
Sarah's gone.
Yeah. So Late Night with the Devil.
Late Night with the Devil. What else have I seen this year?
Watched Dune, Furious, all the big budget films.
Yeah, I wouldn't put those on
Yeah, sorry about this thing. My internet's just taking a bit of a nosedive.
No worries. My mouse seems to have a mind of its own anyway.
Have we watched anything for the first time? Did you make me watch anything?
Still got to get you to watch Highlander.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. You've got.
Oh, I watched that this year. That was really good.
You've got your physical copy.
Yeah, I got the 4K Steelbook of Highlander, so you'll finally
I'm really not looking forward to Henry Cavill playing Highlander. I really don't like Henry Cavill. I'm sorry. I find the guy is a walking piece of cardboard. I've never seen him put in a performance that I was impressed with. I mean, he's great. You know, the guy's got the physique and everything to play Superman, but he's got no personality. I am sorry. And yeah, we're going to be crying for Christopher Lambert, honestly. that's my premonition. I hope it's fantastic. I hope it blows the original out of the water, but I have my doubts.
Well, there's only really been one good film in that series. That's the thing.
Yeah, there can be only one.
There can only be only one before the quickening.
Yep, and there's somebody here fresh from Gotham City. It's Jamie. Hey.
Hello, mate.
Hello there.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, you too. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Jamie, how are you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, you had a fun time at London yesterday.
Oh, it was just a masterpiece. I loved every minute of it.
Oh, that's good.
So have you been battling the Joker lately?
No.
No, nothing been going on.
No.
So quiet down in Gotham, bloody hell.
So, what have you been watching recently, Jamie?
I've rewatched. I rewatched Trap. The M. Night Shyamalan. I'm not going to spoil anything. Don't panic. I really wanted to go into this film blind, but when I was at the cinema watching another film, the trailer popped up and I wanted to go into it blind. I think you're better off trying to watch it without go watching the trailer. I enjoyed it. I'm just going to say, but there is plot holes and stuff. And
it's quite an easy movie it's an easy movie to pick apart. But if you just switch off your brain and expect, well, it's a Shyamalan movie, you'll have fun with it. I think.
Yeah, I did enjoy it, but I've rewatched all the Halloween films.
Wow.
And I'm doing a ranking of them.
Jesus. I don't envy you there.
The only reason I rewatched them all because Jamie Powell lent me the Evil Dies Tonight cut. It's basically, you can't get it in the UK. It's an import. It's basically got Halloween 2018, Kills, and Ends, and all three films are just edited together in one film, and it was like 5 hours. It was like 5.5 hours, and the whole cut was just a masterpiece.
Right. Okay. Do you know what I've been wanting to read? Is the Halloween Ends novelization. Because apparently they explain why, that homeless dude that looks after Michael Myers in Halloween Ends, they explain a little bit more about his background. And apparently he's a inmate. He's a former inmate from Haddonfield. The what's the mental asylum called? And what's that called? Shit,
I can't remember, mate.
No, but yeah, that's the explanation as to why that old dude is looking after Michael Myers. So.
But I'm in one of the majority. Yeah, there's a few people who like it, but I think Halloween Ends is extremely underrated.
Ouch.
I love Halloween Ends. I love it. It's just extremely underrated.
I was just
We have
glad
a boxing match tonight, aren't we? He's walked out of Barbie, and you think Halloween Ends is a masterpiece. I'm like,
at least I didn't even go see Halloween Ends at the cinema, right? I watched it online.
Yeah, same here.
I would have fixed that bloody ending. Oh yeah, there was no freaking battle. We're not how we hit. We're not. Well, oh no, how Michael Myers sacrificed himself. Well, basically, didn't sacrifice. He got knocked out. He got put through a bloody shredder.
I've watched Alien versus Predator. I'm just now watching Alien versus Predator Requiem, and it's easily the worst out of the franchise.
Can you see it? Because it's so dark. I remember you can't see anything in it.
The only reason I'm watching them because on Tuesday I'm watching Alien Romulus. I haven't watched it yet. So because online there's a picture going round where the correct order to watch them in, and it's basically Alien versus Predator, Requiem, Prometheus, Covenant, Alien, Romulus, Aliens, and then it's Alien 3, and then Resurrection or whatever. That's the order to watch them in. So I'm kind of.
I've never seen
Romulus.
Did you know like Alien versus Predator is a whole set of continuity?
I was going to say.
I know they're not to do with it, but it's just the Alien, the Predator films, and the Alien films, and I just wanted to rank them all.
All right.
Very, very noble task. I admire that, but I wouldn't go there personally. Life's too short.
Are you watching both cuts of Alien 3 and Resurrection to get the full taste?
I'm gonna have to watch them. I watch the last ranking I did for the Alien films was like 2019, but I'm 100% confident that Prometheus is still going to be number one.
Is that a masterpiece?
I probably wouldn't call it a masterpiece, but I'm in the majority who think Prometheus is like the best Alien film ever made.
I think it's a minority.
Yeah.
I've said that for years. I'm a massive Prometheus fan.
I like it. I wouldn't say it's the
I
best.
like Prometheus, but it's kind of, to me, it's separate from Alien and Aliens. Those were just fantastic, and everything's been on a slippery slope since then, in my view. But Prometheus, I did enjoy. I still haven't seen what was the Alien Covenant. I haven't seen Requiem. I haven't seen this new one. Ignorance is bliss. That's all I've got to say.
I even love Covenant as well, and that gets hurt.
Yeah, it does get a lot of hatred.
Covenant more than Prometheus, which is my hot take. I don't like either of them.
Right, Jamie, what are some of your favourite films you've watched this year, either first time or brand new films that have come out this year?
Nothing. We've not had one masterpiece this year.
Wow.
Not one.
Anything close to a masterpiece?
Nothing.
Oh dear. So
it's just all we've had this year. It's just been sequels, prequels, remakes. That's all it's been, and it's like Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes was my most anticipated film of the year, and I enjoyed it, but it's no masterpiece.
What about, did you enjoy Deadpool and Bad Boys 3 and any of those?
I was really looking forward to Bad Boys. Is it Bad Boys? Oh, what's it called?
Bad Boys 4, isn't it? Sorry.
I was really looking forward to Ride or Die because there was a lot of hype around it, and it just didn't live up to the hype.
I loved it, mate. I really enjoyed it. It's definitely much better than Bad Boys for Life.
It's like the chemistry, like 20 odd years later, Martin Lawrence and Will Smith have still got that amazing chemistry together. But nothing really stands out.
Did you like Beverly?
I'm watching next week, and that hasn't been overhyped or anything. I'm really excited. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm watching Longlegs.
Oh, Longlegs, there you go.
I'm so looking forward to that film.
Did you like Beverly Hills Cop 4?
I haven't even watched any of them. I've got them, but I've just not watched them.
I enjoyed it. Really fun. It was better than 3. That's all you could hope for. But about an hour after I watched it, I couldn't really remember anything that happened in it, right? Which seems to be a common trait with a lot of modern Hollywood films, blockbusters, so to speak. They were fun watch, but I can't ask me what happened in it, and I'm struggling. And I felt the same way. I felt the same way with Deadpool as well. As entertaining as it was hollow, right? It was just.
I get what you mean. It's like when I was watching Deadpool. I'm not spoiling out Dirt Panic. When I watched Deadpool and Wolverine, I was literally like, this could be the best MCU film. And then when I left at the cinema, I was like, that's amazing. And then when it had all digested, I just thought about it and I was like, it's nothing special.
Yeah, it's just cinematic equivalent of Chinese food, isn't it? It's just you're hungry later on for something.
All the cameos got leaked online, and I think the only film now that's left of the year, and I'm confident it's going to be a masterpiece because every time I've watched the trailer, I get goosebumps and everything, is Joker 2. I think that will deliver a masterpiece.
Maybe.
Yeah, me too. I'm confident in that as well. I hope it's really good.
I'm really confident in that.
There's a lot of talk about it being a musical.
Yeah.
And something. Do you know what it actually made me think of? I have a penchant for dark musicals, all that jazz, cabaret films like that, where it's a musical, but it's actually really gritty and dark. And if it goes down the sort of Bob Fosse route, it could really work.
I don't think we've ever had a dark musical, have we?
Oh, many. There are many.
He's just told us, told you so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob Fosse was the master of dark musicals, right? I mean, that was his thing, and won Oscars for it. But what do you know what I actually thought of when I seen that it was a musical? Dennis Potter. Any is familiar with Dennis Potter? The Pennies from Heaven, The Singing Detective, the old BBC dramas that they used to do, where they would lip sync to songs and stuff like that. And they were fantastic, really dark. And Bob Hoskins was in the original Pennies from Heaven, and it's absolutely magnificent. Never mind the Steve Martin 1982 remake. That's a misfire. But the original TV series from the 70s is classic.
Yeah, I've seen it. It does look pretty good.
You got Sweeney Todd as well, which is a dark musical. It's kind of more movie. I'm not a huge fan of.
Isn't Les Miserables quite miserable?
Is it?
I don't know.
I kind of I've seen All That Jazz. All That Jazz is really. I kind of find it a bit too depressing.
Yeah. It's about dying, so you can't get more depressing than that.
It's really the cabaret is a different thing where it's like the darkness is a different subject matter. Yeah,
absolutely. The rise of the Nazis.
Yeah,
but the
but
and don't forget, Bob Fosse won Best Director for Cabaret, and Francis Ford Coppola was up against him for The Godfather. He beat Francis Ford Coppola for the Best Director for that film.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's definitely one of my favourite musicals.
I've never seen All That Jazz. I'm not that fan of jazz.
Oh,
it's not.
Check it out. It's magnificent, Pete. It is a classic movie.
I don't.
Yeah, it's got Roy Scheider in it from Jaws.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
It's semi-biographical as well. It's kind of Bob Fosse explaining his thoughts on what dying must be like, because he'd suffered a massive heart attack a few years before he made the film. So he's kind of like Roy Scheider is sort of playing him, so to speak, in the movie because he's making movies and he's doing stage productions and all this. He's sleeping around, taking drugs, and it's amazing.
Actually, the makeup is really, from what I remember, I've seen it a long time ago, but the makeup, he really does look unwell in certain scenes in the film. And
Really?
you have to be in the right frame of mind to watch that. Don't watch it if you're
Yeah. Here's what to do. If you're gonna watch all that jazz, get something like Big Trouble in Little China or The Last Dragon as the main course. Something that will bring you out of that funk, because after this film you're gonna be really sad. And so get something really upbeat that you know that's like a kind of antidote to depression.
Speed 2. Yeah, Speed 2.
I'm gonna do a bit of Speed. Oh, give us that Speed 2. There you go. Who's fucking control? That's a good question for everybody. Which I just thought of.
I've not seen Speed 2. I've only seen bits and bobs. But at the very, they only did it. But at the very, very, very end of Speed 2, you see a bus go by at the end, and I was like,
lovely to come out.
Yeah,
so
for the sake
of the best of the trilogy, I think.
Can't get the really right. Here's a question for everybody. Right, is what trailer have you been getting sick of seeing at the moment? Like you just overplays.
I know Fall Guy was one of them at the start of the year.
Oh yeah, that was a disappointment for me. The Fall Guy.
Oh, that was awful.
I was not believing Ryan Gosling's relationship with what's her name,
Emily Blunt.
No.
Yeah, and so many reviews were like, "Oh my god, they've got so much great comedy timing. What a great couple!" And I was like, I couldn't see it. I'm sorry. I just felt that it was forced. And
the manufacturing problem they had with it.
Oh, what, the 4K and the Blu-ray?
Yeah, so basically you have the 4K film where you have the 4K and the Blu-ray, and then the Blu-ray was meant to be the Blu-ray and the Blu-ray Blu-ray extended cut. So there was a manufacturing problem where in the standard Blu-ray you got the 4K disc extended and the standard Blu-ray.
All right, I didn't know that.
I was in my local TX about a month ago or whatever, a few weeks ago.
I'm on a live stream, you dickhead.
They got Fall Guy in, and as soon as I saw it, I just says, "Excuse me, can I have a look at the discs, please?" And as soon as they showed me the 4K disc, I was like, "I'm having it." So I basically got a 4K film for £12.
Not bad. I went into Morrison's today. They had about 20 copies of them on Blu-ray, all with the 4K disc.
Whoa, nice one.
But I think you're not going to know if it's got the 4K disc inside unless you kind of just open it, but you can't really find out, can you?
Well, they were all unsealed in Morrison's.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Then that's it.
That's a good question, Ryan. What was the one that you were thinking that's an overplayed trailer?
Well, me, there's two. One was Twisters. That was an overplayed one for me. Kept seeing it every single time. Like, can you put some different bloody trailers on? Sick of seeing the same shit. Beetlejuice is another one. Like, as much as I am going to go into it slowly, right? I'm sick of seeing the bloody trailer. So many times I can listen to bloody Tragedy.
Oh, by the Bee Gees?
Sorry about that.
I'm not hyped for Beetlejuice, to be honest. I mean, it'd be fun to see Michael Keaton reprise that role, but enough with the legacy sequels. I'm sorry, I'm done with them.
I don't want legacy sequels. I want to see like proper like. You know what? I miss cheesy action films from the 90s, mate. Like, you know, you can just switch. You can just like, even if it's shit, you can just switch your head off and still enjoy it.
All right. Yeah, it's just they're too fearful now of taking any risks with new properties, new screenplays.
I'm just sick of dramas as well. Like dramas, the main dominance. Like,
you'd be sick of dramas. I mean, it's such a like wide topic, right? It's a genre, right?
Well, as much, yeah, but as much as I do like a drama, right? But I'm sick of. Can you shut up? I'm on a live stream. Oh, shut up, you dickhead.
Language,
Sorry
Timothy.
I can't even get my words out because my dad is just he's a prick.
Yeah. Who needs drama when you can just watch the live stream?
Well, it used to happen on my stream all the time. Pete knows.
Oh yeah, yeah, I can remember. Very eventful. I can't really remember other. I know the Gladiator 2 trailer's going to do in my head in a bit as well.
Oh, I am not watching. I can't be asked to watch that.
Aren't people saying it's going to be a repeat of Barbenheimer because it's coming out the same day as Wicked? Wicked and Gladiator 2 come out the same day, so it's like, oh, Barbenheimer all over again.
It's what is it now? Wickedator or something?
Wickedator. Although I think it's this Saturday where they're doing National Cinema Day for £4.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's cool.
It was £3 last year.
Oh well.
Oh, I wonder what they're going to show. I think they're showing Terminator 1 and 2, aren't they?
Oh fuck yeah!
They're showing Terminator. But I'm going to see it on Sunday because like there's nothing really I want to watch on the weekend. Because I'm going to see Star Wars: A New Hope and Mrs. Spider-Man 2 on Friday. So
you had my sympathy for the latter.
What was that?
Amazing Spider-Man.
It's going to be a bit of a classic kind of day. But to be honest, I wish I went to see Terminator after. To be honest, but there's no point now.
That's the thing I'm curious about with the Terminator, because when they released it on DVD, they stripped all they redid all the sound effects, gunshots, car screeches were all redubbed. And I'm wondering if when they do it as a theatrical release, is it that version, or are we getting a theatrical version of the Terminator?
There's a new 4K out later this year, so it might be that 4K scans, hopefully.
Yeah. I hate when they keep tinkering with stuff. That pisses me off. Right? What did they do wrong the first time? The Terminator was an absolute classic. In its day, it was a game changer. But no, we've got to change this. We've got to change that because these people were idiots. No, they weren't. Leave them alone. Just give us what we had back then. Don't need to change anything. That's
totally
that's
agree.
my view on it.
Right. Before we get into the comments, do you want to promote all your channels on the stream? So, Ryan, do you want to promote your channel first?
Right. Yeah. So, as it was, I was supposed to release a video and supposed to do a live stream. But unfortunately, I was distracted by trying to get bloody editing software sorted. So you would say, hopefully, I'll be back probably this week. So there should be a live stream back on Tuesday. Solo stream as normal. Randomized chat, talk about anything you want. So yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of projects going on at the minute. That I will be starting the production for the documentary series on physical media. That's going into planning and everything. So that's going to be interesting, fun. So yeah, that's basically what I'm doing at the minute. So yeah, just keep an eye out for new content. That's all I've got to say.
Brilliant stuff. What about you, Terence?
Hi, I'm Terence McGuana. That's my real name. That's my real channel. And to be perfectly honest, I've been neglecting it for this past 6 months. A lot of work, personal life got in the way. But there's plenty of content there if you want to come over and join me. There's and subscribe and like some of the content. I do film reviews, I sing songs, and I'm one of the co-hosts of the craziest live stream on YouTube, which is called Psychobabble Live, where we talk about horror movies and just crazy topics as well. So That's it.
Brilliant stuff. And what about you, Jamie?
Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. It's called the Batman Talks Movies, and I've been on YouTube, I think, just over a year now, and just talk about films and stuff and shit.
Awesome. I'll definitely get connected after the stream.
Brilliant stuff. And do you want to promote your Twitch channel?
Yeah, I've got a Twitch channel that I'll probably never use again. If anyone wants to go on there and just stare at an empty screen, then yeah. There's some clips in there that might be amusing.
Might be amusing?
Yeah.
Well, what then?
I don't know. Me spraying wine all over myself.
Oh yeah, I remember
all
that one.
involving alcohol to some degree.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
Maybe we'll play Wukong.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be a good one. Yeah.
But yeah.
And also, my channel's Playtendoguy. You're on here now, so I don't need to tell you about my channel. That's true. But thank you.
It's effing legendary. I love this channel. I must say, I've been neglecting watching other people's content, but I loved your video on Exorcist 2, Pete. I really enjoyed that.
I was there when you watched that, wasn't it? Because I refused to watch it again.
Yeah.
So I didn't, but I had the sound. The sound is the worst part of that film.
It is, yeah.
So I could hear it.
I love. Hey, don't knock it. I love the soundtrack. The Ennio Morricone soundtrack is brilliant. Down. That's awesome.
Yeah,
the
chanting.
That's right in the magical wasps as well.
Locust Peak.
Oh yeah, the locust gods. Hey, don't knock it.
It drained me for several days.
Yeah.
I needed some vitamins afterwards.
Some vitamins.
Yeah.
I think each copy of the new Blu-ray needs to come with a pack of juice and vitamins.
Yeah.
You need to be on what Richard Burton was on when he was in it. Because that's the funny thing. Linda Blair, I watched an interview with her years ago, and she was talking about when she met Richard Burton at the beginning of the shoot. He was an absolute gentleman, lovely. Oh wow, Richard Burton, what a legend. And as the film was getting made, he just got drunker and drunker and drunker. But yeah, Cy Robson's mentioned there, what's worse, Exorcist 2 or Exorcist Believer? And I honestly, Exorcist Believer made the Exorcist 2 look like Chinatown. That was fucking terrible.
We see that as well.
What are my thoughts on that?
Well, the ending was awful, weren't it?
Yeah. You can kind of imagine that Exorcist Believer isn't really part of the... When you see Linda Blair in The Exorcist 2, you kind of feel like, oh, it's really connected.
Well,
you kind of, but you have
they
Burstyn's in.
They did her
in
dirty in it in the new one. Cool.
Yeah.
Got her in.
Some continuity. Yeah. So, but yeah. Exorcist Believer was terrible.
Well,
it's funny though. I think Exorcist Believer will go on as a comedy. Sort of, it's so bad that it's good because it's so funny, especially when the way they bring Ellen Burstyn back and she just basically shits on the first movie. every opportunity, she's just there to ruin the first film.
We are on the topic of Exorcist Believer. I watched it the first time, I think about 2-3 months ago, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
That's like Halloween.
I'm sorry, but hey, opinions are like arseholes. We've all got one.
Yeah. Well, you enjoy it. That's the main thing. I know why they called it Exorcist Believer, because everybody believed they could perform an exorcist at the end of that film. Everybody had a go.
They actually started ripping off Repossessed, weirdly. It's insane.
Well, they didn't understand the point of the first Exorcist. That's the thing. I don't think any film has ever really understood, apart from the third one. The third one was a really good film, but it's on its own. And obviously, William Peter Blatty wrote that, so he kind of came up with his own original idea for that. It's kind of a little buddy movie, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's so lucky he never lived to see that shit. But I mean, do you know what I blame about the Exorcist Believer? The goddamn patriarchy.
Yeah.
Oh,
We missed that, but didn't we? We came in like, what was it? Towards the last hour of it.
yeah,
I
we
think.
watched the last hour of it, and it was just like, oh yeah, this is bad.
Yeah.
Oh, so you missed that classic
I
line?
didn't.
Oh.
I didn't realize she
No,
said that line.
until
I mean,
we watched the review.
as if it could get any worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, see you guys that saved my daughter's life. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what she's saying right there. You're like,
Oh,
oh.
yeah. They died to save her, but bugger them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They make the ultimate
They-
sacrifice, but fuck them.
Yeah.
Patriarchy.
Well, they are bloody patriarchy. Yeah. Is that what she was talking about then?
Yeah.
She didn't like.
Yeah.
Okay.
They did. She did
She was
like
like,
it.
I wasn't at the exorcism. And do you know why?
Exactly.
Because of the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not because it was dangerous. Right?
Yeah.
Not because you were not a friggin' exorcist. Right? None of that. Just the bloody
Yeah.
patriarchy.
It's like somebody saying, "Why didn't they let me go into this operating theater?" It's because of the patriarchy.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
What a chance.
Well, yeah.
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 Well, they didn't have the patriarchy in this one, and it ended well for both kids, didn't
Yeah.
it?
Well, yeah. That's true.
Yeah, it ended that well, didn't it? And now she's lost there forever because there's not going to be another sequel. Damn patriarchy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she didn't want to go to the exorcism. I
No.
think that was the thing, wasn't she? She kind of wanted to stay downstairs.
She was also not supposed to blab about it. And what did she do?
Yeah.
She wrote a book about it and used her own name and her daughter's name in
Yeah.
the book, which she could have written anonymously. And she pissed off her daughter for good reason, right? Because, do you want other kids to know that you masturbated with a crucifix? No, thank you. Yeah, she's an absolute dumbass.
Yeah.
I love
well.
her.
Yeah, seriously, yeah.
And in the original Exorcist, Chris McNeil is the central character to the whole story, along with Father Karras, of course. And they absolutely vandalized her character in that screenplay. It was terrible.
I mean, it's another example of basically people who don't understand the story getting hold of it and making, like Doctor Who, Star Wars, everything like that.
Yeah.
They're just getting hold of it,
Just
doing what they want and not really thinking, how does this impact the original?
how they're just like, oh, I can write. It's easy.
Yeah.
Well, when they said, oh, a new Exorcist film's coming, okay. Oh, it's by the guy who did Halloween Ends. I thought, oh, well, that's a disaster.
Oh, well, we're done for now.
Don't let him do
But-
no more horror.
But like, Mike Flanagan's signed up to do another Exorcist movie.
That's
but
right.
I do have a little bit of faith, but I'm not gonna I'm not promising myself anything because I didn't know what you can do with that series anymore.
It's another reboot trilogy, isn't it? I've heard it's going to be another
Oh, yeah,
trilogy.
another reboot. Ooh.
Why is everything got to be a trilogy? Why
Yeah.
can't it just be a singular film? And if
Well,
it's successful, then
more
do
money.
another.
More money, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the thing as well. That I know that this Alien movie, the new one, uses a callback line from one of the previous films, right? And everyone's groaning about it. They're like, "Oh my god, did they say that line?" Exorcist Believer did the exact same thing. Why can't they learn? Can they not watch that and go, "Hey, maybe we should stop using these callback lines that they used in previous movies"?
Does that ever
It
work?
doesn't work.
No.
I can't think of a film that's done that and people have been like, oh, brilliant, they did that.
I think they might have done it in Top Gun Maverick, and that's about it.
They did it in Terminator 2 when he actually said, "I'll be
Well,
back."
yeah.
That's just a freaking
Yeah.
Arnie line now, right?
Yeah. That's an inversion, isn't it? Of what one are we talking about? I think I'll get confused.
But let's just say Alien Romulus script is about 45% Alien, Aliens, Aliens 3, and Alien Resurrection with all the callbacks and all the script. It feels like they took the script from there and put it in there and wrote around it. Oh, we've got an Alien film now.
Yeah.
Can't they come up with their own original dialogue now? That's the thing. But there's a reason why Exorcist Believer is super cheap all the time. Nobody wants it.
Was it a cheap film? Was it?
Well, no, the Blu-ray super cheap.
Oh right.
I remember when it came out,
Yeah,
I spoke to a guy in HV said we can't shift it. We've got about 200 copies of it.
Really?
How much does it go for on Blu-ray?
Well, when it was coming out, it was 15 quid. Now it's like £5 or a couple of quid in CEX.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
It's on Sky Movies. That's where we saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't get on there fast enough, could they?
No. Oh, right. So let's get into the comments. Oh yeah, before
Come on, let's do it. Let's get in there. Let's read the comments. Come on, do it now.
an hour in, and we're finally getting into the comments. But what was I going to say? Everybody's link to their channels is in the description down below. So go and give them all a subscription. They've all got wonderful channels and Twitch pages. I nearly said Spotify.
Yeah. I'm
Thank
thinking
you.
of releasing an album, maybe in the near future.
Right, so first up is we've got Sai here saying, "Good evening, chaps. Good evening, Sai."
Hey, Simon.
Hi, good to see you.
Sai's asking a question for Terence. When is Psychobabble coming back?
Hopefully soon. I don't know. We were kind of hoping maybe Halloween. Hopefully, right? Don't count on it, but that's what I'm hoping for.
That'd be
I really
awesome.
want to bring it back big time.
Yeah. It was definitely a lot of fun to watch. It was.
Oh, thank you. It was a lot of fun to do as well.
Sai says Alien Romulus was directed by the member berries from South Park. Absolutely.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
I
that.
remember.
Oh.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought you did.
I remember.
No,
I must be later South
like, it's
Park.
post season 10, so I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely
No.
is post-season.
And what the member berries are like almost 10 years now. They were created in South Park, and they still can't get off that nostalgia teat, can't they not? It's like, come on, move on.
Yeah. Yeah, it was around the 26th. Was it the 2015 election? I think that was around. No,
Yeah, 2016. So yeah, 8 years ago,
2016.
we had the member berries.
I remember that.
Yeah, I couldn't watch that.
I remember.
Well,
Do you remember Chewbacca?
What are they?
Cook
Hi,
DJ.
Cook DJ, all the way from Brazil.
Oh, hey. And he says, "Hey, Robson." But I
Hello?
don't know.
Sorry?
Hey, Robson. He's.
Okay.
I
Hey,
don't know.
Robson, who's Robson?
No one's a Robson here?
Or Jerome.
No Robson or Jerome.
No.
Maybe I'll turn up later.
Maybe. We got Gary here saying, "Good evening, everyone." Good evening, Gary. Hope you're doing well. Sai's got a good comment here saying, with the reception of The Crow, do you have faith in another up-and-coming remake, Highlander? I'm dreading it.
I'm dreading it too. I'm always hopeful. I'm not one of these haters, these idiots that can't wait so they can have a thumbnail that says worst ever. I don't play for that, right? Ever, right? I want every film to be the best film. And that includes Exorcist Believer, Halloween Ends, anything that I've disliked. I've never had that viewpoint before I've seen it. But I don't like Henry Cavill. I think he's a dullard. Sorry. That's me. That's my opinion. I know some people swear blind and think he's fantastic. That's great. Good on you. But yeah, he's not. Why can't we get James McAvoy? Why can't we get a Scottish actor?
Oh, you don't like him. You think he's
I'm not saying just James McAvoy, but give us a Scottish actor to play a Scottish character for once. Right? We rarely do. I mean, the only time I can think of is Ewan McGregor in Trainspotting, where we get a Scottish character played by a Scottish actor. Other than that, right? Braveheart. You know, played by other actors. Not that it matters. It doesn't matter. Hey, at least Henry Cavill is English, and English people will probably do a better Scottish accent than a French guy. But I would much prefer a better actor.
Yeah,
probably a French guy do a better Scottish accent than an American guy as well.
That's true.
At least they're not getting an American to do it.
That's true.
Well, Christopher Lambert had to learn English to play Connor McLeod. He didn't speak a word of English when he got the part, which was insane.
So is he meant to be Scottish in the film then?
Yes.
No. Is he?
Right.
He doesn't speak with a Scottish accent.
Is he not meant to have Scottish ancestry, or is it actually?
No, Christopher Lambert is playing a Scottish character in the original Highlander.
I haven't seen it, so
Yeah.
Pete is the one who's seen it, but he doesn't know.
Even though
Yeah,
he said he was from
He's
Greece.
Scottish, but he doesn't have a Scottish accent, surely, does he? I thought he speaks French.
No.
I don't
I think
know.
a
That whole
Braveheart.
fight scene with Sean Connery and the Kurgan, well, like when they're in that castle and everything just started like chopping like the whole building down and everything.
I see my cut has improved your voice. That part, yeah, when it's like, who's the woman? She's mine.
That whole scene was like literally insane. Like, oh, how the hell can a bloody sword like chop down a bloody building just like that? That's literally insane. It must had some bloody power or something.
It's that 80s cocaine. It just works wonders.
Well,
Well,
oh yeah,
Sean Connery
twice.
get his revenge by doing. Wasn't he played a Russian in something? That submarine movie.
oh,
Uh,
well,
no, I was Lithuanian actually. I was
Oh,
playing a
Lithuanian. Okay.
And I'm
I'm
definitely
so
right.
sorry. That's in Untouchables as well. I think he's.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's American now.
I was an Irish cop in Chicago. Give us a break. I won a fucking Oscar.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll like it. You'll definitely like Clancy.
I think I've seen bits of it. I like what I've seen.
Yeah, you'll like Clancy Brown as the Gherkin.
I love
Gherkin.
Clancy Brown.
The Kurgan.
Yeah, they should just,
Not very
they should just
terrifying.
do it with, like, they should just do Highlander with food products. That would be better. Get Pickle Rick in there.
You were trying to argue what's worse, that Exorcist 2 as a sequel or Highlander 2 as a sequel.
Highlander the Quickening is pretty darn awful as well.
Mm.
It is.
Do you know what? I have a soft spot for it because weirdly, it's the first one I saw, and I saw it in the theater in 1991, and I thought it was cool as hell because it's just weird, right? I had no clue what the Highlander mythology was about, and it wasn't until like a week later I picked up the cassette of it, and I was like, "Oh wow, this makes sense now," but that doesn't. But yeah, I thought Highlander 2. I have a soft spot for it, but it is. I can't defend it. It's garbage.
I quite like Highlander Endgame. That isn't too bad with
Not seen
Adrian
that
Paul.
one.
That's the one with the guy from the TV series, because the TV series is really good.
Yeah. Adrian Paul.
Mm.
I know the
Chris-
TV series was good, isn't it?
Yeah. Christopher Lambert was in the first episode. He was.
Mm.
Yeah, he
That's
basically passed the torch on to Duncan MacLeod or the Callan MacLeod.
Wow.
When it came out in
Scottish accent.
when Highlander the series started in the USA, they passed it off. The pilot episode, they released that on VHS here before they showed the series here. So they tried to pass it off as another Highlander movie. I can't remember what they called it, but it was like Highlander something, and I foolishly rented it, and it was actually, I was like, shit, this is a TV pilot. Didn't realize they always did that back in the day, though. In fact, in the 70s, they would put TV pilots in the theater in the UK, like, you know, the Incredible Hulk TV pilot and the Spider-Man TV pilot and Buck Rogers. They got theatrical released in the UK. Even Quentin Tarantino collects those because he actually in his theater, the New Beverly, he's shown like the Spider-Man pilot on the New Beverly because he bought the international print of it because the USA weren't dumb enough to show it in the theater, but we were. Sorry, but of a tangent there.
I think it's interesting, the idea of a sequel you saw as a kid before the original film.
Yeah.
So I know I saw the Lost World before I saw Jurassic Park
Mm.
and thought, wow, you know, this is great. And then saw the original.
And you get sequels that you heard are so terrible, and you watch them, you're like, they're fun. Speed 2.
Yeah, like Speed 2,
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw.
I think that's why a lot of people have been put off from going to see Alien Romulus. Is because they think this is part of a story. You know, I need to get into the Alien franchise. You got to understand the new generation don't give a shit about the Alien franchise, right? It's people in their 30s and 40s that really care about it, and so they're a bit trepidatious about going to see a film that they think is the part 5 in a series when it's not really. It's made to get people into it, from the ground up.
Wow.
But they specifically don't put numbers in them so that people don't think that they're.
Yeah.
Someone who hadn't seen.
Yeah, I went in the HV yesterday and the guy was on about Simmons. He said, "Oh, I went to see Alien Romulus." I said, "Oh, you like it?" He said, "Oh, it's amazing. It's my favourite Alien film." I said, "Oh, what do you think of the other ones?" He said, "Oh, I've never seen the other ones."
Yeah.
There you go. That's their audience. That's who they're targeting. They're not trying to get 40-year-olds in. They don't give a shit about them because they don't go to the theater, right? And I think that's why it's not doing the kind of business that they were hoping for. It's doing okay, but it's not. They were aiming for it to really open big.
But went in the Greg's today with my parents. There was an old couple next to us. They went to saw it, and they were in the 70s, and they loved it, and they're a big fan of all the Alien films.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, wow, wow. They loved the special effects of the certain person as well. But
did they? Okay.
Must have brought back memories of Thunderbirds.
Yeah, I think with those, because I know with Peter Cushing, I thought he looked great in Rogue One, but other people didn't.
I didn't like it. Although I think of all the new Star Wars films, Rogue One is definitely the best. But I was a bit uncanny valley with that, and I don't see the point. Why can't they just recast them? Right? Hi, I'm Moff Tarkin. Great, we're done. Get a guy that looks kind of like Peter Cushing would be enough for me. Why did he need to do that? Do you know what I honestly, Amy? Do you know what I actually think they're doing here? They're testing the water. They're basically saying
so they can
bring back
all the contracts and say we can then use you forever. And
that's exactly the reason why the strike was last year. A lot of it was all about contracts of AR usage when people die, whether they can. James Earl Jones has sold his voice to Disney, so when he dies, his family will get a butt ton of money.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: it's like I think they were testing the public's taste in this. Are you okay with us digging up the dead and putting them back on the screen? Most people were fine with that. So let's do it. Let's get Marlon Monroe, Humphrey Bogart, Bruce Lee. Let's bring them all back.
The thing is,
we had a discussion, didn't we? You know, the actor is that's the profession of acting, is that it's not just their face that makes them a good actor. You can't just get someone off Holby City standing in as a body double doing the facial expressions and then put Peter Cushing's face on it and say, "Oh, this is how Peter Cushing would have done it." You know, Peter Cushing might have looked at that performance and said, "This is not what I would ever have done."
No, because again, different times, isn't it?
Yeah.
Never within his lifetime would he have thought they'd be able to animate his face or anything.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting thing. I was thinking this the other day. Have a guess what was probably the first time that they did use CGI to bring a dead actor back from the dead.
Well, Gladiator?
Well,
no.
Well, yeah, because it's body double.
I had a guess.
Yeah, well, it is, but in this new era of it, you'd be surprised. It was a TV advert. It was a Galaxy chocolate advert with Audrey Hepburn.
Oh, yeah, I remember it.
I remember that.
That was the first time that they done it, and I was thinking about that. I was like,
yeah. But do you think Einstein would be happy with being in those adverts? But he's in adverts now, isn't he?
Yeah, but somebody.
Oh, yeah, it's just being. Yeah, that's true.
But somebody looks like him. It's not really.
That's a different thing.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine when it comes to the completion of a film, like Paul Walker in The Fast and the Furious. I'm cool with that. Brandon Lee in The Crow. John Candy in Wagons East. Yeah, I get it. You need to finish the film. Oliver Reed in Gladiator. You have to finish the film, right? The show must go on. That I'm totally all on board for. But I'm sorry, Christopher Lee died 30 years ago, right? Come on, let the guy rest.
It's like Christopher Reeve last year in
The
Flash. That was dreadful. And
they never
even told the family.
And Helen Slater beside him. What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The deep fake technology is that bad at Warner Brothers? My God.
Yeah, I think Brandon Lee did all of those
Yeah.
scenes, didn't he? Where you can see him.
Mm.
Oliver Reed did all those scenes
Yeah.
in Gladiator.
Same with Paul Walker as well.
Yeah,
It's,
obviously they were, you know.
but it does lead to a dangerous precedent if they can. They could intentionally do a whole film with dead actors,
Yeah,
and it probably won't cost
they should
nothing.
do one to really piss us all off, like a kind of Mel Brooks should make one last movie of just fuck all y'all.
yeah.
Right?
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, and they still don't look good. That's another thing.
Yeah, I've never seen one that, well, yeah, like I said, Peter Cushing, something about it with my brain, somehow it looked okay. Obviously, Leia didn't look quite as
Leia
good.
looked a bit, yeah.
But that's a de-aging thing, I think, at the time anyway. Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian,
Yeah, that's true.
apparently the actor looks really like Mark Hamill anyway, so they could have used
I
him.
don't know why they just don't find lookalikes.
The trouble is, when you have an actor who's standing in for them, they have to come on and somebody has to say, "Oh, look, it's Moff Tarkin," because otherwise you wouldn't know who he was.
Yeah.
So, you know, someone has to say, "Oh, by the way, this is Luke Skywalker." When it is actually them, you can kind of see.
But again, a lot of these films aren't aimed at older audience, and when they have these references in, they don't get it. So what's the point?
Yeah, it's very badly done.
It's distasteful.
In this recent version of it. But Rogue One, I could go on for a long time how great that film is.
Yeah, that's your favorite.
It's an anomaly in the Disney era.
And Andor, that's incredible.
Andor is such great, yeah.
That is.
If you like Rogue One, I think you'd like Andor.
Oh, definitely. Just stick away from the alkaline acolyte.
Alkaline.
Yeah, stick away from both.
Yeah.
Alkaline's not good either.
Yeah. Both will make you ill.
Both will make you ill, yeah.
We got Marvel fan saying hi, how are you? Hi Marvel fan, hope you're doing well, my friend.
Yes.
We got the viewer Drew saying, hey everyone, what's up? Hey Drew.
Hello.
Hey Drew.
We got Cool saying hey to Marvel and hey to Drew. Marvel fan got some 4Ks from Zavi. He's got a Bugs Life, Monsters Incorporated, Finding Nemo, and Wreck-It Ralph. 24 quid or 6 quid each, but 4Ks come with slipcovers. That's a pretty darn good deal. Disney films are really cheap now since they're on Disney Plus. So yeah,
You're the first person I've ever heard in my life that called it Monsters Incorporated.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
You're just being formal.
I'm always
yeah.
formal.
Yeah, you are.
But yeah, great picks there. But what do you think of these films, Ryan? Have you seen them? What's your favourite of them?
Well, I've seen all of them. I think I would say I love Monsters Inc. That's definitely a really fun one. Finding Nemo, I thought was rubbish. And Wreck-It Ralph is a really good film within like video games because it has remnants of nostalgia towards like back in the day, like Pac-Man, Sonic, and all that kind of stuff. Well, that was really good, and I really like the concept of Ralph itself. You know, he's always been the bad guy, but he wants to do good. Like, you know,
I like Wreck-It Ralph. I thought that was a good movie.
Yeah.
I would say the best of the bunch there is Finding Nemo, though. Finding Nemo is just an absolute classic. Mine. Absolute classic. The only thing that I felt was disappointing about Finding Nemo is the end credit sequence where they have Beyond the Sea, classic song, Somewhere Beyond the Sea, and they get Robbie Williams singing it. As opposed to like Bobby Darin, who did it originally.
Yeah. The original song's perfect. They didn't need that.
Yeah, get the original Bobby Darin version, but no, we want to put some. Yeah, that's the only disappointment I had in that movie. Everything about it was perfect. I love it so much.
I didn't mind the Finding Dory. That weren't too bad.
I've never seen it. I don't know why I've never watched it. But
It's definitely nowhere near as good as Finding Nemo, but it's still
keep hearing that.
pretty good for like that era of Pixar when it was very hit and miss. Jamie, what about you?
I like Bug's Life. I've not watched that in years. I love Monsters Inc., love Finding Nemo, and I love Wreck-It Ralph.
Oh, great stuff. I really enjoyed Bug's Life. I think it's probably the first Pixar film that I watched when I was a kid. Monsters Incorporated is probably my favorite. Really enjoyed it. Not a huge fan of its sequel, prequel, Monsters University. Finding Nemo's great, and Wreck-It Wow. Wreck-It Wow.
Yeah.
Wreck-It Wow.
Wreck-It Wow. Yeah.
I'll try it again. Yeah, I quite enjoyed Wreck-It Wow.
You'll get that rabbit.
Wreck-It Wow.
I'll get that rabbit.
Yeah.
You've seen any of these Pixar films?
Only A Bug's Life.
What did you think of it?
It was fine.
Better than Ants.
Yeah, it was better than Ants. Yeah, it was one of those examples of two films like Volcano and Dante's Peak, where you get two films that are the same.
Shout for the Bully.
Yeah,
Ants was an ugly film.
Yeah.
From what I recall, DreamWorks rushed Ants to get it out before Bug's Life. That was their goal. They were like, we need to get this Ants movie out there before Bug's Life comes out. They were racing against that.
Yeah. Woody Allen.
Woody Allen's in it. Was he?
Yeah, Steven Spielberg. Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah. It's quite a good cast to it.
Yeah.
For the time.
But for a kids film, I don't know. Are kids crying out for Woody Allen to be in a?
Well, yeah, kids love him. They thought Woody Allen. Oh, him from Toy Story.
Annie Hall. Yeah. I love that.
Well, you gotta admit, there's quite a few 4-year-olds who love a bit of Annie Hall.
Oh yeah. Hannah and her sisters and all that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
I love Woody Allen's zany films like Bananas and Sleeper. They were classics. They're good movies.
Because that was like that time. Because then Jerry Seinfeld did a B movie. It was kind of a time where they were getting like these great comedians to do these kids films, which is a bit of an odd tactic to.
Oh, what the B movie? Oh, that was dreadful.
Terrible marketing, and
it was a B took to court.
Yeah, that's right. What a great idea for a film.
Yeah. Gary says you should check out Twisted Nerve with Hayley Mills. I have heard of that.
That's the theme from that film, which they used in Kill Bill.
Yeah.
I've never seen the movie, but I've heard of it. It's like a thriller from the 60s.
Yeah. Anybody else seen Twisted Nerve?
No.
Bad Boys Ride or Die has the biggest surprise for me. It wasn't crap like 2 or 3.
I didn't mind 3. I thought 3 was it was an improvement on 2. I thought 2 was insane. Typical Michael Bay, just like off the rails. But yeah, I like 3 and 4. I think they're fun movies. I actually skipped school back in 1995 to go and see the original Bad Boys. Yeah, it was worth it.
Oh, the original one's good. The second one is so long. It's like maybe 3 hours. Haven't seen the For Life. Though really, they should have called the 4th one For Life.
Yeah, For Life.
Yeah.
Right then.
Yeah.
You should work for marketing.
Well, you know what Bad Boys 5 is going to be called? Bad Boys Get the Zimmer Frames.
Oh, really? Okay. It's like Now You See Me. Now You See Me Too.
Grumpy old Bad Boys.
Now You See Me finally with the 3rd one.
Yeah. Good one, yeah. You can't do that.
So he says the Fall Guy was more like Hot Hooper with Burt Reynolds rather than the TV show with Lee Majors. Yeah,
that's the thing that kind of annoyed me about it is that in the original TV show, Lee Majors, he was a good old boy, and I think that was the style at the time with Burt Reynolds. They were all sort of, good old boy movies, truck driver kind of things, and this film forgot all that. And I think that was a misstep. I would have liked to have been more still a kind of good old boy kind of thing, even in the modern day. And I missed that about it. I didn't. He didn't seem like a stuntman to me.
I felt sorry for him. He broke his back, and then she threw him against that rock thing 20, 30 times.
When I saw that, I was just like,
and that's supposed to be cute and like, oh, we're a couple, isn't that cute? And you know what? His whole broken back thing, they just forgot about that. It's just like, right?
He broke his back. She seemed concerned at first, and then after that, it was like, where did you go? Why did you become depressed and leave?
Her career came first, and she just left him both away. So
why did you become depressed? Because of the broken back?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Because you're a stunt man, and that's your livelihood.
Yeah.
You just think, I feel so sorry for Ryan Gosling's
Well,
character.
as I said in my review of it, his back must be hurting for carrying that and Barbie.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and that Hannah Waddingham. Oh.
Yeah, we don't like her.
Oh, she's so annoying in that film.
Hannah Waddingham?
She's the agent in it.
Oh, right. What's she famous for? She's in a TV show, is she not?
She's in Ted Lasso, which is a show I'm not a huge fan.
Or most recently, the Garfield movie, which is probably more her style.
Yeah, probably.
Ted Lasso. That, Pete?
Oh, what the Garfield movie? Definitely not.
No. I've never seen any Garfield.
I've seen the one with Bill Murray in the first one. That was like a perfect fit for Bill Murray, but awful film. And the second one had Billy Connolly in it. It was dreadful.
Thank you.
We have Soy saying, like, what's worse, Exorcist 2 or Exorcist Believer?
Yeah, we answered that one. I kind of skipped to that when we were chatting about it.
Yeah, we answered this.
Yeah. We've got Josh here saying, hey, everyone. Hey, Josh, hope you're doing well, my friend.
Aloha.
Name is?
He saw The Crow today. I don't think he enjoyed it.
That's a shame. I don't think we're going to watch it.
You and me both.
The Seven Seas.
Yeah, same with Borderlands. We've got to see Borderlands.
Borderlands, we will watch. Yeah. Not.
Oh, I hear so many terrible things about that movie.
I only want to see it because I like the games and I just want to see what it's like. That's coming to.
I don't even have that.
I know.
I've never played the game, so I've just got to watch it because you want to watch it.
Well, I'll have to suffer because it's Kevin Hart and I can't stand him.
Yeah, but neither can I.
He is annoying, isn't he?
Yeah. We got the girl from Barbie in it, the one who played America Ferrero Rocher's daughter.
Ferrero Rocher.
Ferrero Rocher. Ferrero Rocher.
Spoiling us tonight, Pete.
Was she really spoiling us?
Yeah.
I've been keeping it in all day.
Have you? You've been waiting to use that line all night?
Yeah.
You didn't even tell me it.
I just thought of it.
All right, brilliant. Okay. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the girl, America Ferrera's daughter from Barbie, because I really loved her performance in that film.
Yeah.
Really memorable.
I'm just so baffled by Kate Blanchett being in it.
Kate Blanchett. Is that Kate Blanchett's Blanket, is it?
Yeah, they've got Jamie Lee Curtin in it as well.
Yeah,
Jamie Lee Curtin's and blankets. Yes.
Cool saying Terry Law.
Hey.
Right, we've got Soy here saying, and not to mention that dumb decision she made by going into the bedroom. Worst decision ever in Exorcist Believer.
Yeah,
couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Hey, I don't hate Ellen Burstyn for taking on that role. She actually admitted like a year before it came out that she needed the money to give to like an acting school or something like that. She was donating all the money that she made for Exorcist Believer to an acting school. So I think that's how they managed to coax her in, was like, well, hey, look, we'll give you this money. And she's like, okay. So, and she's in her 90s, man. I'll give her a pass.
She looks good for 90. I didn't even realize she was like that old.
Yeah.
And
Plus,
like,
when she actually went into that bloody room to examine, you see in her fucking eye what happened to her fucking eyes when I got fucking gouged out. Fucking hell, that was one hell of a fucking bloody scene. Now I thought you'll see that in an Exorcist movie.
Well, it felt like all it needed was somebody say somehow Papa Lazarus returned.
Papa Lazarus.
Papa Lazarus.
See, for all the vandalism that they've done to The Exorcist, they haven't hurt it, right? The fact that there's been so many terrible sequels and offshoots,
It
it's
makes
fine.
the first one even more special.
It's still a classic movie.
You just have to ignore it, really. Like, there's a lot of films where I just think, okay, they didn't happen.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
Yeah, that just didn't happen.
It is its own separate thing, and the way it ends is like not really open for a sequel. It feels very contained. It feels like a complete story with no loose plot threads at all.
It seemed like a long time ago. I'm talking about the 80s, when they used to make like remakes that were based on films that were pretty good concepts and were good films, like The Fly and
The Blob,
The Blob, The Blob, The Thing. Yeah, that'd be one that I
The
think
Blob.
The Blob is the first one that came to your mind.
The Blob,
Yeah. But nowadays they seem to be taking these great films and then trying to appeal to modern audiences. I just think, just watch the original. It's not. They look good. Alien looks good, and they're still using 70s technology in the new Romulus film because they want to keep the continuity. So what's the difference, really? Well, the actors are unknown.
That's true.
So you don't know anyone.
Yeah.
So who cares if you watch? You probably know Sigourney Weaver better than you know anyone in that. So who are they trying to appeal to here?
You know what'll be next thing? Casablanca in a nightclub.
Oh God, yeah. We saw that the
But
other
they've done Casablanca has been remade before. They did it as a TV movie with David Soul, and they also did a Charles Bronson movie in the early 80s called Cobo Blanco, which was a loose remake of Casablanca. Cobo Blanco or Cobo Blanca or something like that, and it's Charles Bronson.
Really makes sense.
And there's
I actually watched Casablanca last year. We were watching it like on my film course. And my God, it's one of the most dullest films I've seen in my entire life.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, look, as much as I do love my film noir kind of movies, all they're doing, it just seems like some kind of relationship that's like literally happening between a detective and some random lass who's like literally obsessed with him. That's literally the whole basis of the whole film, which I would say.
That's that. No. Detective.
Sound like that.
You could do. Yeah. You could do. I remember watching it.
I had no choice.
Wow.
And I had no choice.
I said, one of the best films I've ever seen. She said, "Wow."
I prefer We Are Window.
Yeah, it's a good film. Yeah. Hey, have you seen Casablanca, Jamie?
No, I've never seen it.
There is a remake.
Casa Bonita.
Yeah, Casa Bonita.
Casa Bonita. Casa Bonita.
What you say, Jamie?
I wouldn't have known that it was a TV series remake.
I've never heard of that.
No, I never either.
They do I love Casablanca. It's an absolute classic. It's one of the great romance
on
films.
TV the other day, as you said.
Humphrey Bogart and Ingrid Bergman, just fucking perfect story. Yeah. And I don't see it as it's not a thriller. It's not a film noir. It's a romance, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And the script is so good that because the song, I never thought about this, but Warner Brothers, is it Warner Brothers? Yeah. They have that as their kind of studio.
Remember this.
Yeah. And whenever I hear that song, I do well up a bit when I think about that. If I ever watch As Time Goes By with Judi Dench and
that's when I first heard it as well.
Yeah. That's like, you know, it is such a great movie. Like, but you know, just because you don't like it doesn't mean
a lot of people don't like Citizen Kane.
Yeah, it's not.
Citizen Kane.
Khan! It's not like Citizen Khan.
Citizen Kane.
Imagine that.
You put these things in our ears, Captain.
Oh, dear.
Citizen Kane, I watched Citizen Kane. I mean, it's okay.
I've never
I
seen
think
it.
at the time it was like really considered a great film. But
It's more to deal with its filmmaking than actual probably the film itself.
yeah,
Because
exactly.
it has a lot of experimental things for the time.
Yeah, something like Deep Focus or something like that, where you could see everyone in the scene. There was no like blurry backgrounds. It was everyone was. You know,
for a film in the 40s, Orson Welles did a good job.
he did well.
Oh fuck yeah!
I called Orson
He was
Welles.
awesome well.
Yeah, he was Orson Welles.
Sure was.
I've only seen that. I haven't seen any of his other films like Transformers.
Oh, he's very good in that. But
You go from Citizen Kane to Transformers, right?
but his best role is in Moonlight. He's in TV series Moonlight.
Oh goodness me!
Have you seen? Have you not seen Touch of Evil with Orson Welles?
No, I haven't. I've seen the third man.
That's a good one. Touch of Evil.
Yeah, I should watch that. I think I've seen quite a few of those like noir films. I think Casablanca is my favorite film of the 40s, which I think is quite a sort of barren decade, I think, for films.
Oh yeah, because the war.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Great movies in the 40s. I love the Katharine Hepburn, Spencer Tracy movies. They are fantastic.
I think they're just not my thing. Like you know, I watched a lot of the like noir films.
Well, the Malteser Falcon's pretty good.
Malteser Falcon, yeah.
How about The Treasure of the Sierra Madre?
I haven't seen that.
Humphrey Bogart. It's fantastic. That is one of my favorite movies of all time. Actually, that's from the 40s.
It's all about I watched with him as well called Dark Passage. That weren't bad. Lauren Bacall was in it as well.
Oh yeah.
It might have been later.
It was like Bringing Up Baby. I don't know when that was. But, yeah. It's another film with It's a Wonderful Life man. I'm blanking on his name.
Jimmy Stewart?
Yeah.
Jimmy Stewart. Yeah, there's a Western that he did I quite liked. It's got quite funny dialogue in it.
Bonanza?
No, it isn't that. It's not a very famous one. Bonanza. Was he in that?
The TV show.
TV show.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. No, it's a movie. Yeah.
Definitely not Paint Your Wagon, is it?
No.
You made a lot of westerns, Jimmy Stewart. I mean, who didn't?
A superhero film of the time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, people moan about Marvel films, but never as many as westerns as there was in like the 50s, 60s.
I know, it's interesting, isn't it? How they've gone from westerns to superhero movies.
And now they probably wouldn't dare put a western out.
No, exactly. They could do that.
It's a bit of a gamble to make a western these days. I think
the
last one that made money was Django Unchained, but you know,
I think probably the only thing close to it is probably that Yellowstone, because it feels very western.
Or the
Tombstone.
The other Tarantino one. What was that?
I'm thinking of
The
something.
Mm.
Hateful Eight.
There's another western that came out that had Native Americans in it.
Well,
What am I thinking of?
I don't know.
Well, there's that new Kevin Costner one, isn't there? That kind of bombed at the box office.
Oh, that one.
Oh,
yeah.
the American Frontier, whatever it's called, Horizon. That's it.
Horizon, yeah.
It cost 100 million, made 10.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, apparently they're shopping around to see who'll have it, but I think Netflix going to put it up, and he's already filmed the third one.
Wow. Okay.
3 hours a piece, and he says, "I want to get my fourth one finished as well."
What an ego, man.
What's that called? I'm thinking.
I want to watch
Bone
it.
Tomahawk. That's what I'm thinking.
yeah.
I think that
Tomahawk. That's about 10, 15 years ago, wasn't it?
was it.
I'm pretty
Surely
sure.
not 15 years ago.
I think it was 2011 times.
I think you're.
2015, 2016.
It's 2016.
Yeah, this is only 8 years ago.
Nearly 10.
Trying to make me look stupid.
We've got Josh here watching the finer things in life, such as
Oh, yeah.
Scooby-Doo 2002 with a friend and had a blast with
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It's so silly and so purposely stupid. I just had so much fun. Have you seen it? I
No.
remember seeing it when it came out. Rowan Atkinson's in it.
Is he?
Yeah.
I've not seen any of the Scooby-Doo movies.
It's not great. It's written by James Gunn. It is.
Really?
He sequel, didn't he?
Yeah, he written both of them. Yeah, it has a lot of over the topness, and it's definitely like a more adult focused kid film.
Hmm.
But I remember it being fun. I haven't seen the sequel, but you haven't seen it.
I never liked Scooby-Doo, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not.
James Gunn, though, he's written some pretty out there stuff. So
Well,
I'm
this
surprised
was
that-
pretty out there.
Was it?
Like for a kids' film, it's like, wow, how the heck was this a kids' film? Very,
Right.
very steamy for a kids' film.
steamy.
Saucy.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes.
Wow.
The second one's
It's a-
even more saucier.
Mm.
It is amazing that he went from working for Troma to now
Yeah.
running DC, right?
I
It's
know, yeah.
Yeah.
quite.
Because he had,
Quite a
because when he was working for Troma, I remember he made Return
Romeo
to
and Juliet.
Return. Troma, did he make that?
He wrote it, I think. I think he was
Oh,
one
really?
of the
Okay.
screenwriters for it.
Yeah. And that's, got quite it differs a lot from Shakespeare's original vision of it at the end, definitely, with the reveal at the end. But and he made Return to Nukem High, which has was it Return to Nukem? No, Return of the Toxic Avenger. Yeah. And that has a lot of stuff that Disney and Warner Brothers probably wouldn't like to see in their films.
It's amazing how he got onto Disney. Kevin Feige must have been a big fan of those.
Yeah.
Because he did Super as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
That came out around about the same time as Kick-Ass. And a lot of people said that was pretty good. And was it Sliver as well?
Sliver, yeah, he did that.
Yeah.
I remember he had that controversy, doesn't he?
Oh, what, the text or something?
All that. But that, at the time, you could totally see where that came from, because that was what he was making at the time. Those films were basically all about what was in those tweets. But when you look at them now, you're like, wow.
Yeah.
But he got away with it. And, he got his cast stood by him.
His team stood by him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
He-
unheard of.
He came back on top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's right, because he's someone who has a lot of interesting ideas, and he's prepared to push the envelope, I think.
He's a very creative guy.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
I liked what he did with Suicide Squad. Is like I said with Deadpool, it was one of those movies that honestly I can barely remember what happened in it, but I remember having a good time at the time watching it. As opposed to the 2016 Suicide Squad, which was fucking dull, man.
Awful.
Terrible film,
Yeah.
Felt like music video of the movie.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
Ready for what? What are you going to do?
You're gonna hate me, but I'll take the 2016 Suicide Squad over James Gunn's.
We could never hate you.
No.
The 2016 one has really grown on me, but the one film that we are waiting for, and I don't think we'll ever get, is the air cut of Suicide Squad.
Yes. The
the air cut, that's right. Yeah.
That's what we really want.
Release the air cut.
Because it was a trailer company that put out that trailer that was awesome trailer. And then they went, oh, we'll just give all the editing duties over to this trailer company, which was fucking insane. But yeah,
it must be one of the most the trailer compared to the film. It must be the biggest drop. When you think about how great that trailer looked.
Oh yeah,
what the film turned out to be.
Trailer.
Oh no, it was terrible. But Jamie, what do you think of Halle Berry's Catwoman?
Oh wow, it's come out of nowhere.
I do own the film DC, but I have not watched it in 15 years. I do want to rewatch it though. I've got it on DVD.
It's quite funny. Like when she's rubbing the catnip on her face and
in
stuff. That's funny.
The guy who directed it
Full
never
method.
did nothing else, did
No.
he? No.
Did you
Yeah.
do porn or
Yeah, he directed porn apparently.
yeah.
Was,
that's
called,
bad.
was he not called Pitoff or something? That was his name.
Yeah, I
Pitoff?
think he was called Piss Off or something.
Piss off. Yeah. Yeah. It was quite bad, but in a
We
funny
watched
way.
that the other year, last year, didn't we?
Yeah.
Catwoman. That was dreadful.
Yeah, I think we were really tired at the time and we were just watching it. It just made us feel a bit ill, didn't it?
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
the same effect on you like Exorcist 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which film was this?
Catwoman.
Catwoman.
Oh, Catwoman, right. Yeah. Is it not that Sharon Stone has like a makeup company where it basically turns your face into marble? So you're like invincible if someone goes to punch your face?
Was that the plot?
I
Something
remember,
like
I remember something that goofy like that.
I just remember the animation of her action was horrendous. I thought the video game looked more realistic.
Yeah, yeah.
But Ryan, you seen Scooby Doo?
Hell yeah, I've seen Scooby Doo. You know, with little Bud Boy, Scrappy Doo. I've seen that. It's an experience. It's an acid trip, but it's a very funny film. I enjoy it.
And
I
what
need to
about
get
you,
some acid
Jeremy?
then.
Yeah, I love Scooby Doo. It's like my childhood. The 2002 one got a Blu-ray release, but the sequel never. It's just DVD.
I did get a Blu-ray release. You'd get it from eBay. It's an Australian release. It's only about a tenner with both films on. We got Cy saying Gerard Butler would be a good Conor McGregor.
Gregor, I think he's meant.
McLeod.
McLeod.
Oh yeah, he says McLeod. My bad.
Probably a bit too old, I would say.
Well, I didn't even know Gerard Butler was Scottish because he did a film last year called Plane, and he speaks in a Scottish accent, and his Scottish accent is pretty bad in that film.
What's that?
Yeah, I was like, this is your like normal accent.
Yeah,
and this
that's hilarious.
He's naturally bad at accents, isn't he?
Yeah, even his own.
Yeah.
Was he not Scottish in 300 though? That's Sparta. He sounded like he was
probably meant to be.
Scotland and that.
I don't think it was. It's probably meant to be Spartan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but he was speaking with a Scottish accent. That's what I took from it.
I don't think he was too bothered about that, was he?
I know.
I know he's in P.S. I Love You, and I think he's meant to be Irish in that. That was a bad accent in that film.
Yeah, I think he's played a Russian before.
Has he?
Yeah, he's played everything.
Yeah, an American.
He's like Russell Crowe with his accents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gary says Highlander is a tough one to recast. Sean Connery and Clancy Brown won't be easy.
Yeah. No, it's kind of perfect.
Yeah. And the soundtrack as well, the Queen soundtrack.
Yeah. If they don't put Queen in the soundtrack, then I ain't going.
Well, I'm pretty certain they did say it is going to happen, and they've got the director John Wick to direct it, so that could be a good sign.
I wish them all the luck in the world. I really hope they do pull it off.
Well,
But I have my doubts, I have to say.
Well, here's hoping they do the Naked Gun reboot good as
Oh,
well.
I haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? Who's playing Frank Drebin? Is
Liam
it Liam Neeson?
Neeson.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I think people overestimate how good Liam Neeson is at comedy. I know Leslie Nielsen was originally a serious actor, but yeah,
He kind of would look the part. I'm intrigued. I cannot say I'm not intrigued. They got Pamela Anderson.
I'm
in it as well.
intrigued. Yeah, but it's no skin off my nose if it's bad.
Well,
I'll just watch the old ones.
Well, yeah, we all know the third one's the best one.
Yeah, I don't know if we know that, but yeah, the first one's still the best one.
Could you see Christopher Lambert playing Ramirez?
No, he's too old and he's too fucked as well. Last time I saw him, I seen him I didn't go to the signing, but I'd seen it on YouTube and he looked ill. To be honest.
I've seen pictures of him about and he definitely does look ill. He does now.
Yeah.
Ramirez.
The one played by Sean Connery. It's
Oh,
like a mental character.
so he's called Ramirez,
You're
Yeah.
immortal.
but he's Scottish.
Yeah.
So Christopher Lambert's McLeod,
Mm.
and he's Ramirez.
Mm.
So is he Spanish or?
I'm not Spanish, I'm Egyptian.
He's Egyptian, is he? Okay. I'm interested in this film.
Well, we'll watch it later
Yeah,
if you
sounds
like.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
fantastic.
I'm
afraid.
I really like
Yeah.
the look of it when I saw bits of it. It looks good because you showed me part of it, and
Yeah. That's the
Although
story.
I've known people that have shown folk Highlander for the first time in recent years and they don't like it. And hey, it's harder for older films, to be honest. Especially they're a lot more slower paced, older movies, so they don't really. If you're more used to modern movies, you can be kind of off put by them.
It's the perfect
like-
80s film.
it looks like something that'd be right up my alley. I mean, I'm more of a past. I live in the past. Put it
Yeah.
that way.
I think that's the best way to do
And
it.
you love it then. All about the past.
Yeah. And Clancy Brown. I mean,
Oh.
can't go wrong with him, really. Clancy.
I think it's the role that he always gets asked questions about. Everywhere he goes, he's like, oh, God, when do people shut up about Highlander?
Well, if it's better than Starship Troopers, then I'm pretty surprised. I
Yeah.
liked him in that.
Yeah, he's good in that. Si's got it perfectly. He says it's in the eyes with AI actors. They look soulless.
Yeah, but I don't agree. I know everyone says that, and you agree, but I think it's the mouth.
Well, it's the mouth
isn't
in
really
this
great.
one. Yeah, Jerry Anderson puppet 2.0.
Yeah.
Captain Scarlet.
Yeah.
There's so many muscles in the face. I mean, we learned about that this week. There's so many muscles in the face. It's very hard to get them to move like a mouth would in real life.
I think the only way that they did it in Indiana Jones with the de-aging was because it was all at night.
Yeah, there's one good thing about that movie was that
That was probably the best example of it, but it still had that uncanny valley to it, didn't it?
Right. Disaster.
But the biggest irritation there was a lot of things in that film that irritated me, right? But they filmed it here in Glasgow, where the New York scenes in Indiana Jones 5, Dial of Destiny, was filmed here in Glasgow. It didn't look like New York in the 1960s. I'm sorry. And I'm not saying that because I'm from Glasgow and I can tell which streets they used, right? It just didn't look like New York in the 1960s. You watch a film like Midnight Cowboy that was made in New York in the 1960s. Why can't they recreate that on a soundstage, right? On a backlot? And that's the thing. It ultimately, they're shutting off streets in a busy city centre to film something that doesn't look like what they're trying to make it look like. And personally, I thought they could have done that on a backlot. They could have done that in a Hollywood backlot, and it would have looked fine. It just that really annoyed me. It just took me right out of the movie. It didn't feel like New York.
A lot of that film did feel very like it was filmed on a green screen, didn't it?
Yeah. But they shot the streets here for like a week, right? To make it look like it was filmed on a green screen. That's what I mean. It just was like, God, I think it's just ego. It's just like, we can do this. And this is going to.
I remember that scene when they showed it in the trailer when he was on the horse and he was trying to turn it. I thought, jeez, that looks rough. It didn't even look better in the final film.
No.
And they shut off streets in a city centre to do that, as opposed to and you're sitting there watching the trailer go, that looks fake as fuck, right? For all that effort,
all that money, all those years they had that film was in production for like 5 or 6 years and it cost 300 million. The heck went on with that film? Huge loss leader.
You can't just blame the pandemic because you could say the same about
Aye.
Top Gun Maverick, right? Because they were pretty much neck and neck with each other in production, right?
They just
Garbage.
didn't know what to do. I don't think it was 10 years too late.
I'm not being honest. What film are we talking about now? I completely forgot what we're talking about.
Indiana Jones and the
Oh,
Dharma
that, right?
disaster.
Okay, yeah. I think I'm just shocked we're still talking about it.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, true.
I think it's one of the hardest cities to replicate in the, New York. It's very hard to get that right.
Yeah.
There's something about it, I think.
And
So
the way
many films do it all on a daily basis. Canada, there's streets in Canada that double for New York all the time, and they pass it off. For me, who's never been to New York in his life, it's convincing, but they just could not make that look like New York at all. I'm sorry.
And what was it, do you think, that made it not look like New York?
It was. It just, the streets were way too freaking narrow. If I'm going to look at something that was actually filmed in New York, like Taxi Driver, or like I said, Midnight Cowboy, the main streets in New York are way wider than they are in Glasgow. So it looked fake.
It felt like it was a video game level.
It looked like a backlot. It looked like a studio backlot.
When you were talking about Taxi Driver,
blue screen.
What came to mind when I was thinking of New York streets, and wide and packed full of traffic.
I remember.
Yeah, Crocodile Dundee. You think of Crocodile Dundee, right? That's filmed in New York. It looks like New York, right?
Yeah.
The Muppets Take Manhattan is way more convincing because it's for real, right?
Even in Vanilla Sky, they closed off the whole roads and
they closed off Times Square.
That was unbelievable. It cost a lot, but it was worth it in the end.
Yeah, Jason Takes Manhattan
in Canada.
Was that no?
Yeah, they filmed the whole movie in Canada besides the Times Square moment, but the Times Square moment, Jason Takes Manhattan is priceless. Yeah, that's more convincing. Jason Takes Manhattan, where he pulls up the mask. That's way more convincing because it is real. They did go there. They did shoot in Times Square for like a day and get that. The rest was all in Canada. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Well, what's your thoughts on Jason X, Terence?
I like Jason X.
There you go.
There you go.
See?
All right.
So I'm not wrong.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm not the biggest connoisseur of Friday the 13th movies. If I had to say my favorites, Part 4 and Jason X and Freddy vs. Jason. I'm not that keen on that franchise, to be honest.
I think it's weird. I think I always had this theory in horror that the worse the first film is, the better the franchise. So like Exorcist has a terrible franchise.
Yeah.
Something like Friday the 13th has quite a good franchise from my perspective.
No, I would say that the sequels are an improvement.
Yeah.
On the original.
We all try something different.
Halloween, great first film. I'm not keen on the rest of them. I don't really like any of them. I guess it's a case of, whatever your opinion is. Hellraiser, I have quite a liking for those films. After, the first film's okay, but like it's no Exorcist or Halloween, but the franchise itself is quite interesting because it has like these lulls you go through and then suddenly, here's a good film. So with Friday the 13th,
I've still not seen that recent Hellraiser they did a couple of years ago.
The reboot. Yeah, the reboot. Yeah, the reboot is the characters are really annoying. That's the trouble with it. The new Cenobite, the what do they call it? Not the priest, but what's the name they use for the?
Yeah, the Hell Priest.
It's not Pinhead. It's like the high Cenobite. The high Cenobite. She's quite.
The high Cenobite. Still Pinhead.
Yeah, I think in the credits she's called something like, because in the original Clive Barker book, which he wrote basically as a way to make a film.
The Hellbound Heart. Yes.
Hellbound Heart, yeah, which I have listen to the audiobook of it, read by Clive Barker, I think.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah,
cool.
it's not determined. I think that that character has no sex. So it's when people were losing their shit, like, oh my god, they've made Pinhead a woman.
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
Yeah, but I mean, the problems with that film are not her.
She's probably the best thing.
Well, no, I think the best thing is the guy from ER. The guy there's a guy in it who's trying to sort of remake his body with like mechanical clockwork structures.
Yes,
and that's a really interesting part of the story.
Some of those ones do look good. I must admit,
but the characters are like, there's a junky final girl, you'd say. She's not very interesting, quite unlikable.
And it's a little bit too long.
It's too long, yeah.
2 hours, isn't it? I remembered it went on for a while.
I think it's worth a watch.
Yeah,
but like
it's better than Dirty Pinhead that they did.
The bad Pinhead, yeah. There's a I think it's Revelations, isn't it?
Yeah.
A terrible, but Pinhead's not the worst thing about it. Every actor in it, they look like they've never acted before in their lives. But like I don't know if you've seen much of the Hellraiser series or.
I love the first one. I've seen Hellraiser 3. That's it. Hellraiser 3 and the first one. I've still not seen Hellbound, and people keep reminding me to watch Hellbound.
Wow,
that's a great one. It is.
Yeah,
it's really good.
That's another one where I saw the sequel before I saw the original. So I saw Hellbound, Hellraiser 2, and I was like terrified by that film, and didn't even know that it was the sequel. Hellraiser 5 is one that I'm quite a fan of.
It's good.
Yeah, it's like a kind of procedural thriller, and all of those films released later on were scripts that were not originally Hellraiser films, and they just plopped in.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Bastards.
The fifth one had a real feeling of Silent Hill. Some of the creature designs.
Yeah,
it was really good.
Yeah, it's basically like a detective going through a mental breakdown, and they bring in the Cenobites, and it works quite well, I think, in that film.
Yeah. Okay, even though they're cynically just adding them into it, it does land on its feet for you.
It kind of works, I think.
It kind of feels like they fit into the film quite well. There's that one with Henry Cavill as well, isn't there?
Yeah, but more importantly, Lance Henriksen's in that film.
Is he?
Yeah. It's not a bad one. It's like very 90s. It's like got a lot of video games and a lot of like 90s.
See, weirdly, I remember the original. I was 8 years old when the original Hellraiser came out, and I loved horror at that time. Right, the video store, horror. That's all I watched. And the funny thing was, it was round about that time that it was just after the Video Nasties scare. It was at its peak. So it was hard to get a lot of good horror movies in the video store. But when Hellraiser came out, it was like a whole different attitude. It was almost, I think, because Clive Barker was British, the press in this country gave him a pass. Like, as much as they would go, The Evil Dead is turning children into maniacs, right? That's the way the press would write about that. But with Clive Barker, it was like, this man's a genius. This man's a genius. And he was on all the talk shows. It was like a daytime, like something like This Morning. Probably wasn't This Morning, but something like that. He was on that with Doug Bradley. And they were together, and it was like, tell us about your new film and all that. And it was Hellraiser. And I was like, oh my God, they're actually not shitting on this movie. Apart from Barry Norman. When Barry Norman reviewed it, he hated his reviews on YouTube, by the way. He hated the movie, but other critics were just loving it. And I remember seeing it for the first time. It blew my fucking mind.
Honestly, because it actually was based on a book.
Yeah, but also because he was British. I think the press in this country really liked him. But it blew my mind, and I watched it about 15 years ago. I haven't seen it in about 10, 15 years, and it's still held up for me. I know there's ropiness to it, right? The acting, it's like, wait a minute, this is Britain, but it's Americans and stuff, right? Yeah. It's kind of, it's a bit silly, but I love the whole dynamic between Frank and the woman. That's brilliant. right? They're the most interesting characters for me. And I can see that Cy Robson is saying here that he went to see Hellraiser on the big screen a few months ago, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I'd love to see
that would be good.
It was quite late
I'm
on.
just going to say something here. I've got to go because I've got to be up in the morning.
Okay, thanks ever so much for joining, Ryan. Really appreciate it.
Oh, no worries.
Right,
See you later.
Hey, Ryan. It's good seeing you, brother.
Bye.
Bye.
But yeah, I think like Hellraiser was quite late on in that sort of video nasties era, wasn't it? So I think because when there's a Friday, I don't know if you've seen it, the Friday the 13th documentary, Crystal Lake Memories.
I've been meaning to watch it. I think I've got it downloaded to watch.
It's so good, yeah. And you get each director saying basically the American Film Board raped my movie, took every single bloody scene out of it, and it kind of gets less and less as you get through the eras. And I think it kind of is after 6, maybe 7.
Yeah. 7's the one that seems to be not too bad. And
there was this whole period in the late 80s, early 90s where if you released a horror film in America, they would have just censored the shit out of it. For some reason, I don't know who was in charge of the MPAA, but they would just cut movies. And a classic case of it was when New Line Cinema was releasing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 3, Leatherface. Yeah. That movie got heavily censored to the point where you watch it now, it's the tamest thing ever. And the uncut version of it has never been seen. I think they lost the film. The film's gone. So you hear the effects artists. You hear the effects artists for that movie going, "Oh, we had a better movie in there," and they cut the shit out of it. So I think it was like if you released a movie in like 89, 90, you were doomed. Horror was doomed. For some reason, America must have got his back up about horror.
Well, I mean, America has always been more puritanical, kind of, more
sex, more towards sex, not violence. Because here's the thing.
You're right. Yeah.
No, they are. They're more. There's a great documentary, Amy, that you should see. It's called this. It might be on YouTube still. I saw it on YouTube for free. It's called "This Film Is Not Yet Rated," and it's all about the MPAA and how they work. And it's great. And a friend of mine, he's a great YouTuber, Fever Dreamland Theatre, Anthony. He's roughly. I'm 45. He's about the same age as me. And when he was a kid, his parents took him to see The Fly 2. He's from New York as well. He lives in New York. His parents took him to see The Fly 2, RoboCop 2. And I'm sitting there like, what? I couldn't believe that. I'm off to see Short Circuit 2. He's off to see RoboCop 2. You lucky bastard. Right? And that's because of the R-rated thing. 17 or under, then if you've got a parent with you, just come right in. That's wild to me.
Country they're in, I guess, whatever. I don't know what British films were being censored for back then. I'm kind of drawing a blank at what British films would be released that were incredibly bloody at that time. I don't know. There's a film called I don't know what it's called now. It's based in a underground station where there's these cannibals that are eating people. I can't remember what it's called now. Dead Meat or something like that.
Might be.
Yeah. That could be one that would be censored back then. But
are you on about Dead Set, the Big Brother one?
Oh, that's great, Jamie. Yeah, I love that. No, it's not. It's during the 80s. It wasn't. It doesn't. Davina McCall is not in this one. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen Dead Set.
No, I haven't.
Never heard of it.
You have.
Have I?
I've lost Terrence.
Oh no, I can't remember.
Dead Set is a Charlie Brooker thing.
Oh yes.
Set in the Big Brother house where a zombie apocalypse.
Oh, is this the
to rush off
thing?
Back in a minute.
Yeah, you're okay. But you're doing well, Jamie?
Yeah, I'm just tired.
You're tired. I just think you're still tired after yesterday, aren't you?
It was a long day. I was up at 5 o'clock yesterday morning, and I didn't get back in till 10:05.
Wow. Did you get any pickups?
Yeah, I did actually. Wait.
But thanks everybody for watching the stream. Really do appreciate it. We're going to be live on Saturday night at 9 o'clock this coming Saturday, and Nige from Rock God will be joining us. So really looking forward to that. Been a while since we've had Nige on the stream, and cannot wait to catch up. Bank holiday tomorrow, so an extra day in. What are you guys planning? What are you watching? Don't know what I'm watching yet, but there's a few films that I wouldn't mind giving a watch. Did pick up a few ones from HMV the other day.
From HMV, I've not watched this. I got the Second Sight of Revenge.
That's a great film. That is.
I've wanted to watch it, and I thought for $7.49, you can't go wrong.
That's really good for a Second Sight release. I can imagine the colour.
The thing is, CX sell it for £8, so they'll just class it as the standard Blu-ray. But I thought that was a bargain.
That is a great film. It takes a little while to get going, but the action in it is great. It's one of the better revenge films of the past decade.
I'm looking forward to that, actually, Revenge. From FOP, I got that for a £5.
That's not a bad film. I've seen it. It's all right. It's standard. Idris Elba.
£8 on Blu-ray and CX, and I'm not paying that. And I kind of... So I was in FOP, and I noticed buy one, get one free on the 4K.
Oh, yeah.
And then I stumbled on this.
Yeah. Well, you picked up? Oh, Violent Night.
Violent Night, cool.
What does that say there? £10. So what I did was I thought, if it's buy one, get one free, I thought, I'm going to go to the counter and they're going to charge me £20. So I thought, what I'll do is I picked up 2 Violent Nights, and I got Beast, and I took them to the counter and said 25. Because when we was in HMV, I says to Jamie and Kermit and all that, I was saying, if it says that on there, they should honour it, shouldn't they? And they was like, yeah, because it's priced. And I said to him, oh, it says £10 there. And he says, oh, it's we've had a problem with the stickers and they just aren't being changed. So they honoured it. So I got that, 2 of them for £15. And then this afternoon, I sold one of them at CX for £8.
Is it?
So it only cost
very own David Dickinson.
Yeah.
And the last pickup I got, it cost me £18 this.
Whoa. What is it?
But it's the best opening to a horror film in horror history.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Race for
So
it.
many thoughts going through my head.
It isn't Halloween Ends.
It's not Jaws, is it?
Oh, Ghost Ship.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
£18.
Wow. I must be out of
I've
print.
not seen it, but I've heard of the scene. I've heard the scene's pretty awesome.
It is. I personally think it's the best scene into an opening to a horror film, and a lot of people actually agree.
No, the people keep telling me to check that out because of that.
But if you are after this on Blu-ray, it's just 18 in CX. I think Kermit and Jamie said it's about 22 other places or whatever. So I think that's probably around your best bet.
Great stuff. Yeah, that's a good deal, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you get the import version, it might be a bit cheaper, but this is the UK one.
Yeah. Oh. Well, this is.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this one as well. Gary says Nosferatu is his most anticipated film. That does look interesting.
Mm.
Yeah, I hope so. But you know, the Bill Skarsgård, he's not in my good books right now after The Crow.
Yeah, that's true.
Who's in it? Who's in it other than him?
More than
He is Nosferatu, Bill Skarsgård.
Yeah, I think as soon as I heard he was in it, I thought he'd probably play Nosferatu.
I think Willem Dafoe's in it.
Mm.
Colin Farrell's in it as well.
Is there a woman in it? Usually there's a woman in it. Isabel Anjani, was it in the?
I don't know.
In the,
I don't know why. I'm thinking Phil Collins. I don't know the full cast of it.
Right. Okay.
But it's Robert Eggers, so it should be pretty good.
Robert Eggers, yeah, I'm a big fan of him. So. I've never been like a huge fan of the Nosferatu films. Like I like, the original one's good enough, but it's not my favorite from like the 20s.
Yeah.
My favorite 20s film. The 70s one.
It's amazing. It is amazing that we're able to actually see it though, because the Bram Stoker estate wanted to destroy it.
Yeah.
So, and that is
Warlock rather than Count Dracula.
Yeah.
F.W. Murnau, though, the director, check out some of his other films from that era. Sunrise.
Well, can I say, I've said to Pete hundreds of times to watch Sunrise. It is a brilliant, one of the greatest films of all time.
Yep.
You should watch that.
We'll watch it.
It's a very good film because of what happens in it. Like by today's standards, you would think, oh, that's a red flag.
Well,
let's put it that way.
I've seen some weird stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, when you think about it makes you feel quite happy. That film is a very like heartwarming film.
Yeah,
but the way that they act in it is obviously not how we would ever see it in this day and age.
Oh,
yeah,
it's lovely. What's the other one he did? The Last Laugh. Have you heard of that one?
I've heard of that one.
That's really good as well. The Last Laugh. By the way, Batman. Same with you guys. I have as you probably realized, I've got a habit of going off as what I call on my runaway train. I start talking about a film and I just go blah, 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 right? Just interrupt me. I don't get offended. It's the only way to stop me. Because people wave at me. They're like, Terence, they do that and I don't stop. Just interrupt me and I will shut the fuck up. I promise, okay?
Oh,
I don't think we waved at you. We were just
but I mean, in the past, I'm difficult to stop if I'm blabbing, blah 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 blah. So, fuck.
No, I love hearing about.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah,
films. So
that's one of the reasons I really wanted to invite Terence on tonight because I knew you'd love him. He's got such a great range of films, and he likes a lot of horror films.
I mean, Sunrise is one that I would say is really worth a watch. Like films of that era, because it did win the Oscar for when they used to have two different categories for the Oscars. They had an artistic and a commercial film, which they kind of are thinking about bringing in now, aren't they?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea, I suppose.
I don't know, but like. So that won the Oscar for the greatest like artistic film of that time, and it is a beautiful film. Like it really is.
Wow.
Like,
how long is it? Not very long.
Oh no, not very long. No.
Oh,
and it uses these techniques of like transitions and like you'll get bits of film put on top of each other and stuff like that. And when you see it back then, it's like they do it in such a way that they want to make it perfect, and it looks really. You don't see it anymore, which is understandable, but yeah. And the subject of the film is basically it's a love story. It's basically it's about a married couple that's kind of like Marriage Story, but I've never seen it. But it's like a married couple who go through some troubles and then kind of
sounds good. It does.
It doesn't sound that good when I explain it like that.
Well, no, but for a film of that era, it's quite
Yeah.
interesting to think about.
But it's quite extreme and how bad things get.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Right. Let's have a look. We've got Dragon's Night 2-3 saying Deanie Boy.
Burn Tomahawk, they were correcting me then.
Josh says, saw The Crow the other day and Pew was a stinker.
PU?
Yeah, definitely sounds yeah, Terence is having some issues with his internet, so hopefully he'll come back pretty soonish. But
Yeah, Jamie, very good recommendation with, even though you haven't seen it, with Dead Set. It's a
Another
good
one on the list.
I think it's on Netflix if you want to watch
Well,
it, or it'll be on 4OD. If you want
pretty
to
much
see it.
all Charlie Brooker's stuff's on Netflix, isn't it?
Yeah, but it makes a very good. I think it would be a good, like, if you're into like the Romero dead, those films, you would like it. I think.
Bone Tomahawk.
Mm-hmm.
The line I'll never forget about Catwoman. It's time for the remix.
Very modern.
Yeah, for a film that's 20 years old.
Yeah, modern at the time.
We do have Andy's Cardboard Star Wars here. Evening, Andy. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Saying happy bank holiday, everyone. I've just watched Sky Movies' top 25 sci-fi films, and they chose Close Encounters as number 1. What's yours? That's a really sort of safe pick, isn't it? Close Encounters for Sky.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's my Spielberg film. I always pick
Yeah,
Spielberg's.
you'd have to pick a Spielberg film, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Depends on what your class is.
Well, you could say
The best sci-fi.
you say Blade Runner 2049.
I do like that film.
That was fantastic. Terminator.
Would that be yours then, Pete?
What, Blade Runner 2049? I think it might be. Yeah. What about you?
I don't know.
Sorry, we've had technical difficulties, Captain. I just don't have the power. I went for a restart there. I restarted the whole laptop. That seemed to sort it out.
Oh, great stuff. Right.
Yeah, but yeah, StreamYard knows how to interrupt me.
So
yeah, happy bank holiday. Even though I work for a bank, I'm not on holiday.
Yeah, it's interesting that. Why
It's
is
weird. It's strange. And
I think he's gone again.
He's gone again.
I don't think rebooting was the
No, he's paused midway.
call that they thought.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
back.
Oh, he's back. Okay, that's good. We're worried then. We're trying to think of our best sci-fi movies. It's difficult.
There's a lot of great ones. A lot of
2001, the obvious one to say.
Yeah.
Starship Troopers.
RoboCop.
Yeah.
I love 12 Monkeys. 12 Monkeys. I saw that at the theater when it came out, and it blew my mind. I was like, "Oh, this is fucking great."
Yeah, that's the one with Bruce Willis, Terry Gilliam. I haven't seen it
Yeah.
yet, but they did a TV series.
I haven't seen it yet. Oh wow! I envy you. You need to see that film.
You seen it?
No.
Oh, we both haven't seen
I
it.
haven't seen it. No.
It's a treat. It's a real. It's a real brain bender. It's one of those ones where you're like, at the end of the film, you're like, "What the fuck was that about?" But then you let it marinate in your brain and you figure it out.
Well, you introduced me to Brazil this year, and that was great.
Yeah,
Oh,
I wouldn't say it was sci-fi.
No, but that's
As
Terry
such.
Gilliam, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's what I'm just
Brazil
saying
is one
because
of my
of
favourite
12
films, yeah.
Monkeys.
I
Love
love
Brazil.
Yeah.
See, the line in it that really gets me every time is, "What have you done with his body?"
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
That's so powerful, actually.
I think when in those films that, like, sometimes when a comedy writer takes something that's really serious, it almost heightens the drama of it, isn't it? Like, because they take it to an absurd level.
Yeah, it's weird that Jordan Peele is a great example of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I still haven't seen Get Out.
No.
But I've seen Nope and Us, and they were pretty good.
But you see how many comedy actors get into horror films, and they're really good in those roles.
Comedy actors make the great serious actor.
They do, yeah. But vice versa doesn't necessarily work as well.
No, it doesn't.
So I think it's interesting, yeah. But sci-fi film, what would yours be, Pete?
Oh, I don't know. Terminator, or as I said, Blade Runner 2049. Clockwork Orange is sci-fi, apparently.
Yeah,
So
I guess it would be.
Yeah, so I'd say that as well.
Yeah.
What about you, Anne?
I don't know. It's a really difficult one because a lot of films are sci-fi, but they're also sci-fi fantasy or sci-fi horror. I don't know. AI,
Have
yeah,
you-
but I wouldn't say it was the best ever.
Have you ever seen Frequency with Dennis Quaid?
No.
Heard of it.
That's really good. It's more, I would say it's more in line with Quantum Leap. It's like Quantum Leap, the TV show, but as a feature film. Yeah, Frequency is an underrated movie.
Has anyone ever seen
1999.
Primer? Has anyone heard
Drive.
of that? Primer.
Primer, yeah, with the two guys that invent time travel and they're
Yeah,
based in
yeah.
their garage. That was a weird film.
That's a really hard film to really understand because there's so many moving parts and everyone's like, they're creating versions of themselves that then have to come back and make sure that they don't interfere with time and all that kind of stuff. It's
So like Tenet.
I haven't seen that.
I like Tenet. I'm one of the few people that like that movie. Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool.
With it.
I mean, Jurassic Park is a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So it's more. This is more of a historical film, but it's got a sci-fi element because there's time travel in it, but time after time.
Oh yeah, love that.
That's such a great
Malcolm
film.
McDowell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is cool.
I haven't seen that.
It's nice to see. It's nice to see him play a hero in a film. That's what's good about that film.
And David Warner in it as well.
Yeah, it's Jack the Ripper. Yeah, that's cool. Sci-fi.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Bogus Journey.
Doctor Who.
Well, actually, Bogus Journey's a bit fantasy, isn't it? Because they go to hell, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Doctor Who.
And the Daleks.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at all that.
I do think
like
that.
When you go, sorry.
I had nothing to say. Just then.
I've always liked this bit of trivia that Ed Solomon is the screenwriter of Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, and the villain is called Denomalus, which is his name backwards. Yeah.
I never knew that.
That's cool.
The thing that always annoys me about, I mean, they just brought out a 4K, didn't they, of the whole set of the Bill and Ted movies, right? But they don't include deleted scenes. That annoys the hell out of me because I know that Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey had some reshoots where they kind of changed it. The version that we've seen is the reshot version, but apparently, and I've seen photographs of this, there is stuff missing from it that they shot that they've never included in any DVD release as a deleted scene. And I want to see it. I've seen photographs of these scenes and I want to see them in their entirety. Where are they? And every time they bring it out on Blu-ray, I'm always checking it. I'm always like on some site going, right, so what's on that? And it's like no deleted scenes. I was like, fuck off, no buying that. You know?
And it's like preserved then? Are they deleted scenes that you can
I don't know if they still exist, but when they go to hell, for example, was it Bill sees like Ted sees like the Easter Bunny character and the granny, and they're like nightmares in hell. Well, they come back when they're on the roads and they're ready to go to the Battle of the Bands. Those characters come back from hell to attack them, and they fight them. And there's also a scene in hell where they meet a knight, and that's the thing that's always bothered me, is because when I saw the original trailer for Bogus Journey way back, it shows this knight in the trailer holding up a rat, and they're going, "Hey, one of our buddies got that in a bucket of chicken," right? And that's in the trailer for Bill. You could Google the trailer; it's right there. This scene where this knight is holding up a rat, and they're going, "Yeah." And apparently, when they first arrive in hell, they meet this knight that's standing there. And they talk to him, and he pretty much puts them where they're going to be, which is they're going to break rocks with hammers. Like Bill and Ted are going to basically break rocks with hammers for the rest of their lives. That's
he's in the film, isn't he? The knight is there, isn't he?
Never.
What?
Never in it. He's not in the final cut of the movie, but he's in the trailer.
He's in the trailer.
Right.
That's strange. There's quite a few.
I always thought he was in it.
Because in the trailer, you know, when they make the trailers, they're not sure what the final cut's going to be. So, like Batman Forever had certain things in the trailer that weren't in the final cut.
Yeah.
And that's always bothered me because it was one of those movies when I first saw it, I was like, what happened to that night with the bucket of chicken and the rat and all that? What happened there? And it's never been released. And I'm like,
I think Bogus Journey was a different distributor because that's why we've only had the first one and the third one released over here.
Oh, right, okay.
Because the second one never had a Blu-ray over here, it's only in America and in Germany. And that one always, with a physical release, was just the film, never nothing else. So I think it's something to do with the company that owns the rights.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, give me the deleted scenes. That's all I want. There's also a scene in it where the robot Bill and Ted's unzip themselves, and when they unzip themselves, this is not in the film. And when they unzip themselves, they're both like if for instance Alex Winter like unzips himself, he opens up and he's Keanu Reeves underneath.
Right.
And the other one's, and it's pointless. It's a stupid thing, but I just want to see it. I just it's like wow, they went to so much effort for these scenes that I'd like to see them.
They just got chucked away and probably never will be seen. It's a shame, really.
But you know, is it like a Rogue One situation where almost every part of that trailer was not in the film, and they completely changed the idea that when they come out with the Death Star plans on the beach, but that's not what happens in it. So I don't know whether it's like integral to the plot that they cannot unzip themselves in the film, otherwise it would.
Yeah, I don't think that anything that happens in the deleted scenes affect the plot, apart from the Hell characters coming to attack them when they're going to the Battle of the Bands. That's one of the major differences that would have maybe slowed the film down. I guess that's why they took it out. But I want to see it. I love deleted scenes. I love seeing stuff that wasn't in the original cut.
We had a debate about AI and whether AI would be a good thing to restore these like the ones that are only available on like VHS, to restore them to their like original glory, even if they look a bit strange, but to just have them, because we saw a lot of things in that Friday the 13th trailer where they're unwatchable, but if you could get an AI to like restore
the best they can.
Yeah, take all the lines out
that humans could never do.
Yeah, exactly. So AI not replacing human jobs, but like something that a human couldn't do. Go through every frame, draw a human face, replace everything. If an AI could do that, I think that would be a good thing. I think we have.
I mean, it's either that or nothing. So go for it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Do that instead of bringing back dead celebrities.
Yeah, be a good use of it, I think.
Yeah.
That was always what I assumed AI would be for, to make things look better that would never, like 28 Days Later was shot on digital in like so long ago that it will never look good. But if you wanted to improve the quality a bit, still keep that griminess that it had, but make it look a bit more watchable, you could do that.
Yeah, like when you've got, for example, Exorcist 3, which is the only decent Exorcist sequel, which is not really a sequel, right? It's more of a spiritual sequel. They've got the original cut that Peter Blatty made, but it's only on a VHS format. Blow it up. Let AI do some wonders to it, and I'd happily watch it.
Released it on Blu-ray. They are doing Exorcist 3 on 4K, but Legion's still on Blu-ray.
But it's still it will still be the theatrical cut. You won't get the original director's cut. I don't
know if anyone's ever seen the Star is Born Judy Garland version, but this is kind of off topic, but when there's scenes that aren't available, they just have freeze frames and have the actors talk over it because they've still got the audio. It's very weird, but it kind of at least it kind of doesn't work, but it still at least keeps the It gives you everything you'd need from that film.
It's a bit like Doctor Who. A lot of the episodes were lost, so they animated it and just used the voices.
Yeah,
That's
Whilst
right.
the
Yeah,
animation is a bit hokey. It
Yeah.
is. It's at least it's complete
that's
now.
another idea. Yeah, another way to do it.
no,
It's
fuck,
like-
fuck the BBC, man. Why would they erase those classic episodes? Here's
Yeah.
one that always pisses me off, and I would put it up there with some of the greatest sci-fi ever. Is the year of the Sex Olympics. I always bring this up, and people are like, what? The year of the Sex Olympics from the 60s. Have you ever heard of this?
Never.
No.
I wish I'd heard it.
Nigel Neal, who created Quatermass, right? He also wrote Halloween 3, but he's a great British television writer from the 50s, 60s onwards. In the late 60s, he wrote a television one-off called The Year of the Sex Olympics, which is about the future where pornography is all over television in this future. They have a sex Olympics, right? But you never see anything, right? Because it's this British television program from the 60s, one-off, right? But Brian Cox is in it as a young man, right?
Wow.
In this, yeah. And so it's like the audience, you see the audience being represented by these rows of people watching pornography, right? And they're bored. They're like, oh, they're so fucking bored. And the television producers are like, what do we need to do to, sorry, StreamYard can go suck a dick. Anyway, but yeah, so the television producers of the future are trying, the ratings are plummeting on their Sex Olympics show. So they want to find a way that they can keep the audience, basically keep them asleep. That's the kind of idea. Is like television will keep you satiated. And what happens is someone accidentally dies on the set of this show. They die accidentally, and the audience are like, "Oh yeah, wow, right?" And they're all like in praise. So they go, "Fuck, we're gonna come up with a new show. We're gonna come up with this new show, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna get people to go off into the wilderness." And they have to survive in the wilderness. So it's basically, it kind of predicts reality television. This show, it was really ahead of its time. And it was filmed in full colour by the BBC, and it was shown on television. And obviously Mary Whitehouse was like, oh my God, that cannot be shown. It's called the Year of the Sex Olympics. Right? She's not going to watch it. She's just going to say that needs to be banned straight away. So it did get shown, and then the BBC erased the colour version, and it's only the black and white version that exists. And it's worth a watch. It's really good. And it's funny that when you watch it, you're going, I bet those costumes looked amazing, because you can tell that these people have got all these like shiny sci-fi costumes on, but it's all black and white. But yeah, check that out. The Year of the Sex Olympics, classic.
That actually sounds great.
It does.
You know, I feel like nowadays, I don't want to sound old here, but you know, like back then they were trying to predict the next thing that would happen, but these days they seem to just be catering to what people
the
like
past.
now.
yeah. There's Alien, and it's still got the clunky 1970s buttons on the ship.
Promote this old.
They're still thinking in the past, aren't they?
Yeah. It's really interesting that idea that so the idea is that the Olympics is boring, so they have a Sex Olympics, and then that's boring, so they have
the violence. We want violence is the next thing.
like an extra. Yeah, that sounds really interesting
for the BBC as well.
The BBC,
yeah. And it's so 60s looking, right? You can tell that this was in a psychedelic kind of costume zone. You can see that these characters had some wild costumes, but you don't enjoy it because it's black and white. But that's something that maybe even AI could fix. You know, I wouldn't mind a colorized version of that, as much as I'm against colorized.
Yeah, he's gone again. Yeah, colorizing usually doesn't go so well. I'm not sure how it works, but
yeah, I know that they've done it on a few things, and it results in great. I think they've done some on. I remember seeing like they colorized some Laurel and Hardy stuff
Hmm.
Didn't look good.
Hmm. Yeah, I know they colorized those already old 1920s films, but yeah, that'd be good. We'll have to watch that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, it's not just the BBC; it's everything. No one really wants to do anything.
There's nothing new that's like, wow, this is a game changer. This is something that's gonna, like, insightful, looking forward. It's always looking back.
Yeah. I mean, when was the last time you thought, wow, this is shocking? Like, this could happen, kind of thing. It's very rare these days.
It is. It's TV and media as a whole is very, like, sort of safe.
Mm.
There's keep to the status quo.
Yeah.
Get that money coming in.
I think that's the problem, yeah. I think there's too many or too few studios now.
Well, yeah, Disney's bought them all up. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, when 20th Century Fox was owned by the Subs, it was all right. Like, the more and more they close up, more monopoly. Like, if Paramount's probably going to go within the next couple of years. Who's going to buy that?
Yeah.
Warner Brothers, Warner Brothers or Disney. So that means it's another best person.
Yeah.
And like places like Lionsgate, keep having flops, they could go next because they're not very big.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been my theory that horror films are doing so well. Well, you've got Terrence's back.
Yeah, I've just turned my VPN off. I think it was my VPN.
That might be it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all that sailing the seven seas, I think. And sometimes you haven't got anything downloading.
That Crow movie just infected me with the virus of a terrible piece of shit movie.
Didn't get any worse. What was I thinking just then? Oh yeah. I think that like horror movies are doing so well because they are breaking the mold at the minute. Like a lot of films are very safe, but like when you see a trailer for Longlegs, you can tell that it's something different. It's something weird.
You'd never expect that film to make over $100 million. That's unheard of.
Yeah, and I don't think horror has done that well for a long time.
It's remarkable that it's directed by Norman Bates' son.
Yeah,
his son directed that.
And
his next film looks good as well.
When we went to the cinema, you went for a toilet. They played that monkey trailer, and when it showed Oz Perkins, a load of people cheered.
That's really cool.
And I was like, "Wow, they must really love Longlegs."
Yeah,
nice one. I've still not watched it, but I've got it to watch. I can't wait to see it.
Longlegs.
Yeah.
There are a few videos, clickbait. It's always the freaking clickbait on YouTube. I hate this movie. This is the worst movie. Why do people fall into that trap? Just be nice. Why can't we just be nice? Right? Okay, you don't like the movie. That's your opinion. Very nice. But we don't need to be like, this is the worst thing ever.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like they enjoy the fact that they don't like this movie, which is a weird thing.
They went into it knowing they wouldn't like it, only to hate it even more.
Yeah, I don't want to not enjoy a movie.
No.
I think they fall into that trap of like, okay, none of my videos are really going viral, but I made this one video where I thought Captain Marvel was a piece of shit, and I was going to chomp the bit about how much I'm going to totally lambast this movie, and that blew up. So therefore, every video's got to be about this moving forward. That's not film criticism. That's just it's bullying. I think it's tantamount to bullying to me.
Yeah.
And watching every single film and hating every single film. Why do it if you hate them all?
Yeah, I mean you're a shock jock. That's what basically they are. They want to basically say that they want to have that hot take that I hate this movie. I hate this movie. But this kind of calm criticism, because I mean most of the critics we listen to, they are just kind of we had this to say about it, this to say, but in video games, I don't know if you played video games, Terrence.
Not anymore. It's been a long time, but I know that we're on Playtendoguy channel, right? So
I know. No, but in video games, the journalism is terrible. It is so biased to certain things that they never and you can tell they have bullet points that say this isn't good, this isn't good, but it's never anything anyone really cares about.
They're being reviewed not by video game fans, but just by people wanting to get a leg up in the journalist world. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Didn't Charlie Brooker start off working for like PC World or something? Not PC World, but it's a PC Gamer, like back in the 90s or something. That was how he got his start.
Wouldn't surprise me because he's a huge video game fan, isn't he? He made his video games wipe. I know that he did that a long time ago.
And he's head of BAFTA gaming as well.
Is he? He's head of it.
He's in part of it.
He's part of it. Yeah. But yeah, you know, just say what you think is good and what you think is bad.
It's when it comes to reviews, whilst like some trusted critics, it's mostly in like circles like these that you find great films. And again, with like games, you're like the reviewers, they liked it, but like when you hear word of mouth is the best thing for anything.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Yeah, it always has been the greatest form of advertising. But see, I'm not offended by a thumbnail that will say like The Crow. Is it really that bad? Question mark. That's fine. But if you're just like, The Crow stinks, then come on.
Well, if you got a thumbnail saying the film stinks, well, I know what you think. I don't.
Why watch it? Why watch your stupid review?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You played your cards already, so nobody's going to click.
Yeah. How is that?
I mean, if you look at someone. Sorry. If you look at someone like Mark Commode, right, who I admire, right, I don't share the same opinion of him with certain films, but when he puts up a video on YouTube, he doesn't say this movie stinks in his thumbnail. He just says, here's his review for, Long Legs. There you go. And that's the way you should behave. This whole like worst thing ever, and it's always got a picture of someone crying or something.
Huge giant emoji tears coming out and stuff like that. I mean, we like Mark Commode as well. I mean, even if he hates something like obviously famously like Sex and the City 2 or Entourage, things like that, he'll still review it like a real critic. There's very few out there.
Unless it's a Transformers movie where he'll bang his head off a wall or something.
Exactly.
Or Fred the movie where he just screams.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess with that film, it's hard to.
Well, it's just a film, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, like with Exorcist 2, or probably controversially Halloween, Season of the Witch, I cannot get over that song that plays all the way through. Like whatever else happens in it, I cannot get over that. But if you're a professional film critic, you'd say, personally, I could not get over this. And you'd watch through and you'd still try and find the things that are good about it. But a lot of these critics now, they have their own agenda.
They just want to, they're just out to like decimate it. And they're a lot of the really big ones. I'm not going to name any names, right? They're just poison. They are politically motivated as well. There's some of these ones that are huge are in bed with people like Ben Shapiro and stuff like that. And you're like, what? Why politicize movies, right?
Yeah.
I
mean, the thing is that most people, no matter what your political allegiance is, most people are pretty in the middle when it comes to movies.
Absolutely.
They don't care what they see. For example, like I can watch Dirty Harry. I'm not a huge fan of like cops shooting whoever they like, blah blah blah. But it's a great movie. I don't need to bring in my own politics into it.
It's a suspension of disbelief.
Yeah,
it is. And
you could argue that Dirty Harry is a right-wing fantasy or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't care. It's a fun movie. Same with Rambo as well, right? Jingoistic, Ronald Reagan, yay. I mean, it's a daft movie that I find entertaining, right?
Yeah.
I don't get up in the politics of films.
Or like Top Gun, people say that's an army recruitment video.
Oh, definitely.
Or movie.
Oh, absolutely.
But and we do talk a lot. I don't know if you're comfortable with me saying.
Go on.
That we don't like the amount of army adverts that are in the
cinemas.
U-rated films. We find that a bit distasteful.
It's
really.
pretty much every film is sponsored
film
by
is,
the
like,
army,
sponsored by the
even
army.
kids' films. And
Yeah.
this kind of rubs me up the wrong way. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Regardless, we're adults. We know what we think, and we don't need to be talked to like we're kids. We know what's good and what's bad.
No,
This
right
is just a movie, and we're seeing good versus evil. And
at the end of the day, a movie should be fun, entertainment. Leave all your troubles at the door. You don't need to be reminded of stuff, be told stuff. You just want to go and have an entertaining time, and that's all it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, like, you used to have like, because I mean, Star Wars is based on like the Vietnam War kind of thing. That's kind of, but it's allegory. It's not like.
It's not on the nose.
On the nose kind of thing, yeah. So,
pause or not?
No, it's still there. You're just sitting there. We thought you'd paused.
No, I think Jamie's asleep, isn't he?
I don't know.
Oh, he's still here. He's just enjoying the moment.
You never asked Jamie what his top sci-fi movie is.
No, what's your top sci-fi movie, Jamie?
2001, probably Space Odyssey, because it is like the 4th best film ever made.
Wow, yeah.
The
4th best film ever made?
Pardon?
Did you say the 4th best film ever made?
Yeah.
What are the other 3?
3's Clockwork Orange.
Okay.
Did he well, brother? Did he well?
2's Inception.
Right.
And I think you can guess what number 1 is.
The Dark Knight, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, he named 2 sci-fi films in that list as well, didn't he? Inception and Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
I suppose he didn't say, what's that one with Leslie Nielsen, 2001, A Space Travesty.
Fuck.
No, I haven't seen that.
I watched that video about it. It looked awful.
I haven't seen. I don't remember that.
Okay, remember that.
It's like Blade Runner 2049. I think that's an absolute masterpiece.
I agree.
Yeah, see, yeah, we both agree on that.
2049 over the original.
I would. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair. It's, it's tricky. It's not like something where you're like, that's sacrilege to say that.
You get an equal amount saying they prefer.
Because Denis Villeneuve is basically coming up to be a new Ridley Scott, isn't he? I mean, you probably even you never know where he's going to end up, but yeah. What was I going to say?
I don't know.
I can't remember. Something about 2049.
2049.
The original Westworld from 1970 something, Michael Crichton. That's a classic. Love that.
Have you seen the new series of it?
I didn't watch it. No, not of hatred or anything. Just I don't really follow series that much. It takes a lot to persuade me to watch a TV series because they usually disappoint me. They usually get cancelled or something too early, or they go on too long.
Yeah, it did. Well, I think Westworld did it to itself. It got too complicated, I think. But like the first series of Westworld is pretty good, but it's hard to recommend it when you know it's not really going to go anywhere. It's a bit like Game of Thrones.
No spoilers.
No spoilers, but everybody doesn't like the ending, so you're likely to be in that cohort that doesn't like the ending to Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I'm definitely in that ballpark.
Have you seen all of Game of Thrones then?
I have, yeah. I was, like most people, I was disappointed with that finale. Yeah.
Have you watched House of the Dragon?
I because they let me down with Game of Thrones, I avoided it. I've been watching the Interview with the Vampire series. That's really good.
Yeah, I've heard that's pretty good.
I really like the film.
Yeah, the film's good.
Well, this I would say it's an improvement because it's got a bigger sandbox to play in. and it's a hell of a lot gayer than the original film. I'll give it that.
Even
that's
gayer
good.
than the original.
Oh yeah, way gayer. Yeah,
That's like being more gay than the Top Gun volleyball scene.
Oh no.
Not gay as
That's
that.
pushes the gay button hard.
Really is.
Unintended.
But it's still great. I love it. I think it's a great show.
Yeah. I remember what I was going to say to you. I was going to say Blade Runner 2049 was a film I introduced you to.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
And it was a great one. You've introduced me to loads of great ones, like The Vanishing.
The Vanishing, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen The Vanishing.
Which one? The remake or the original?
Yeah.
I've only seen the remake, but yeah, I know how it differs, but
yeah.
I've read about it, the original. And
it's difficult. I imagine it's difficult to watch the original when you've seen the remake. Yeah. Very much an American type ending.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I remember when it came out, the remake, that was all people talked about. It was like, man, they just fucked up the ending.
Yeah. Yeah. Because American movies, I've read about this, that American movies always want to have, I don't know if spoilers for The Vanishing if you haven't seen it.
Yeah,
but
they want it to be a happy ending.
Yeah.
They want it to be a happy ending for, they want the hope there. Whereas if you have like a film outside of America, it's
European, it would always.
European.
There's always a bit
communist. It's not. I know that the Netherlands isn't communist, but like, you know, the ending is more.
It's the same with the. Is it not with the animated version of Animal Farm, which I love? Yeah. I've never read the novel Animal Farm, but I've seen the animated film from the 50s, was it? And that changes the ending from the novel.
Really?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh, I never knew. I've only seen the animated. I don't read books, so.
Yeah, I've heard that there are two different endings.
Really?
Quite a bit, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Del Boy. It's going to sub to me. Excellent. I hope I don't disappoint.
No way.
So Josh says it's in his top 10 worst films ever.
Least favorite films ever. It's hideous.
You've never seen Myra Breckinridge with Raquel Welch? That's my #1 worst movie ever. Myra Breckinridge.
Exorcist 2. Dracula 3D.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That's a bad one. What else would be in my worst films ever? Ted. That might be controversial.
Oh, what the
teddy bear?
I wasn't.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg.
The Mark Wahlberg, yeah.
Oh God, worst movies ever. But Myra Breckinridge is so painful to watch. Oh my God. I don't know. Some really bad ones. Can't think. I'm always trying to remain positive with films. I want the best, and and like I said with Henry Cavill, I wish him well. I hope he does well. Right? Prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong. I'm not one of these people that's got tunnel vision that like, that's why I love these shows. I love being on Pete's channel and anyone's channel, or even comments that are positive, not fucking trolls, obviously. But if you can persuade me to, if I'm sitting here and I'm saying, oh yeah, that Chuck Norris movie sucks ass, if you can persuade me otherwise, I'm happy to be persuaded. I am. Yeah. If you can turn if I say that Invasion USA is a boring piece of shit, and you can change my mind, all power to you. I welcome that. I love that.
You know, my view has always been, if I give a film 1 star, that's actually a better score than 2 stars, because if somebody's made a film that's actually made me angry and hate it, that's kind of a good thing, that they've actually made me feel something. Whereas like, and it's a bit like a child on sports day where you're like, at least you had a go. at least you tried your best. And if you hate a film, at least somebody's tried to do something. Like if you have a remake where somebody's just doing it cynically, you can always tell when there's a big corporate thing behind it. That kind of annoys
you can't underestimate that it's a miracle to get a film even made, never mind getting it distributed, right? Even a piece of shit like Exorcist Believer or whatever, and I consider it a piece of shit. I know that Batman doesn't, and I apologize for that, right? But yeah, you know, right? But and I'm sure there's films that I dearly love that you despise, right? That's just the way the world works, right? But I still don't deny that these people got up from their beds in the morning, they got out there, they turned up on time, the focus puller, the gaffer, the lighting technicians, they were all working well, right? I'm not criticizing these people. I'm not bitching about them. I'm just saying you missed. I'm sorry. You went to score the goal and you hit the post. I'm sorry, in my opinion.
And if you hit the post, that's still pretty close.
Yeah, you got close, but no cigar. Right? And my opinions have changed. Over the years, my opinions have changed over films. Sometimes from people persuading me and say, hey, no, Terence, you're seeing it another way. If you look at it this way, oh, do you know something? You're absolutely right. That's happened on many occasions. Or I was not wise enough to see that film. Like, I'll give you an example. Mean Streets, Martin Scorsese. Saw that movie in the early 90s. I did not like it. I thought it was boring as fuck. I wanted Goodfellas. That was what I wanted when I sat down to watch that film. I was like, right, come on, give me, Goodfellas. And it didn't. And then a few years later, maybe 10, 15 years later, I watched it again on DVD. And you know what? I had a totally different experience. And I think it was to do with me being older. That I saw Mean Streets at an age where it wasn't right for me to see Mean Streets. But when I was older, wiser, a little bit more mature, I understood it. And I love it.
I do wonder whether it's a case of going into a film expecting what you think it would be.
You bring a lot of baggage into a film.
Yeah, exactly. And then 15 years later, I'm sitting down to watch it again. I go, oh, shit, yeah, this was the sort of also-ran version of Goodfellas. And it's not. It's a separate thing. It's a terrific movie. And I didn't need any persuading. I didn't read anything that anybody said to me to see it differently. I just got older. That was the only difference. So I was wrong. I felt, and, put your ego to sleep, man, It's just a movie, right?
Yeah. I mean, people are so different. Yeah. How can you satisfy everyone? And, it's kind of, just to get philosophical, but it's kind of a good thing in a way that somebody who you'd think, oh, that person will really like that movie, and then they don't, and you think, oh, that's just how people are. Yeah. You cannot predict what somebody is going to like.
You can't. Even though they've said, oh, this is my type of movie, and the taste that they have, and you go, oh, this is the perfect film for them. They're going to love this. And they're like, man, that's the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. Why did you show that to me? I get that all the time, right?
Yeah. And, I know everyone said this, but how boring would it be if you didn't have that moment where somebody suddenly says, I hate this film you thought I'd like. It's just a fun thing.
It is.
And doesn't mean that everyone else
also
doesn't
means
like it.
that you can have good discussions about it, of what works with it, what doesn't for you.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to end up in arguments or slagging the film off or people in it. It's just people's tastes are different. Not everybody's going to love everything.
Yeah. It's how art's been all through the years, is that some people will like it, some people won't. Yeah. And that's what makes it so good.
Yeah, it's like Jamie likes Exorcist Believer. That's great.
Yeah.
It didn't work for us. It didn't work for Terence, but it's good that there is people who like it.
And that's what I like.
Pleased that you find value in that, whereas I don't. I wish I could see it through your eyes, because then I wouldn't feel so done, right? But here's the thing. See, as a film critic, and I'm not a professional film critic, neither are you, Pete, right? But you're a person, you have an opinion, right? So in a sense, you are a film critic, right? I think the most important role that a film critic has is to champion films, not to sit and go, yeah, Captain Marvel was a pile of shit, fuck, that movie, right? That goes nowhere, right? But see, if you were to say, I'll give you an example, Siskel and Ebert, who are legends, right? I disagree with a lot of their opinions on movies. They gave Beverly Hills Cop 2 thumbs down back in 1984. Can you believe it? Yes, they did. But
I can't believe it. They did a lot of that.
They gave 2 thumbs down to Beverly Hills Cop, for example. But in the mid-90s, they set aside an episode of their program to champion the great documentary Hoop Dreams. I don't know if you've ever seen Hoop Dreams, right? It's a basketball documentary that took 9 years to make. This documentary, it's about inner city kids who win a college scholarship to play basketball, right? They go from the ghetto to this posh. This is a true story. It's a documentary, and the film crew follow them for 9 years, right? It's amazing, an amazing documentary. And when it got released in the early 90s, 94, I think it's 30 years this year, when this movie came out, nobody gave a shit about this movie, right? Except Siskel and Ebert. They saw it at some film festival and they were like, this is the best documentary we've ever seen in our lives. Let's set aside a whole episode of our show just talking about Hoop Dreams. The movie got an Oscar. I think it won an Oscar for best documentary at the next year's Oscars. And that was all because of Siskel and Ebert using their platform to champion this movie. And that's what it's all about. That's really what it's all about. It's finding those gems that are buried somewhere that's never going to go anywhere, that has no distribution, and giving it that leg up.
I mean, I think there's 2 things from that. I think Mark Kermode has always said film critics have never been able to sink a movie. So like Transformers, that'll still make loads of money, but they can champion a film that would never make any money usually. But the other thing I think of now, it's just occurred to me, we don't have any film critics now who are front and center, people see on TV. You know, we don't have anything like that, do we?
No, not at all.
Apparently the BBC's completely cut its budget for that, because Gareth over at Video Tasties, which by the way, I'm appearing on Video Tasties on Thursday night, plug. We're going to be watching Buckaroo Banzai. But
we had our plugs earlier. That's an illegal plug.
A double plug, right? He had Alex Cox as a guest, and he used to host Videodrome, and he said the BBC has completely cut its budget for like film criticism and stuff like that, which is disgusting. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And speaking of Mark Kermode, there's a film that he's always blabbed about that he introduced me, not personally, but from his website, and that's Slade in Flame. Have you ever seen Slade in Flame?
Well, I haven't, but I know that Mark Kermode loves that film.
That one.
It's fucking excellent, that film. I mean, I'm not the biggest Slade fan in the world, right? I think they're a decent rock band, right? But we all know them from like every Christmas. It's Christmas, right?
Yeah.
But their actual movie that they made in the 70s is one of the best rock and roll movies ever made. Wow. And he's not lying. That's what he calls it, the Citizen Kane of like pop band movies, and it's really good because it's kind of like when a band gets really popular, let's make a movie about them, let them play themselves in the movie. We've all seen that, right? It's cheesy nonsense. This is not cheesy nonsense. It kind of goes into the whole fact that the record companies are going to fuck you over. That's pretty much what the movie's about. And you're like, wait a minute, are they trying to sell music to us, or are they actually exposing it for how fucked up it is? It's great. And apparently Slade as a band hate this movie because I think it did. It just kind of made the music industry look really corrupt. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I would never have heard of it if it weren't for Mark Kermode.
I mean, there's another movie called Bait, which is a Kermode recommended movie, which is about like the seaside community, basically like this fisherman community, filmed on like 14 frames per second kind of film, like this really old method of filmmaking.
Okay.
But
You're not about this, are you?
I don't think
the shark.
I'm gonna guess it's not that.
Although that looks good.
Right name, wrong
good.
film.
Yeah, right name, wrong film.
Yeah.
No, but it's one of those films where you're like, you know, it just gets better every second you watch it. You just think I'm just more and more invested in this, and you don't know why. That's one of the weird things about cinema in general, is that you can't explain. It's like that David Lynch quote: if you could explain a movie, then why make a movie? It's that feeling you get where you're like, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm really invested in this. And I don't care about a fishing community in Cornwall or wherever it is. I can't remember now because I've seen it a long time ago. But it's just such a brilliant film.
It takes a special film to make you care about a subject that you wouldn't want to watch anything
When I
about.
watched it a second time, I was already in tears as it was happening, because I remembered there was just a memory of how it was unfolding. And Kermode, he banged on about this film for a long time, and it's, you know, that's the power of film criticism, is you can really champion a film. You can't sink a film, but you can really, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
that,
it is.
You know,
it really is. But you know, some critics in the past, they get too close to certain artists. Like for example, Roger Ebert was very good buddies with Martin Scorsese, right? And you know, and that can be damaging. That's the thing I always hate is I can't do what Gareth does, where he brings on like directors and stuff and talks to them, because I don't want to get close to them, because they can influence my opinion on things.
Well,
and I don't.
Yeah. That's the whole thing about access journalism, isn't it? If you want to get someone onto your show,
and I'm going to say this is the best film ever. Yeah.
But like, you know, that when you're reading a critic or watching a critic, you have to know that this guy, he likes this director, and you can take it with a pinch of salt. Like if you read Empire magazine, if it's a Marvel film, they're going to be a bit nicer to it than you know, other things,
because they'll be given access to things that that other people haven't. Exactly, they get exclusives,
and it's not necessarily them doing it consciously. They're just subconsciously, like, you know, we got treated well by them, we feel nice,
and it's a case of just hoping that they still have a job.
Yeah, but I do think it is like kind of innocent in a way. I hope anyway. I'm not very.
Winslow in the chat here, Pauline Kael had a big soft spot for De Palma too. Yeah, and I know that she was best buddies with Robert Altman. It was like she could not say a bad word about Robert Altman, Pauline Kael. And that's the thing. It's you get too close to these people, then you're compromising your opinion, I think. And that's one thing I love about Kermode, actually. Because as close as he's got to people like William Friedkin or Werner Herzog and people like that, he's managed to maintain that. He's managed to maintain that distance.
Well,
they'll still say that was a piece of shit.
I think one great example is the William Friedkin film, the Matthew McConaughey film he did.
Oh yeah.
Killer Joe, yeah. That he hated, and he said that this is actually quite disgusting what they did in this film, and yet he managed to, you know. But again, with Kermode, I do know that he has his friends, his people he likes, and I genuinely think that they don't do it on purpose. They just have a good feeling towards these people, and you can't help but if your kid gives you a crappy drawing, you know, you like the picture because it's by them.
Well, yeah, if your friend makes a film or something, you're gonna say you done good, though.
Yeah,
you're still gonna have more positives than negatives.
Exactly. Yeah,
you don't want to.
But that was one of the questions that Roger Ebert got asked one time, was that do you take bribes are you bribed in any way? And he says, no, but it's all about access. Like if I'm invited onto the set to do a set report from a Burt Reynolds movie 6 months before it comes out, then when it comes out, I'm kind of going, do you know what? That Burt Reynolds was a nice guy. That director was a nice guy. They were all so lovely to me. The movie stank, but I'll give it a minor favorable review. That's kind of how it works, and it's tacky. And I think audiences aren't stupid. They can see that shit. They can go, no.
Yeah, sort of I scratch your back, you scratch my back. It's the case, and you see like on like Instagram and all that, where people have gone to like events for films like Borderlands, and they've come out. Oh, what do you think of the film? Oh, it's loads of fun. It's like, well, yeah, you've been invited.
Yeah, exactly. You're not gonna trash it, are you? No. Then we'll go, well, see that buffet that you're invited to? Well, that ain't fucking happening, right? You sat there and kicked Borderlands in the balls. We ain't having it.
There's a new Star Wars game coming out, and people who have gone to review it and play it, they've been invited to Disneyland. So obviously there's got to be a bit of positive towards it, getting all expenses paid trip to Disneyland.
That's it. I just avoid that shit. I'm sorry. I just, to me, it's just a form of corruption. I think, right? It's like lobbyists.
I know there's like game websites that are sponsored by a certain game. You got adverts all over the place for it, sponsored by it for ages, and they get like first dibs on everything with it. And then it comes out, this video is sponsored by this game, and today we're going to review that game, and they give it like a 9. You know, like, well, you're just advertising it all over the place. You've obviously got loads of special rights to it.
Yeah. I find it kind of hard to do review. See, you know, I like doing recommendations for people, but there's this one plug on my channel, right? Where if you watch the review, you'll notice how fucking uncomfortable I am, and it's for A Nightmare on Elm Street, the remake from 2010, which is one of the worst remakes ever in my view, right? Yeah. I hadn't seen at the time. I hadn't seen the film. But I asked this girl who I was friends with on YouTube. I still am friends with her, but she hasn't spoke to me since. Right? I said, well, would you like me to review a movie for you? And yeah, that one. God.
I enjoyed it.
Jamie's a specialist on remakes.
Yeah, I'm the remake expert.
Yeah.
I've not watched it in about 10, no, wait. Probably 15 years.
Yeah, let's keep that going.
I've not watched it in over a decade.
We'll see if you can make it 2 decades.
That was what I was you,
I'll race you. I'll race you, right? but anyway, so I said, you love horror movies, right? You want me to review a horror movie for you? She's like, yeah. Do you know what to review? A Nightmare on Elm Street from 2010. No, I said Nightmare on Elm Street, and it's like, oh, the original, fantastic. She's like, no, the remake. I was like, oh, no. Because I'd heard it was terrible. So I didn't watch it, honestly. One of those films where I'm just checking my watch all the way through. But yeah, the review was painful because I had to sit there and, you know, this is someone's favorite horror movie, I suspect. I don't know, there could be. And I'm sitting there ripping at a new one, and I was trying to be gentle, because how do you be gentle with that film? It's just so difficult.
Did they offer any clue as to what made it their favorite horror movie, or
they just thought it was scary? They just said it was really scary.
Okay.
You know?
They've probably never seen like the other ones.
I don't think they'd seen the original. Yeah, I think that I suspected that, but yeah. It's a fun video to watch. If you want to watch me looking really uncomfortable, that's the one.
Yeah, it's one of my least favorite films, horror films, I think, ever made.
It's very dull.
It doesn't work on any level.
Oh, I love New Nightmare though. That's brilliant.
New Nightmare's it's Wes Craven. I mean,
that's so great.
And the Friday the 13th remake. I really like as well.
That remake's really good.
People keep saying that the remakes. I've not seen the remake, but people keep saying that one's all right. The thing that Nightmare on Elm Street, and I say that in the review as well, they repeat some of the classic shots from the original.
Yeah.
And they fuck them up. Because for example, where he's just like, there's a wall of latex or like a fabric, and Freddy Krueger comes through the wall, and it's all done in one shot. That's so terrifying. And even the thought of it sometimes gives me chills. But the way they do it in the remake, whereas the camera is up here looking at him and it pans down and it's a CGI loop coming through the wall, I'm like, my God, that is boring as fuck. And then the famous razors coming through the bathtub between our legs, right? I noticed that because I actually put them side by side, is that in the original they come through much slower, and they actually come through with the blades like coming up first and then the hand comes up. In the remake, the blades don't come up first. It's the whole hand. It just comes out. It loses any of its suspense because you're like, what the fuck are these blades coming up? And then, yeah, it sucks.
It's also got a horrible color palette. Very dreary.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah. Hills of Eyes remake's really good.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's Alex.
I hear that. I've still not seen that one.
No, that's a good film. He's a good director. I never know if it's a woman or a man because Alexandra, but I assume I think it's a man.
I think it's a man.
As well. Yeah, that's quite a good film.
Yeah, way better than the original.
Yeah, I think so. Hills Up.
People say it's an improvement on the original.
Yeah.
I grew up with the original Hills of Eyes. I thought it's classic.
Yeah, you don't like it, do you, Pete?
No, not a huge fan on it. Isn't
the old one is.
Oh, pardon.
Well, the old one, you're not a fan of the old.
Not a big fan of it, no. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I can see that it's probably a bit slower and dated now as opposed to the remake.
Characters that are really annoying.
I think with the remake, the characters are kind of annoyingly likable. You know, it's one thing to be annoying to other people in the film, but to be annoying to the audience is a crime, really.
It is.
You need to be funny to the audience and annoying to the other cast.
Well, the best character out of the original Hills of Eyes was the dog.
Yeah, I'm sure I won't.
The one who gets a flashback in the second one.
Yeah, I've heard the second one is pretty much the first film, like 70% of it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done in flashback, and the dog gets a flashback because all the people are all sitting telling their story, and then the camera pans over to the dog, and then it goes, the dog has a flashback. You're like, what? Wait a minute. What's going on?
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's a great idea for a movie.
Yeah,
dog flashback.
Won you over, innit?
Yeah. Being black and white.
Yeah, because I would say black and white, yeah.
I know, that's why I said it.
I see what you did there. Deanie Boy.
Deanie Boy, yeah. Don't know what that's referring to.
I don't know. Josh says, I haven't seen the new Indiana Jones. I started it, then fell asleep. 300 million for nothing.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the most expensive sleep you've ever had.
Gary North says Clancy Brown was a right horrible bastard in Bad Boys, the 80s prison film. It's great when he finally gets a beating from Sean Penn. Yeah, playing with that one.
The original Highlander. Clancy Brown. He's been in a lot of weird parts. He's good. He's quite a diverse actor.
He's such a great character actor. He is. Whenever he pops up, you know you're in for a good time. Even in John Wick, he isn't in it a lot, but he's good for the few moments he's in it.
I think
Is Clancy Brown in Shawshank Redemption?
Yes.
Yeah, he plays a cop, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's the warden, the main warden.
Like prison guard.
And most notably, he's Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Who in it? He's in Pet Sematary 2, isn't he?
You'll have to.
I haven't seen Pet Sematary 2.
We're not clever enough to know about Pet Sematary 2.
Is it a good film?
Just gonna go back. Right back.
What
Hold on.
all the Pet Cemeteries for the first time last year.
Only a couple.
The original's okay. I thought the sequel was better than the original. The third one, the remake, I think the remake's the best. And then last year we got a new one, which is basically, I think it's a sequel or a prequel to the remake. And by far the best one was the remake. It's a franchise that's kind of disposable because it's just about a family that move in a house and it's next to a pet cemetery. And when you bury something in there, it comes back alive, but it comes back all messed up. And it's a disposable franchise.
I never thought it would be a franchise.
It's not a franchise, but it got a sequel. It got one film, a sequel, a remake, and then so it got like 4 films.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even know.
I didn't even know it had 4 films. I just thought it was the original and the remake.
I think a film called Pet Sematary would never appeal to me.
With Stephen King.
Pet Cemetery Bloodline or something. It's got
Bloodline. It came out last year, didn't it? It's like straight to streaming.
Because they did a Children of the Corn last year as well, and they've got this. And they've got that one. What is it with David Soul and now? God.
Oh, Salem's Lot. That's coming out.
Salem's Lot. Yeah, they got that new remake. That's in development now. It's been completed 2 or 3 years, but it's been sitting on the shelf. It's finally coming out this Christmas.
I couldn't get through Salem's Lot.
Can't wait.
Try get a return to Salem's Lot. That is dreadful.
I won't.
Oh,
that Merson.
Yeah, that's a TV movie, mind. That is.
But so is Salem's Lot, isn't it?
The Salem's Lot is,
Yeah.
That's like 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Have you ever seen The Funhouse, Toby Hooper, 1981?
No, but I've heard it's good.
That's fun. That's hence the name. It's a fun movie.
Life Force is great by him.
Life Force, yeah, like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Life Force is a lot of fun.
I had that on DVD.
I've got it on Blu-ray.
Well done.
Yeah.
Nice fun.
4K be even nicer. Patrick Stewart's in it as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Yeah. Such a British.
Yeah. Was it like Patrick Stewart was on like Jay Leno one time, and he said that his first ever on-screen kiss was Steve Railsback in the film Life Force, because there's a scene where Patrick Stewart is possessed by the vampire girl, and he tries to suck face with Steve Railsback. That was Patrick Stewart said that was the first time he had an on-screen kiss in a feature film. Was in that movie. Brilliant.
Apparently, Harrison Ford was staying at a hotel in Newcastle whilst he was shooting it.
Nice one. Hope he had some brown ale while he was down there. A couple of bottles of Nookie Brown. Oh, Die Hard 3. I love Die Hard 3.
Great film.
It's one of my. We were talking about the. This is going to get onto a whole different subject, but the trilogy. We call it the Donut Trilogy, where the second film is the weakest, and the 1 and 3 are kind of the better films, and the different kinds of trilogy that there are. Like some of them are reverse donuts, where the second film is the best. Like I would say, Romero's Dead trilogy.
Okay,
I might not agree with Aliens. I think Alien is better, but I think a lot of people would say Aliens is better. Terminator 2 though is my. I do think Terminator 2 is better than 1.
Evil Dead 2.
Okay.
Evil Dead 2 maybe, but I do like Evil Dead. I like all of them.
So which ones fall into this donut category? Obviously, Die Hard 3. Yeah, I fully
Some
agree there.
Some people think Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers is not so great, and the other two are good.
Off. Pardon my French, but the Two Towers is the best one. In my book, that's the best one.
In my book, it's not, but it's controversial. I'm trying to think of other ones where it's I think Die Hard, definitely. I think the first and third are the best
Yeah,
ones.
I fully agree there. Jesus.
And then there's the standard trilogy where it's one's the best, two's less good, three's the worst. And then there's the kind of reverse where they get better as they go along.
I'm not a perfect example.
Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay, Nightmare on Elm Street. There you go. That's a good donut.
Yeah, that's a really good donut.
It is.
We didn't even get it. Yeah.
That's a Dunkin' donut.
I've got an example, a perfect example.
Go.
The John Wick franchise.
Well, I think in my opinion, the John Wick is an atypical one where it gets better with each film. But
the original John Wick is the best in the franchise. Number 2 is second, and 1 and 2 are like pretty damn perfect, and 3 and 4 are just.
What do you think, Pete?
Oh,
you have a
number 1's the best, then 4, then 3, then 2.
Number 1's the best, then 4, then 3, then 2. That's a weird order.
1, 4, 3, 2.
So it's a donut then.
Yeah.
I'm kind of 1, 2, 3, 3.
Well, Mission Impossible is a bit of it, isn't it?
Mission Impossible, yeah. 2 is bad in my opinion. You quite like it though, don't you?
It's an entertaining film.
3, I think, is the best, maybe.
Well, the first film is so different to the rest. That's the thing.
Back to the Future. Some people think the second one is the worst, and the 1 and 3.
That's right. What Boy is saying about Die Hard 3. Simon says, yeah, Jonathan Hensley, who went on to direct the Punisher movie, which honestly I did not like when it came out, and now I actually think it's pretty decent, is the 2004 Punisher. Was it
Thomas Jane?
Yeah, Thomas Jane. I like that movie, but I didn't at the time. Jonathan Hensley, he wrote the screenplay, Simon Says, which he personally rewrote to be Die Hard 3, because the studio bought his script and they were going to make it into a movie, but they were like, do you know what? Could you rewrite this and put John McClane as the main character? And he was like, yeah, fucking yeah. He was quite happy to do that. Because I think originally they were going to have it as Die Hard on a ship, and then Under Siege came out and they were like, oh, fuck. They've already beat us to it, so let's do something else. Because I think, what was it? John Milius had written a screenplay for Die Hard on a Ship, or whatever it was going to be called, Die Hard 3, and they scrapped his script and went with Jonathan Hensley. Great movie though. I love Die Hard with a Vengeance. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I could watch that movie.
Well, yeah, you got Sam Jackson and Jeremy Irons in it.
Yeah.
It's more memorable than 2. 2 is a decent time,
it's fine,
but it's not memorable like the first one and the third one.
Yeah, I think Sam Jackson makes that movie, to have he's basically a sidekick. Obviously, John McClane is the main draw of that movie.
But they work so well together.
They work so well, yeah. And obviously, Sam Jackson became, Sam Jackson. Well, I don't know what year is that. I guess it's after Pulp Fiction, though, isn't it?
95, yeah. It came out in summer of 95. Die Hard with a Vengeance. 29 years ago. It's funny though, because I remember the sort of build up to it, because there was lots of like people taking photographs of the set and putting it in magazines and stuff, and there was that shot of John McClane wearing that sandwich board that said "I hate everybody," and it was in the newspaper. It's like, what's wrong with Bruce Willis? They weren't saying, "Oh, here's a scene from the new Die Hard movie." They're shooting. They just went, "Oh, Bruce Willis is in a bad mood. He's wearing a sandwich board that says "I hate everybody" on it." That's the way that the paparazzi went on about it. And then obviously in the film, they digitally removed that and put the N-word there, because the scene where he's like walking through Harlem with the sandwich board.
Wait, I didn't know this. I assumed it said that, and then they changed it for ITV and all that, but it actually was digitally changed to that. Wow.
Yeah, he was walking through Harlem with a sandwich board that said "I hate everybody." That's what they shot. But for the final cut of the movie, they digitally put in the N word because that's the
Yeah.
point of the plot, because that's what he's forced to do by Simon Gruber. You know, but I just remember there was all this like, oh, Bruce Willis is in a bad mood because he's wearing a sign that says "I hate everybody." You're like, the guy's making a fucking movie, leave him alone.
Yeah. Well, Bruce Willis doesn't hate everybody.
Yeah.
Poor guy. He's got to hate his kids then. And his wife.
Yeah, but they were, you know, the tabloids are like, they're clutching at anything just to make a story.
Yeah.
That's so
garbage.
funny. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. That's not Heineken, is it? Is that Heineken?
Oh no, this is wine from the other night. I
Is
just
that
hope none of my
Oh,
Castellano, yeah, the devil's wine.
I've had that. I'm a wine expert. I tried it, it nearly killed me.
Yeah, I tried to get Pete on wine and he nearly choked.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
I'm
He's not well versed.
Having a look at some of these. There's some really good comments here, actually.
Yes, Pete's fans, they know.
That's ancient. We're talking about Hellraiser.
I'm on the vodka and Coke at the minute, just to not single anyone out. And Pete's on the Copperberg.
I would have been on the Captain Morgan's, but I didn't get him.
Yeah, he's limited by what he bought today.
I know what I'm planning tomorrow.
What?
I'm working. So he's going to watch Megan again when he gets nice.
I like Megan. That was a fun movie. Wasn't as brutal as it should have been, but yeah.
No.
Why is everyone working on bank holiday? What happened to the sanctity of bank holidays?
Money happened.
What's that? Blame capitalism.
It's
worth a watch. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I was just telling them it's worth a watch.
I'm going to HB Oxford Street tomorrow. A few new releases them after. Italian collection from R.A. Video, Who Saw Her Die from Shameless, and Orgasmo from 88 Films.
Oh, yeah, Orgasmo. That's funny. That's a funny movie.
They're looking for, what's that? Pervarella?
Pervarella, yeah.
Yeah.
Pervarella? What the hell?
I don't know if you remember, do you remember Emily Booth?
Emily Booth.
In the 1990s, she used to be on like a lot of like these teen shows. Like, I didn't know what they were called. There was one show on Channel 5 called Out There, where a woman would be standing there with a bikini on and would describe these weird videos from like the far reaches of the internet.
Yeah. Where then she did stuff for like Horror Channel talking about different horror films. But Pervarella also stars Jonathan Ross in it, so
and Mark Lamar.
And so
have you guys heard of this film that's coming out? It's called Spermageddon.
No, but I love the sound of it.
It's just trying to get this to work.
Sounds familiar.
It's an animated like CGI animated film. It's meant to be. It's I don't know if it's a kids film, but it's
right.
It's
not with the total like what we're going to see, like John? Despicable Me.
It's like an animated comedy about sperm racing towards the egg, as in like this is like the Cannonball Run with sperm.
And, so it's going to play Chariots of the Fire at the end.
It's been playing at a lot of. It's been playing at a lot of film festivals, and the critics love this movie. I read about it in Empire, and they were going, "Oh, this film, yeah, it's currently got a perfect 100% rating on Rotten Tomatoes."
Wow!
And it's called Spermageddon. I was like, "Oh man, that sounds wicked."
So he says it. Keep talking, Terrence. We love all talking movies.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
absolutely.
I can talk till the cows come home.
In fact, the race between sperms to get to the egg is quite heartbreaking process of like
Yeah.
infection of certain sperms who don't swim as well or can't deal with the conditions. It's like you do feel sorry for them sometimes.
Well, it's like,
And that's one thing we've all got in common is we all fucking made it, right? We made it, right? We got there.
Somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we should have a moment of silence for the ones who didn't make it.
Well, yeah. We're not giving out any silver or bronze here.
No, we're not.
Here's one for my homies. My little tadpole homies.
I barely knew thee.
Can't believe we're talking about that this
I didn't
film.
expect it, no. But I did hope for it.
Yeah.
My favourite subject.
Oh,
no, what's that?
For a long time, I loved the original Day the Earth Stood Still. Still, it's just had the social commentary for me with an out-of-world element. But obviously, no sci-fi film with its effects hold memory more. Yeah, the one with Keanu Reeves was nowhere near as good as the original one. Roland Emmerich, I think.
I've not seen the original, but I've seen the Keanu Reeves one, and that was about over a decade ago.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the remake, but I love the original. Robert Wise, classic. Klaatu, Barata, Nikto.
Robert Wise did it.
That's a great film.
It's great.
Sai says Arrival's a great sci-fi film.
It's a masterpiece. Arrival's a masterpiece.
I would like to, I really don't like that film. But just to show the diversity of opinion, I would like to come in with I don't like that film.
That's good.
But I do like Denis Villeneuve, and I do think he's really good. For some reason, I don't vibe with that film. I don't know what.
Probably the best Hollywood director out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Pretty much
if he releases a film, I'll watch it.
Oh,
no doubt. But like Arrival, for some reason, I didn't get it, and that's just.
Sorry, I keep interrupting. I apologize.
That's all right. I had nothing to say again.
Another director that I think is really interesting is Ari Aster, right? But there's two of his films that I don't like. Even the and that's what's that called?
I was afraid.
That's the one I like.
Really?
It's the other two, Midsummer and the other one. What's that?
Hereditary.
Hereditary. Yeah, I did not dig those movies at all.
Well,
they're the ones that everybody loves as well, and I'm like, oh man, I'm so sorry.
I don't like Hereditary. I didn't mind Midsummer, but it goes on for way long. Now, Beau Was Afraid, it looks way out there, and I kind of thought like this. I'm going to steer clear of it, but it's quite cool that you like that one and didn't like the other two. So I'm quite intrigued.
Yeah, Beau Was Afraid to me is like a comedy. I don't.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
But the other two, my biggest problem with Midsummer, and I'm sorry to bring this up because it will ruin the whole movie, right? Is that when they see that the people are committing suicide, right? When they see the old folk are throwing themselves off the cliff, they don't pack up and leave. I know there's one guy. Yeah, there's one guy that's like, oh, we're getting the fuck out of here. I'm with him. I'm like, I know that they end up getting killed, right? And that's what happens to them, and that's terrible. But they didn't know that. If I was there and I was with those characters, I was like, yeah, I'm with you guys. This place is awesome. But then when it gets to that moment, if I was them, I'm out of here. These people are psychos. I'm getting out of here. I don't care if there's a train, not a train for like 20 miles. I'm walking, right? I don't care. I'm getting far away from this place as possible. But these idiots are just like, oh, let's keep going. I've got a college thing to do. And we're like, sorry, I hate you all. You're all selfish bastards. I hope you all die. And I don't care. After that point, I was so invested up until that point. And then they just become a bunch of idiots. And I'm like, fuck you all. go away.
That is very true.
And that's what killed it for me. That's what ruined it. It was
Yeah,
just
a
this.
lot of people say that about that scene. It's like it takes you out of it straight away.
Yeah, because you feel like you're on the journey with them. You go to Sweden or whatever, and it's all great. It's all really interesting and creepy or whatever. But no, that's what kills Midsummer for me. And Hereditary, it's got to be her performance. And people were saying she deserves an Oscar. And Curly Girl at the Movies had warned me about this. She was like, by the way, what's her name? God, I can't get the actor's name.
Toni Collette.
Yeah, Toni Collette, right? Who is an actor who I greatly admire. I think she's phenomenal, right, as an actor, but she just goes too far in that film. She's all the way up to 11, and yeah, it took me out of the movie as well. But yeah, I still admire that director. I think there's a lot of promise there. I think his masterpiece is coming. I think Ari Aster is an interesting director, and I want to see more from him, but he's misfired for me a couple of times. Who cares, right?
I think people think his masterpiece has already come because people love Hereditary. Sorry, James.
Yeah, people love Hereditary and Midsommar. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not shitting on them. I think they're they enjoy what they enjoy, but for me, it just.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Hereditary. I think it's.
People are saying it's scary. It isn't.
It's not. No, I was really disappointed. Sorry, Jamie, we interrupted you.
I was gonna say I personally think Midsommar and Hereditary are like two masterpieces.
You're not alone. Lots of people feel the same way, man. So
yeah.
I love Midsommar. It's one of my favorite films, and back to Hereditary, I think Toni Collette was robbed of an Oscar for her amazing performance. She was amazing. She was Oscar robbed.
So many people say that. I disagree. But there you go.
There's like a misconception that I've never seen Midsommar, but what you say about them being stupid, there's always been this kind of thing where like all the victims are stupid in horror films, but I feel like that's just a new phenomenon. I don't think in the past they were that stupid in horror movies.
I liked the characters up until that point, and then I didn't like them, and so I didn't care for them anymore. It's like you had an opportunity to actually show some intelligence here, and you refused to. So I don't care for you. I'm sorry. You can go and die. And when things go bad for them, I'm like, well, I told you so. I didn't verbally tell you so, but in my mind, I'm saying that to the screen. I'm like.
The scene is so horrific, and they just stand there and don't really like.
Yeah, they don't actually. I mean, they don't make the obvious choice.
No.
But that's it. I mean, the movie's beautifully shot. The acting's 10 out of 10. Everything's great. And that's what I'm saying. Ari Aster, I think he's got a great movie ready to go at some point, and I can't wait for that.
I was thinking another question.
Yeah.
It's a hard question, though. Is there ever a film where you've disliked the movie until the end and then thought it was a great movie? And that's a really difficult question because I know I have one.
Go on.
Go for it. Which one?
It's this is quite a highbrow one.
I don't care.
Federico Fellini's 8.5.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, but I hear it's a classic.
Yeah, but when I watched it, I didn't get it, and then the end of the film happens, and you think, oh, suddenly I'm like, I know what this is about, and I think it's a question that you'd need to think about for a long time. But it's just one of those films. That's why I'm asking the question, because I know what my answer is.
Well, I wouldn't say that I weren't enjoying it, but the ending made a lot for me. But M.
Oh, M is a Fritz Lang's M, which is the film I introduced Pete to.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's got a great, a philosophical kind of,
and it holds well today.
Yeah.
Very well today.
Makes a point. Yeah, definitely works today, but makes a point about like mob rule and like, you know.
I felt, if I could go back in time, I felt that way about Blade Runner, the first one, because I didn't give a shit about anything that was happening in the film until Rutger Hauer did that speech. And that changed my whole opinion of the movie when I was watching it for the first time. Now I watch it, I'm like, this movie's a classic, right? But that first time, it was Rutger Hauer's speech that turned me around and went, this movie's amazing.
But that's kind of the point, isn't it? Rutger Hauer at that point, before then, he is like this murderous, like replicant. You don't know what his.
He's the 80s villain, right? You were used to.
Yeah. And then suddenly, when you give him a motivation right at the end, which is so powerful,
it changes everything.
Yeah. That is.
I think the film purposefully has no emotion throughout, right? Even though what's going to give you away as a replicant is your emotions, right? That's what they're hunting. That's what they use for detective work is, will you show emotion? Therefore, you're found and you're executed. And nobody in the movie shows any emotion. Even the love scene, even though the love scene has the sexy saxophone playing, right? It's very mechanical, you know, with him saying, say, kiss me and all that. I love that, right? In retrospect, but that's the only piece of emotion in the movie to an extent. Well, apart from when he finds out that the other characters are dead and he's kind of feeling emotional, right? Roy Batty.
But
besides
you have to have some foreshadowing, don't you, to that speech? That's kind of
that is kind of foreshadowing that. He's the only character that displays any emotion really in the movie, because Harrison Ford doesn't. He's kind of like, you know, he's distant from everyone, even the audience. You know, he's hard to connect to.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole kind of thing, isn't it? More human than human is the kind of thing.
The motto of the Tyrell Corporation,
Yeah. But the 8.5 thing, just to defend myself, is that apparently Terry Gilliam takes that as his inspiration for Brazil. So a lot of the 8.5 movie is an inspiration for Brazil. So if you like Brazil, I think you probably will enjoy.
Yeah, I can get like that with Brazil. The ending definitely helped raise that film a lot more as well. It was still a great film, but the ending helps.
Yeah, but I think 8.5 is an interesting one because it's basically about a struggling film. Well, he's a filmmaking genius, but he doesn't know how to make his magnum opus, you know, and everyone's like, oh, when's this film going to come out, blah blah blah. And I'm not going to explain the ending, but it really, everything just comes together and you suddenly get this like emotional, you know, it's not what you expect, let's put it that way.
Great.
Yeah. And La Dolce Vita is another one. You've seen that, right?
I've seen La Dolce Vita. Yeah. Right, we've got some comments about Tenet. Yeah, I'm a Tenet defender as well.
Yeah.
Dalboy says about Planet of the Apes 68 was tops for me as a teen and most memorable shock ending for me anyway. It is one of the most iconic endings in films.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. We've got Soylent Green is a good sci-fi film with Charlie Heston.
Yeah, never seen it, but know the ending.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
That's the trouble with these films, like Usual Suspects, which you don't know the ending of.
No, I don't.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I know. I'm keeping Pete.
Yeah, please.
That, but yeah, he doesn't know the ending.
We probably should watch that soon. It probably
maybe we should in case you get it.
It needs.
I haven't seen it either because I know the ending. Kind of don't see the point, but of course, you know.
Yeah, I'll shut my mouth.
Yeah.
We got Southend on Sea Arts here saying sci-fi. I would suggest Outland. That's
Sean
a great
Connery.
film. Yeah, great film.
Pedestrian in space. Yes.
Pedestrian with Chesney Hawkes. IQ. Kira X.
I think you read part of that wrong.
Well,
Predestination.
Predestination with Chesney Hawks. There you go.
Maybe
I
James
have a
Bond
soft spot for
show.
Buddy's song with Chesney
Ethan
Hawks. I
Hawke.
like it.
Xbox One partly inspired design for Alien, Stalker,
Yeah.
Silent Running, Coma, The Andromeda Strain, and THX 1138.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. Oh, great. I have a video on my channel about Silent Running. I love that movie. Coma is terrific. Andromeda Strain, I don't think I've seen. THX 1138 is brilliant. I love that movie. So 70s, so sci-fi. Can't argue with any of them.
But you do something about this Norton.
Yeah, I know. Norton keeps popping up. Delboy says Outland with its High Noon in Space 5 is an underrated gem. Yeah. I did enjoy it. I got it on the H&V Premium Collection. It was quite a nice surprise. I just picked up because it was Sean Connery.
Yeah, Peter Hames is an underrated director. Capricorn 1. Have you ever seen Capricorn 1? That's a good. Well, I wouldn't say it's a sci-fi movie. It's more of a conspiracy thriller where astronauts are going to land on Mars, but instead of actually sending to Mars, they fake the Mars landing by having them in a television studio pretend that they've landed on Mars. It's made in the 70s. James Brolin, O.J. Simpson.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and it's a terrific thriller.
Delboy prefers a Mega Man to Silent, but it's a tough choice, I have to say.
A Mega Man is still the best I Am Legend version, I would say. But that novel, it's one of the few novels I've actually read in one sitting, is I Am Legend. It's such a great novel.
Oh, where have we gone? I've lost my space. There we go. They erased them because they were short-sighted and saw no financial sales of them as a colour. Was the new buzz in the UK and America. Didn't want to buy any shares in black and white anymore.
Yeah, what the Doctor Who? Yeah.
So yeah.
And they erased the year of the Sex Olympics because it was pornographic, right? It's not. You don't see anything in it. It's they should not have called it that. That's the thing. Neil he should have changed the title. You know, it could have been like Future Violence, Violent TV, and it'd have been fine.
Andy watched Alien 4 yesterday.
It's a great title, though. Year of the Sex Olympics.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? It perks up everyone's ears. They're like, what? There's a film.
It would make me watch the Olympics.
Yeah.
Unless it was fencing.
You like fencing? I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
You just know that the French would win all the medals, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Seriously, a film of its time, script terrible, don't take anything serious with a few good ideas, but wasted with Alien Resurrection, is it?
Alien Resurrection, yeah.
Yeah.
With Winona Ryder.
Nice. Delboy says why stuff was filmed in colour for The Champions and The Prisoner for American distribution.
That's right.
Prisoner's a great series. Champions.
The Avengers as well. It's like the Avengers went from black and white to colour just to appease the American audiences.
Andy's got a question for you, Jamie. What did you think of the new Batman cartoon?
Oh, the one that's on Prime.
Yeah.
I've not watched it yet. I'm gonna get round to it and watch it at some point.
No,
I hear it's good. I hear it's really good.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Not too fussed. But, I hope you enjoy.
I really like the. I'll be freezing again. Oh.
Is he freezing?
Oh. I really like. Fuck you. It's going bananas again.
It's frozen in a perfect position.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is working now, isn't it?
Yeah, we can see you now perfectly.
We've got Danny here saying hi. How are you doing? I'm good. Hey, Danny. Hope you're doing well, my friend. We've got a lot of people saying hello. We've got Mac Chats here saying hi, Felchers. Hope all's well. Hey, Mac. Cowboy says, I believe Charlie Brooker was working for PC Zone or PC Game in the early days. Awesome. Danny Uke says, please like the stream. Oh, thank you so
We
much, Danny.
second that.
Matt Chat says 100%. I hate those thumbnails for clickbait. Definitely. Sorry says, isn't Charlie Brooker a co-founder of CX?
Is that what the C stands for?
I don't know. I don't know. He might have a finger in that pie. I don't know.
Yeah.
Matt Chat says, I like Ben Shapiro a lot of the time, but sometimes he goes to extreme on his side. Barbie is not my thing, but when I saw his review when he started off burning the doll, I turned him off. Wow.
Yeah, I think that sounds like Ben Shapiro to me.
Probably, yeah. Why burn the doll? It just seems.
I think you know, it just. I don't get why people seem to think that Greta Gerwig, who made Little Women and things like that, is going to make a film that's just about a doll. You know, that seemed weird to me that people would be.
Well,
it's kind of disingenuous in a way that people would think she would just make a silly film about a plastic doll.
Yeah, you got Lady Bird as well, the director of Lady Bird, making just a really
Lady Bird,
soulless corporate film.
Yeah, I think that the film definitely has its problems.
Yeah,
but I think that there's a lot of good stuff in it. And again, this film made $1 billion.
It did.
So we lost Terrence.
No.
But yeah, I think that you'll get that with everyone. Someone who has a certain, philosophy on life.
Yeah.
They're always going to err on that side, and everyone's like that. We're like that as well.
Yeah.
You can't help that. But yeah, I think that Ben Shapiro isn't a film critic, I would say.
Well,
so
yeah,
maybe
when he was talking,
you got him back now. Terrence is back.
He's back.
Sorry about
that. That's okay. But yeah, Ben Shapiro is not a film critic.
Well, yeah,
so
I was thinking him talking about films, really.
Yeah.
You're not going to take his. It's like Piers Morgan talking about Barbie. You're not going to listen to what he's got to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a king of the dicks, isn't he? But I should probably not
avoiding saying that for so long, and you just came in.
See, I've got to stop talking about the year of the Sex Olympics because I think the BBC are trying to cancel StreamYard every time I mention it. They're like, you don't want to know about that. Even though it's way ahead of its time. Seriously, Big Brother, all those reality shows, it predicts all that crap, right? Oh, amazing.
Yeah,
that's the best kind of sci-fi. The ones that have become. I mean, here's a question: what science fiction has become prophetic? That I was like, wow, we're in it right now. I mean, right here now, Star Trek, of course. I mean, I'm not hitting you with a torpedo just yet, but we are on screen number one. Amazing.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Really, it's really difficult to say, isn't it? What's the most prophetic sci-fi movie? Because there's always these superficial things like sci-fi has like Skype, these kind of video chats, but like something that's actually how we are now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some people would say 1984, but no, anytime.
Yeah.
People would say like 1984 would be whenever the time is.
Well, that's always
That'll be
going to hold
cool.
up in some form.
Yeah, for whoever.
As long as we don't end up in Mad Max, that's all I care about.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, Mad Max is normal, isn't it? Because Mad Max 2 suddenly everything is
That always
sandy.
took me a drift back then. It was like, wow, the first one ain't too bad for the post-apocalyptic.
Yeah, I mean, he's a policeman.
Yeah.
He's gonna.
Yeah, but society is starting to crumble in the first one.
And then the second one, it looks like a shot on Clacton Beach.
Clacton Beach.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
Sand.
Yeah, I know what a beach is. Yeah.
I'll tell you though, Escape from New York. When I go into Glasgow city centre these days, I feel like Snake Plissken at times. I'm like, shit, man, this place is hairy.
Yeah,
right?
there's a few places you can feel like that.
Say, I mean, this isn't prophetic, but I lived in Romania for quite a long time, and Brazil is so much like Romania. Everything is on paper, so anything you do is written on paper, and you do worry constantly that but Tuttle is going to become Buttle, that kind of thing.
All right.
Yeah, so it is very much everyone's crowding around trying to frenzy for a piece of paper and stuff like that. You don't qualify for this. You have to get this stamp to do this thing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So,
Oh my God.
yeah, it's not prophetic, but when I was in Romania, every day I was thinking, this is Brazil.
Well, see, I had a friend. I've not spoken to him in years, and I guess he's still my friend. He's from Romania, Timișoara. He's from Timișoara, Sebastian. Yeah, that's his name. And I used to do impersonations of him because he sounded like Dracula. Yeah. But he sounded like Dracula if Dracula couldn't stop swearing, He's like,
yeah.
oh, for fuck's sake, everything is fucking fucked. Like if you got the count from Sesame Street, but instead of counting, he was just swearing all the time.
Yeah.
1 fucking 2 fucking cunt motherfucking bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, they do swear a lot. And
nothing different end to here.
No, that's true. And they smoke a hell of a lot. The
Oh,
smoking
yeah.
ban has not made it there.
Well,
last time I was there anyway. Maybe it has now, but
I'm no different to my hometown.
no,
I
that's
doubt
true, yeah.
I doubt it.
No, it never will. I doubt it.
No. Oh. So we got Delboy saying, I avoid best film of all time. I'm a film fan and a collector. It's so hard to single them out with all the decades and the genres.
Yeah.
Totally true. We got Delboy saying, I do have a favorite show. People know it's original Twilight Zone. Rod Sterling is just a hero of mine.
Then you need to go over and sub to Fever Dreamland Theatre. He is the best channel on the Twilight Zone. He's going through every single episode of that series, and it's remarkable.
Yeah. I went through a lot of the Twilight Zones a long time ago. I introduced you to a few of them.
Yeah.
And they, some of them really stick with you. That's
Talkie
the thing.
Tina.
Yeah, I mean, for you maybe, but not me. But there's a lot of episodes where, any anthology series you watch, people have a different opinion on what is their best episode. There's a few that are
the best one
universally
is the one where he goes back to Auschwitz.
Yeah, you really like the Auschwitz one. I don't know if you've ever watched that one, but there's
I think I've seen Anthony talk about it. That one. There's so many great ones, right? One that just popped in my head right now is the one where it's a woman alone in a cabin and a flying saucer lands on her roof. You know that one?
Is that? They're not tiny people, are they?
It's not that one. They're all tiny robots that attack her.
Yeah.
And then how it turns out, right? The twist in it is fucking brilliant. Yeah.
William Shatner one's quite good as well. A lot of
Yeah,
people like that.
Terror at 3,000 feet, whatever it is, 30,000
the
feet.
Shatner.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it's a really good one. The one I always liked, and no one else ever likes this one, but I really love the Robert Redford one. It's Nothing in the Dark, it's called. And it's just about this woman who's scared of letting anyone in her house because she thinks it's death. She's an old woman and she's scared of letting anyone in. And the episode basically plays out as a two-hander between this old woman and Robert Redford, who's this injured, like, policeman who's in her bed. And it's a really interesting episode. Another one I like, which is not a famous one, I don't think. I like a lot of the ones that people don't really talk about. There's one where this guy, this like gangster, gets shot and dies, and this man in a white suit comes up to him and says, "You're dead, come with me, blah blah blah. Let's, and I'll show you around the afterlife." And basically everything he wants he gets. And I don't know if you've seen that episode. It's called A Nice Place to Live. Yeah,
I've seen most. I think I've seen season 1 and season 2 pretty much complete, and bits and bobs from 3 and 4. I don't. There's a lot I've still not seen.
And Budgie Meredith.
Yeah, that's the most famous one. Time Enough at Last, that's called. That's the one with Burgess Meredith, who.
Yeah, the bomb drops and his glasses break. Yeah. Classic.
I'll spoil the end of this one, right? So if anyone doesn't want to know anything about Twilight Zone, please cover your ears. But the ending to the A Nice Place to Live is that he gets everything and he's suddenly like, I'm bored of this, I'm getting all the women I want, I'm getting all the money I want, blah blah blah. I don't like heaven. This is rubbish. I want to go to the other place. And the guy goes, what do you mean? You're in the other place.
Yeah.
So that's the twist at the end, is that he is in hell. He gets everything he wants, and that's the worst thing possible, really. But he gambles, he gets,
There's no thrill to it.
There's no thrill to it anymore.
No. See, Anthony's channel is fantastic. I've had him on as a guest on Psychobabble a few times. He's a lovely, lovely man as well, and he goes deep into them. He'll not just review the episode, but he'll also talk about the production and what happened and stuff like that and what inspired it and all that. It's such a great channel. I never miss an episode of his channel, actually. And he's in. But if I ever go to New York, I'm going to pay him a visit because he's such a great guy.
Yeah.
No.
Really interesting. People are into philosophy and stuff like that. I think Rod Sterling really had a passion for making people think about outside the box.
It's just a perfect person to have to introduce these things.
Oh yeah, the introductions are so good. I mean,
the legend. He's an absolute legend.
The calming manner and the sort
with
of
a cigarette.
Yeah. Horrific.
Yeah, some of them are genuinely quite terrifying. And the theme music is really
iconic. It's iconic.
I find it really scary.
It's anxiety inducing because
you can play it to people that have never watched an episode and they'll know exactly what it is. That's how iconic it is.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Del Boy says, nice to see Jamie. Will sub to Terrence as the first time watch for me. Hope to see Pete tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be on Del Boy's stream tomorrow night. Looking forward to that. And Amy, brilliant insight. Feel free to join tomorrow.
Yeah, when I get a chance, I'll go through the chat and I'll find you all and hunt you all down. I will find you.
Like Liam Neeson in
Taken.
Taken
right.
Two, and the third one, Taken the First.
I have a very particular set of skills. I watch a lot of YouTube shite.
As much as I like changes on the fly for films, sometimes I wish the original idea was locked down with no higher up interference.
Yeah, sometimes it can be magnificent, but just the last minute change.
That's true.
The one film that the majority likes that I don't like is The Wolf of Wall Street. I just don't get it.
Yeah, see, I consider The Wolf of Wall Street a horror film, to be honest, because it has zero morality throughout the entire film until the very end. When you're talking about the end of a film that actually changes your view of the movie, it's the very end of that movie where it goes, "Sell me this pen," and then the camera tilts and looks at the audience. And it's almost as if it's the audience that's watching the movie. It's basically saying, "You want that? Do you really want this life? Do you want to be like this person?" Because nowhere in the film does it show Jordan Belfort have any consequence to any of his actions. And there's moments in it where you feel like the character should have like a revelation that this is wrong. Like when the plane explodes and he just goes on with his crazy life. He doesn't sort of correct his moral standpoint anywhere. I think it's a fantastic film, but it's almost like you feel like it should give you some morality somewhere, and it doesn't. And I think it's just like you make up your own mind about it. But I think for a lot of people, it's kind of harmful because I've met people that are like, "Oh, Quaaludes! I'd love to take some Quaaludes." I've spoken to people that have seen that movie and they go, "Oh, I'd love to get some Quaaludes." They don't see that this is harmful, that these people were fucking assholes, you know. Whereas I do, I think it's brilliant, but I can totally understand your point there, Si. It doesn't spoon feed morality. It doesn't say this is what happened to all the people that he ripped off. It doesn't show that side of it at all. It just revels in the debauchery, you know.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, again, it's like what I was saying about what's it called, Dirty Harry.
Yeah,
you know, it's not a. I'm not a huge fan of capitalism, but a film that it's basically a study of someone who is.
It's a great story, and you can take away from it quite a lot.
Yeah. Just because you study like criminals doesn't mean you condone what they do.
No.
It's still interesting.
It is,
you know.
But it doesn't have like Trainspotting is a film that has that finger wagging moment, right? There's a bit in Trainspotting that actually annoys me where it's when Renton is drying out and he's in his bed and he starts to hallucinate all these weird things and he sees his friend who he's introduced to heroin and he's sort of sliding down the wall and he's like, "Oh, Renton, taking heroin is the best thing ever." It kind of comes across like a Hebs advert, like a kind of, what do you call them, a sort of PSA of like, "Don't take drugs, kids." And I feel like the movie doesn't need that. And I don't think Wolf of Wall Street does either. It shows you all the shit that he's done. If you've got any backbone as a person, you can see that this is wrong, right? But if you're an idiot, then you're just going to think this is the coolest thing ever, that Jordan Belfort and all of his cronies are admirable.
I have kind of more faith in the cinema going public than I think filmmakers do. I think filmmakers, I think the cinema going public are intelligent enough to know that certain things are wrong. You don't need to walk them through these things.
Yeah, you don't need to have a big moral finger wag at the audience and say, "Yeah, this is wrong, kiddies."
Yeah.
Be the Green Cross Code man all of a sudden. Yeah.
It's like Doctor Who with so many episodes. Then that will have like a 5-minute segment talking to you about this, that, and the other. And you're like, well, we know this is bad. We don't need to be told.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff now where they are trying to tell you what the right thing is, and we all know.
Yeah,
you know, it's not difficult.
Have more faith in the public. Again, it's not just that, but with storytelling, like having to shape everything out so everybody knows pretty much the whole gist of the film.
I mean, in my opinion, I don't know if it's controversial, but I don't think Barbie needs that huge grandstanding moment. I think you get the message from the rest of the movie. You don't need.
Oh, you mean America Ferrera's speech?
Yeah,
when she's talking about feminism. Well,
yeah.
how women are treated. Yeah, I get what you mean. I still love it though. I still think that's a great speech.
Yeah, but I think that you don't really need it in the context of that movie. It's a bit of like it stands out for me in the wrong way.
It's a bit too much.
Yeah, but other
But
people.
you've got to remember, this is a film for children, right? It's a child's toy.
Well, I don't
So-
is it a film for children? I don't know, but I don't know.
It's a film that's aimed at kids, but kids are just going to see.
It's a family movie, right?
Yeah.
It's
not something for adults to chew on, really.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I never saw it as a kids movie.
No.
Like it never occurred to me. Maybe that's what it is, but it never occurred to me as a kids movie.
Because there's a lot there that kids will totally not get. Will there? There's like pretty much the whole gist of the film will go over many kids' heads.
Yeah.
But but you know what it's doing? It's turning girls into men haters. That's what it is. And they're all becoming misandrists and stuff.
I wonder how many.
I sell dolls.
I wonder how many dolls. How the sales of the dolls went after that film. Did it really skyrocketed or not?
To me, I never thought of the film as a Barbie movie. I thought of it as just a movie. I never really.
There wasn't like Barbie, buy now, nothing really. Yeah, it showed.
They kept having the plastic doll shown in the movie,
and it showed like the first Barbie.
If it was like Toy Story, where Margot Robbie falls on the floor and she's a doll, then maybe. But I never thought of it as like
Ken's sort of Casa house or whatever with the horses and stuff. I'd buy that.
Yeah.
But did they actually do like Barbies and Kens based on the actors and release?
Yeah, like tie-ins. That would have been cool.
I don't know if they did.
That just seems like that would have been quite cool. I'm sure a lot of people who don't buy Barbies would have just bought their favorite actors from the films.
I think in Barbie, the way they treated men in that movie was okay. It was funny. It was like
it was satirical. It was heightened. It was satirical. It was not meant to be
laughing with them. I don't think there was anything particularly wrong with it. I mean, you watched it, you thought it was, funny. The way the Kens were.
The best thing was the Kens.
Yeah, and it was like masculinity, but it was like laughing at the masculinity of it. And
but you got to understand, it's like this is a child's toy, realizing what misogyny is, and not understanding it, and taking it into a stupid direction. That was what it was, a joke, right? And all these right-wing twats who think this movie is harmful and stuff. Come on, grow the fuck up. Honestly, listening to these people, it's almost like when I can't play with that. That's a girl's toy, It's like being 5 and like, no, G.I. Joe is for me and Barbie is for you. It's like, come on, grow the fuck up.
The Barbie is a way better film than any G.I. Joe film.
Well, that's a good point.
Although I do have a soft spot for Rise of Cobra. I thought Rise of Cobra was a lot of fun.
Oh, wow.
Especially when they had those mad robot suits and they're running through Paris. I was like,
that just sounds like toxic masculinity.
Well, you strip Barbie to basic, and it's just a fish out of water story at times.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah, definitely,
and it's a fun time.
Yeah, absolutely,
and it's something different.
Yeah.
Again, there hasn't been nothing else quite like it, and hasn't been since. Nobody's actually tried to jump on that bandwagon yet, have they?
We've talked a lot, and I think I can safely say I'm very much not on the Ben Shapiro spectrum
for Barbie,
for anything.
Yeah.
But I do think some things do go too far. But Barbie made $1 billion.
People liked it.
People liked it.
It was a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
People were dressed up as Barbie.
Yeah.
Cinemas were packed. It was a good thing all round. It brought money in, made people entertained, and it was a thing. It was an event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
It was a fun movie. You know,
You can't deny it made $1 billion.
No,
People like
if like the way they make out, it's like it flopped and it never.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like it made hordes of money. It was the most profitable film of last year. It definitely was.
Yeah.
And it also comes in a lovely pink Blu-ray case, and it's sitting down
yeah,
there.
Oh,
have you got it?
Yeah, I got it on Blu-ray.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, I got.
How
got
didn't I know that?
I did tell you. I got the lovely
I
pink.
said we should never keep secrets from each other.
Oh, it's that pink case. It did it for me.
Yeah.
I had to pick it up.
But in reality, the thing I went to watch Barbie for was Ken.
Yeah.
Ken was the best character in it, just because he was so funny. And I think Ryan Gosling, he
nailed it. Yeah,
he nails
fantastic.
everything he does. I mean, imagine playing Kay in Blade Runner 2049 and playing Ken in which possibly Kay and Ken could be. They could be part of the same continuity. We never know.
Could be.
But he's such a versatile actor. He knows.
Well, yeah, he carries films like The Fall Guy as well.
Yeah.
Not my Fall Guy. Oh, the thing is, right? I mean, we're going to get, like, as much as all men are, not all men, but some men are pissing on Barbie and all that, and like calling out, we're going to get a He-Man movie, right? You can't get more masculine than fucking He-Man, right?
Yeah. I think that's good. I think that we shouldn't forego these masculine movies that, you know, and you know, John Wick is a hugely masculine movie, and it is still, you know, out there and doing well. So
there's room for all sorts.
I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
They better not make fucking He-Man gay. If they make He-Man gay, then there'll be war.
Yeah. I don't think it would matter if they made He-Man gay. I think it would be if he got emotional over something.
Oh, yeah, that's that, yeah.
The straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, what was I going to say?
Here's the thing. Do you know who I've been waiting for the most to appear in any He-Man movie ever since I was a child when the Canon Films one came out? It's Cringer. I want Cringer, the cat, Battle Cat. You know, this pussy cat that's like scared all the time, and then he becomes Battle Cat where he's like fucking badass, right? That's the character for me. Let me see some Cringer action. Oh,
speaking of cats, this is going to be completely off topic.
Yes.
But currently in that Wulong game,
right,
there's a tiger character I'm trying to beat, and I can't beat him. And he reminds me of Goro, but the tiger version of him.
Right.
Goro from like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. There's a tiger version. I don't know if you remember him.
I remember Goro from Mortal Kombat and the movie, but I don't know if I'm trying to picture him as a tiger.
Well, if you
Tony the Tiger with like
do it, and it's like that. Yeah. It's basically a tiger's head.
So very difficult.
Fuck that guy. It's really annoying. Yeah, I can't be. I've played him like 20 times. I can't beat him.
I'll have a go.
Yeah, you have a go. You'll do it.
I don't know.
Well, you're better at the brutal ones. I'm better at the ones who are kind of canning, you know.
Yeah. We're both going through it together. We've got our specific niches that we can beat them.
I don't know. Did Terrence see The Acolyte, or what did he think?
I've seen a bit of it. I've fallen away from Star Wars. And it was The Mandalorian that broke me.
Wow.
When they had when they brought Luke Skywalker into The Mandalorian, I just checked out. I was like, fuck that. I hear that they was Andor. I hear that's brilliant. I've not seen that.
Andor is very hard to get through for the first 2 or 3 episodes, but once you get past that, it is like one of the best. Like you can't believe it.
You'd think it was a HBO series.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
It's so well written. It has a whole host of different characters other than Andor, but you care about them and you find them interesting.
Yeah.
And there's some of them as
probably brutalest scenes for Star Wars show or film in it.
It has that
Well, I
Star
need to
Wars
watch that then.
spirit of like rebellion in it, and you just your fist pumps the air. You just think, oh, I love that. I've really, the Empire is so scummy.
It is
and
probably like the worst the Empire's been for quite a while.
They're so smug.
Yeah.
Everything is like, you see an Imperial saying something terrible, and another Imperial come in with something even worse and get promoted, and you think that's exactly how it works. In that kind of structure. Everything is so perfect. Perfectly Star Wars about it.
I need to watch that because
30 years.
There was parts of The Mandalorian that I absolutely loved. The jailbreak episode where they had that comedian in it. I can't remember his name. That was fantastic in The Mandalorian, but when they brought out that fucking dead-eyed Luke Skywalker, I was like, oh, please don't. And as soon as in that scene when the X-Wing fighter thing appeared in the movie and in The Mandalorian, I was like, that's Luke Skywalker in it. That better not be Luke Skywalker. And it fucking was. I was like, please don't. Just leave them alone.
Yeah, I didn't like that either.
It took me out a bit.
And a lot of people loved it. I didn't like that. I loved the first season of The Mandalorian when it was like...
Oh, yeah.
The first season was the best. Second one had its moments, but the decline was there. And the third one is definitely
They had that great episode with Boba Fett when he was like, coming in properly wrecking. And I never liked Boba Fett before that episode. No. He's wrecking shop and,
And then they did the TV series, which was just...
TV series? Oh, the Boba Fett.
Boba Fett.
Yeah,
which was just Mandalorian halfway through it.
But yeah, my appetite for Star Wars is kind of low right now. That's why I never watched Andor, because The Mandalorian kind of spoiled it for me. But I've heard it's great, and I will get round to it eventually.
I don't think Andor will restore your faith in Star Wars necessarily, because it's such an anomaly.
It is
to me,
But
so you don't find my lack of faith disturbing? That's good.
No, I find it understandable.
Yeah.
Very understandable.
If you could recommend a show of Star Wars to anybody, it would be Andor. Just give the first couple of episodes a try, and then it gets going.
But the thing is interesting is that I don't think those first few episodes would improve after seeing the whole thing. Like I would still probably skip those ones, because I don't know what it is. They're integral to the plot, but they just don't work. I don't know what it is.
It's more the flashback scenes.
Yeah. It really builds, and when Andy Serkis comes in, he's fantastic in it. He's such a great actor, and he's really good in those.
His character's phenomenal.
See, one of my favorite films with him in it is Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll. Have you ever seen
Brilliant film? Ian Jury.
Yeah. You've seen it. Well, that's unique, because I've recommended that to so many people, and I've never seen anybody that's seen it. Yeah, I love
it's one of the best biopics about. It's very creative, and it's so suited to how he was.
Yeah, it's very faithful to Ian Jury, and the thing is as well, that movie Rocket Man, the Elton John musical film, which I liked. I thought that was fine. It ripped off Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll. I don't know if you've seen Rocket Man.
No, I haven't.
No, but there's a point in it where Elton John starts to feel like, what's the guy's name?
Taron Egerton.
Taron Egerton, yeah. There's a scene in it where his drug abuse is going too far, right? And he falls into a pool, in a swimming pool, and the song Rocket Man begins, and he's singing it underwater. And I was like, that's fucking Sex and Drugs and Rock and Roll. You've just ripped off that whole scene. Because there's a scene in that where he falls into the pool and he sings Hit Me With Your Rhythm Stick underwater. And like, they absolutely rip off that movie. I was like, what the fuck?
We've both seen the other one, but not the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, but Rocket Man's a fun movie. I thought it was a good movie. Yeah, Elton John. But
what I find interesting about Rocket Man is that they have Tiny Dancer in it, but it's nowhere near as good as the Tiny Dancer in Almost Famous.
Almost Famous.
Yeah.
I have issues with. I like Almost Famous, right? I don't love it, but there are a couple of reasons. One is it tries to make teenage groupies seem all right, you know, like these kids. I mean, they're fucking kids, right? These rock bands are fucking kids, right? For real. And it's like they try and romanticize it. And the other thing that annoys me about it is the songs, like Stillwater. That's the name of the band that they're on tour with. The songs aren't good enough. I'm sorry. They're meant to be a stadium rock band in the 70s, and the songs are kind of weak. It's just like they're not good enough. And I know that it was Cameron Crowe, the director's wife, that wrote the songs, and she's the guitar player from Heart, which rock band I fucking love. I love Heart. And she wrote the songs, and I don't know, they're not of that caliber of a band that would be a big stadium rock band in the 70s. That's my two complaints. But the audience, they all react like, Stillwater, you know, but I ain't buying it. But other than that, the movie's perfect.
It's interesting that Trap, her songs do seem like they would be popular.
Yeah, she seems like an Ariana Grande or something like that. That's kind of what she reminded me of. And you see, like, all the girls would love her, and her story and all that just feels like, this feels like this is real.
Yeah, she's writing songs that are of the genre of the day.
Yeah, of modern pop music, which it is. And it's at the same time, it's like, you know, M. Night Shyamalan's like, look at my door, look. You know, you're like, fuck off.
I mean, you know, to be fair, they're not like. So I mean, because I'm into those songs of today.
Yeah.
But like, they're not great songs, but they're believable enough. You can.
You'd hear it and you think, oh, is this the latest song by so and so on the radio?
Yeah. And then
I buy that. I actually buy his daughter being a pop star more than I buy Stillwater, because besides the actors, I love those characters and Almost Famous. They're believable characters. It's just the music doesn't hold up in comparison to bands that they would have been touring with at that time. They just kind of feel, you know. I mean, if they had them singing some of those classic Heart songs, I would have bought it, right? But clearly, she's not written songs as good as she did back in the 80s or whatever when Heart were huge.
Yeah, I want to comment.
Anyway, Pete, I'm going to need to fuck off, man. Pardon my French. I've got work in the morning.
We forgot about that.
Yeah, we did. Wow, it's been an absolute pleasure tonight, Terence. Thanks ever so much for joining. Really appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. It's been so long, but if you need me on again at a more suitable time, I'll be delighted to come back. Love hanging out with you guys.
So you take care, man.
Batman, it was so nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's been great chatting to you.
Yeah, but the question I've been wanting to ask is, why is Bruce Wayne dressed up as Batman? Because he is Batman, you moron.
Batman Returns.
Great. Yeah, if she tries to blackmail me, I'll throw her from a higher window. Until that time, I got other fish to fry. Fucking love Christopher Walken in Batman Returns.
Yeah,
pretty much. I mean, him and Michelle Pfeiffer fucking steal that movie. Actually,
they make the film. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, is it Batman Forever, the Jim Carrey one?
Yes.
Do you think we'll ever get the? Is it the dual?
The Schumacher cut?
Yeah.
Yes. I have signed the petition. Yes, I want the Schumacher cut.
It
Yeah.
apparently hasn't. Is it? Who's the one that's? Is it? Is it
What was that?
Kevin Smith?
What was that? Sorry.
Who's the one that's in Clerks and James Tyler? Is it Kevin Smith?
Yeah,
Apparently he's seen it.
Mm.
he probably has.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't mind seeing it actually.
I want to see it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's going to use all those scenes where he's like he meets the big bat. All the scenes that are in it are on YouTube. All the deleted scenes that are actually in the Schumacher cut are on YouTube anyway. It's not going to show you something that you can't already get hold of. Apparently, it just concentrates more on the sort of trauma that Bruce Wayne went through. It's a bit more serious than the theatrical cut. That's all I know about
How
it.
long is it meant to be then? What's the runtime?
I have no idea. No idea what the runtime is, but it will be longer. That's for sure. So as so as the Riddler would say, you know, somebody call the fat lady because she's on in 5. Anyway, lovely hanging out with everybody, and I'll come back and I'll check the chat and I'll connect with everybody. Thank you. Good night. Have a nice, peaceful week ahead. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye. And then there was us three.
There was 3.
3 in two boxes.
Yeah, very good, Pete.
Yeah.
Good maths there. Quick maths.
Quicker than some people on the street.
Yeah, that's true.
So how are you doing, Jamie?
I'm okay. I'm just tired.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Yeah, I think we are. Shall we see if we can get through the rest of these comments?
Let's see if we can do it, Pete.
Well, we got Dalboy saying Movie Drone was my favourite show. Anybody here saw Movie Drone?
Shame, because I think Terrence might have known that, but I don't
No.
know it.
Proud of it.
We got Mac Chat saying Exorcist Believer is one of the most egregious pieces of shit to have been shattered out by a major shattered out of a major studio and sometimes and no one could convince me otherwise.
This Believer's just become like so divided audience.
It's like Halloween Ends over again. Some people like it, some people hate it.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing that you like it. I mean, it'd be sad if somebody released a film and nobody liked it.
Yeah.
That'll never happen.
Well, yeah, but
somebody will like it. I'm sure I'll like it.
Yeah.
If nobody likes it, I'll like it.
Yeah, well, I'm the one for Speed 2 now.
Yeah, exactly.
Or The Mummy with Tom Cruise.
Oh, yeah, great film.
Bay is set in Cornwall. All the sound was constructed as the camera used was silent. His next film was Ennis Men. I've heard Ennis Men is really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've got Winslow here saying hello. Hey, Winslow. Pauline Kale had a big soft spot for De Palma too.
Yeah, I think you put that one up early, didn't you?
You think so, yeah. You can't really bite the hand that feeds you. Totally. When it comes to movie studios and viewers.
Yeah.
She really liked to blow as well.
Blow out.
I blow out as well. Well, yeah, who doesn't? Blow Out is one of the greatest ever. Yeah, that's the Johnny T one. I haven't seen it.
No, me neither.
Who is the YouTube critic who refuses to critique Madam Web because he wants to work with Disney in the future?
Don't know. Is it Stuckman?
He's a bit stuck in his ways.
Yeah.
I don't know. But well, he's changed his tack on movie criticism because he's made a film himself. And I suppose it's an interesting way to do it. But then I'm pretty certain Kevin Smith still criticises films and he makes films.
Because the thing is, Duckman has completely changed his channel, how reviews stuff. But the thing is, Chris Stuckman now only reviews films he likes. So if he reviews a film, we know he likes it.
Yeah, I think he did say something about Madam Web. There was a bit of
He hasn't
controversy
reviewed
about
Halloween.
Madam Web stuff.
The thing is, he reviewed Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills, hasn't reviewed Halloween Ends, so we know he doesn't like it because he's not reviewed it.
Yeah, I think Kevin Smith. I don't think because he has Mark Bernardin on his show as well.
Yeah,
Mark Bernardin is very critical of a lot of things, so I think he does.
maybe.
Kevin Smith usually hasn't seen it.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
thing.
He's always saying, "Oh, I've seen that."
But Mark Bernardin, you talk about it, and then he doesn't. You know, doesn't like it.
So, favorite directors?
David Lynch. Who else? Dario Argento.
Dario Argento's a good one.
Who else?
Sergio Leone is pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Need to see Once Upon a Time in the West.
Yeah, we need to get you to watch that. Maybe by next week you'll have watched it.
George Miller's pretty good.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah,
especially them Happy Feet.
Yep, mainly the Happy Feet movies.
What about you, Jamie?
Christopher Nolan.
I knew he was going to say that.
What about you, Pete?
Oh, I don't know. What is a director that I'll say? Ooh. Well, who's a really good director now is obviously Denis Villeneuve. Yeah. No, David Fincher. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Brian De Palma.
Yeah, I'd say like the obvious ones: Wes Craven, George A. Romero, John Carpenter. You like John Carpenter?
John Carpenter's very good. Yeah.
Federico Fellini.
Yeah, I like him.
Julia Ducournau, who did Raw and
Titane is very good.
She's good.
I don't know. Some other ones I can't really think of.
I'm sure they'll come to you.
Yeah, it'll come to me in the middle of the night and I'll shout out.
Yeah.
Pedro Fellini.
Yeah. If you wake up in the night and think of a director, I'll start the stream again and then you can...
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Andy says, Halloween recent trilogy definitely will be remembered positively. All good films for different reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people do like them for different reasons. I think the original one, the 2018 one's pretty good. Ends has its moments, but they all try something different, I suppose. So says that's the guy. He said he couldn't give an honest review. He's a proper shill. But the thing is, with like Stuckman, I don't think he gets paid by the company to go. And
he doesn't get invited to stuff.
No, he. I wouldn't say
get interviews.
I wouldn't say he's a shill because he does pay his ticket to go to the cinema, don't he?
I think you need to know if someone he has a conflict of interest because he's in the industry. He wants to make movies, so I guess if you call him a reviewer, it's difficult for him to be impartial.
Said he's not like a film critic now.
Yeah, but whether that's obvious to everyone, I don't know.
True. So he won't do bad reviews on any films he come out. He only reviews from he likes because he's directed his own film now. Mac Chat says Siskel and Ebert gave Jim Carrey films bad reviews. They tore him apart. By the time Truman Show came out, they dedicated a whole episode to him saying how wrong they were about him. Whether it's still right to put thumbs down on Dumb and Dumber.
Did they put thumbs down on Dumb and Dumber? I'm sure they did. Yeah, that is a great film.
Ebert hated broad humor, though he hated Chris Farley, Sandler. One of them really liked the Final Fantasy film Spirits Within. Which was really quite surprising. Winslow says Die Hard 3 is fun, reminds me more of a Tony Scott's Last Boy Scout than it does the original Die Hard. That is true. It does have an essence of a Tony Scott film. Took ages to develop a script for that one. It wasn't going to be Simon Says until the last minute for Die Hard 3. BBC shot themselves in the foot, says MacChat, when they passed on Commode in favour of Claudia Winkleman to replace Jonathan Ross with their flagship review show. Like, yeah, it does. It really
I didn't know they
doesn't
passed on Kermode instead of.
It
That's
is
terrible, I
odd that
mean-
they wouldn't have Commode because he has got good screen
Well-
presence and knows about the films.
Danny Lee did the reviews for that, and Claudia Winkleman was on that. I always remember they did a review for WE, Madonna's film, and she was like, Danny Lee was like, I don't want to say anything bad about this because I know your husband worked on this film. And I thought, well, I don't want to watch this then. It's a bit rubbish now. I wanted to
Well,
see you tear this apart.
It
But
kind of felt a bit, yeah. I remember watching it, and then I saw Winkleman as a presenter. I was like, really?
yeah, I don't know why BBC is so obsessed with her.
It's just like, oh, we need a sellable face, and we have her. Well, no. You need to have somebody who knows about films.
Yeah, or is at least serious about them. I don't know.
Yeah, so he's like MacChat says here, Winkleman knows as much as reviewing films as Ross does pronouncing his R's.
And F's. Oh no, that's for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Also, Commode is a big champion for Howard the Duck, which is a better film than people say it is, and I'm standing by that.
Fair enough. I've never seen it. I know he likes that film. Yeah.
Bloody hell, Pete, you better know what I'm planning tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm alone. Yep, looking forward to the stream. Going to be on Delboy stream tomorrow. Yep. Well, today at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we're going to be talking about all sorts of gaming stuff.
Yep. Game and Mischief.
Yeah, you have a stream tomorrow. Yeah.
There you go.
Awesome. Max says he's going to tune in, so that's great to see.
There you go.
I remember watching Killer Joe at the cinema. My jaw hit the floor a few times. I've heard mixed things about it. I never really bothered about it. Yeah. Midsummer had a great star intention. I understand the point about not leaving, though. Yeah, that I have heard a few people also mention it beforehand, and also these people are supposed to be quite clever as well.
Yeah.
The monologue at the end of Pearl turned a decent film into a really good film, in my humble opinion. Yeah, that monologue was very good.
I like the film.
You liked the film a lot.
I didn't like the monologue.
Really?
No.
I thought it just showcased how good of an actress she is, and I think she's better than Jenna Ortega. Like,
I think it's good for an audition, but I think maybe the editor or the director should have maybe cut it down.
But it's also got a great ending of her just looking at the screen.
Yeah.
Just watching that smile slowly turn.
I don't know. I thought the film was enjoyable. I think it's like a great, crazy woman killing people.
And then Maxine kind of was just fine.
Yeah, Maxine was a bit of a. It's hard to know what to think about her, really. It was quite confusing.
I didn't really know what it wanted to be.
No.
Very odd. Dalboy says, yes, no emotion is part of Blade Runner. The books do androids dream the electric sheep. Explain that. Mac Chat says, Soylent Green's one of my favourites. I watch it twice a year. That dinner scene with Heston and Edward Robinson is great. The Usual Suspects came out in cinema years ago. Some funny cunt wrote on a massive...
Hey, he said it wrong.
What?
He didn't mean that. He said cunny fun.
Oh, it's cunny fun. And wrote on a massive billboard poster of the film, it's him pointing down to, well, him.
All right, okay.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That happened to my mate at Newcastle. He said he was livid was an understatement. Idiocracy is getting closer.
Yeah, I think that's like
present day.
Talking about films that are predicting the future. I've never seen Idiocracy though.
I don't know about sci-fi, but when it comes to prophetic films, Albert Brooks' real life tackled reality TV shows and manipulation from filmmakers, producers brilliantly well. Well, that one we watched, Network, that kind of. Not huge on it.
We weren't into it now, but
you could see how it could. You always get twats in the world, unfortunately. Soylent Green was probably profiting if population continues.
Mm.
Oh, we're in the beginning times of Soylent Green, no doubt.
I kind of, I know what they're saying. I mean, it's a metaphor, isn't it? But yeah, I think that Soylent Green is an interesting one. Definitely taking it to the absurd extent,
Yeah, you never know.
Wouldn't put it past them. Let's put it that way.
Remember the petrol shortages of the early 2000s? It was getting close to Mad Max for votes for the petrol stations.
Well, that was what inspired George Miller in the first place, wasn't it? There was a petrol shortage in Australia, and he was like, "Let's make," it reminded him. Inspired him to make Mad Max. Yeah.
I've written every episode review, but written down.
Of what?
To Serve Man is a classic
that's a
time.
Twilight Zone.
But last, people are like all over so many.
Time of people like, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Do you remember Serve Man?
Yeah.
You do?
That's the one where I'm here to serve you.
Yeah.
It's the big alien guy.
Big alien, yeah, that's right.
Yep. William Shatner's Nightmare 2000 Feet is in Nick of Time, I think, is set at a diner.
Nick of Time, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember what that one is.
Tales of the Unexpected is a great one. Roald Dahl one. That's a pretty good little series. Sometimes is repeated on Sky, and it is nice to sometimes watch that one that's occasionally on. Rod Serling slept with a dictaphone next to his bed. Most of his stories came from dreamland nightmares.
I had a dream about a xenomorph last night.
That's good.
Very scary.
What's it?
I came into my room and I was like pretending to be asleep.
Oh, are you sure it's just me looking for the cowpole at night?
I could have been that. Yeah. And you were like slobbering over my face.
Well, no, it's just the cowpole bottle leaking.
Yeah. I know. There was a bit in it. I'll tell you about it later.
Okay, and I always say no streams are a waste of time. Oh, dreams, nightmares, I need to get off the whiskies. What brand are you drinking, Del Boy? Fiala. Never heard of that. I'm not.
Try and spell that when you've had a few.
Try to pronounce it. Oh, nice. I was at a Lagavulin man myself. The money was
low. Making this up.
What?
Is it Lafaforic?
I don't know. You might be right.
Lagavulin.
Is that one of your favourites, Jamie?
Never heard of it.
Me neither.
No, have I. Nice to have a 25-year-old done Winnie when things go right in my life. So 50 years by the time that happens. Oh. I have a Lagavulin 16 for the same reason. I sat there for the last 10 years, so I'll keep telling myself soon we'll open them together. Deal.
But I only ever want to drink when things go badly.
Jamie's digging for treasure there.
Don't know what that was.
Jamie's cool. In 5 minutes, he's going to leap up, throw his batarang, and spray his shark repellent spray and blind us with a Batman fact. Do you have a shark repellent spray?
No.
Do you have any repellent spray?
No.
Oh, if you had a spider one, I'd be there.
Yeah, you'd be there in Jamie's bedroom.
Well, no, I'd have it. Gary says Masters of the University has so many characters. Yeah. Masters of the University.
Yeah. Smart bunch.
Masters of the Universe has so many characters who would look good on screen if done right. Absolutely. Mac Chat says Ryan Gosling has a great comedic time, and anyone not seen him in those guys, do yourself a favor and see it. I haven't seen it, but you're not fan of it?
I'm not a fan, no.
No.
But I mean, you know,
Shane Black, isn't
he's
it?
good in it. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of it. He's good though.
Have you seen it, Jamie?
No, I've heard a lot of good things about it.
So we had Mac Chat saying Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll was a great film. Circus was perfect in it. Whenever I hear an Ian Jury song, I hear Circus now. Yeah, it's a great film. Really underrated. Everybody talks about other biopics, but nobody ever talks about that. It's such a great film. Produced by the BBC. Who'd have thunk it? They made a good film. Sai says, tonight has been one of the best streams. Well done, gang. Oh, thanks ever so much, Sai. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Si.
It's all down to the brilliant guests such as you, Amy,
Yeah.
Jamie,
Jamie and Amy.
yeah, Terence and Ryan.
Yeah.
That's been a great night, hasn't it? Danny's off to bed now, so have a good one.
And Pete,
What?
you were also good. You were also there.
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah.
it's always
It's your
down.
channel.
Yeah, but it's always down to the guests. I'm just here with a nice smile.
You're wrangling him, trying to get him to behave.
And we got Sai saying nighty night. Night, Sai. So yeah, we've done nearly a 5-hour stream.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
Goodness me.
4 hours 55 minutes.
I didn't think that would happen.
No, I thought maybe 2 hours, but 5 hours. It's been an absolute blast, and I've absolutely enjoyed it. Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks ever so much to everybody watching at home. Like at 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 people still watching, so I really do appreciate
brave
it.
Bunch.
Really do. Well, it's bank holiday, so hopefully they haven't got to get up early in the morning.
Yeah, but everyone seems to be working now.
Yeah.
Bloody Starmer.
Well, anyway, thanks ever so much, everybody watching. Really do appreciate it. Thanks to Amy, thanks to Ryan, thanks to Terence, thanks to Jamie, and thanks to you guys at home for watching, commenting. Really do appreciate it. Going to be over on Del Boy's channel tonight at 8 o'clock, talking about games and probably some more films. So be sure to go over there and support Del Boy and watch the stream. We'll have the links to everybody's channels in the link down below. So go and subscribe to them. They've all got wonderful channels. And join us for another stream, but it's going to be back on the Saturday night, next Saturday night, where a special guest will be Nige from Rock God 2004. So that'll be about it is 9 o'clock next Saturday night. So see you all there, and I'm sure there'll be videos on the channel as well. So have a great bank holiday if you're working or not. See you all soon. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.